Preface of the Symbolism of Freemasonry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Brother Michael. The Symbolism of Freemasonry by Albert G. Mackey. Preface. Of the various modes of communicating instruction to the uninformed, the Masonic student is particularly interested in two, namely, the instruction by legends and that by symbols. It is to these two, almost exclusively, that he is indebted for all that he knows, and for all that he can know of the philosophic system which is taught in the institution. All its mysteries and its dogmas, which constitute its philosophy, are entrusted for communication to the neophyte, sometimes to one, sometimes to the other of these two methods of instruction, and sometimes to both of them combined. The Freemason has no way of reaching any of the esoteric teachings of the order except through the medium of a legend or a symbol. A legend differs from a historical narrative only in this, that it is without documentary evidence of authenticity. It is the offspring solely of tradition. Its details may be true in part or in whole. There may be no internal evidence to the contrary, or there may be internal evidence that they are altogether false. But neither the possibility of truth in the one case nor the certainty of falsehood in the other can remove the traditional narrative from the class of legends. It is a legend simply because it rests on no written foundation. It is oral and therefore legendary. In grave problems of history, such as the establishment of empires, the discovery and settlement of countries, or the rise and fall of dynasties, the knowledge of the truth or falsity of the legendary narrative will be of importance, because the value of history is impaired by the imputation of doubt. But it is not so in Freemasonry. Here there need be no absolute legend of the truth or falsity of the legend. The object of the Masonic legends is not to establish historical facts, but to convey philosophical doctrines. They are a method by which esoteric instruction is communicated, and the student accepts them with reverence to nothing else except their positive use and meaning as developing Masonic dogmas. Take, for instance, the Hieronymic legend of the third degree. Of what importance is it to the disciple of Masonry whether it be true or false? All that he wants to know is its internal signification, and when he learns that it is intended to illustrate the doctrine of the immortality of the soul, he is content with that interpretation, and he does not deem it necessary, except as a matter of curious or antiquarian inquiry, to investigate its historical accuracy, or to reconcile any of its apparent contradictions. So of the lost keystone, so of the second temple, so of the hidden ark. These are to him legendary narratives, which, like the casket, would be of no value were it not for the precious jewel contained within. Each of these legends is the expression of a philosophical idea. But there is another method of Masonic instruction, and that is by symbols. No science is more ancient than that of symbolism. At one time, nearly all the learning of the world was conveyed in symbols. And although modern philosophy now deals only in abstract propositions, Freemasonry still cleaves to the ancient method, and has preserved it in its primitive importance as a means of communicating knowledge. According to the derivation of the word from the Greek to symbolize, signifies to compare one thing with another. Hence, a symbol is the expression of an idea that has been derived from the comparison or contrast of some object with a moral conception or attribute. Thus we say that the plum is a symbol of rectitude in conduct. The physical qualities of the plum are here compared and contrasted with the moral conception of virtue or rectitude. Then to the speculative Mason it becomes, after he has been taught its symbolic meaning, the visible expression of the idea of moral uprightness. But although there are these two modes of instruction in Freemasonry, by legends and by symbols, there really is no radical difference between the two methods. The symbol is a visible, and the legend an audible representation of some contrasted idea, of some moral conception produced from a comparison. Both the legend and the symbol relate to dogmas of a deep religious character, Both of them convey moral sentiments in the same peculiar method, and both of them are designed by this method to illustrate the philosophy of speculative Masonry. To investigate the recondite meaning of these legends and symbols, and to elicit from them the moral and philosophical legends which they were intended to teach, is to withdraw the veil with which ignorance and indifference seek to conceal the true philosophy of Freemasonry. To study the symbolism of Masonry is the only way to investigate its philosophy. This is the portal of its temple, through which alone we can gain access to the Secellum, where its apparata are concealed. Its philosophy is engaged in the consideration of propositions related to God and man, to the present and the future life. Its science is the symbolism by which these propositions are presented to the mind. The work now offered to the public is an effort to develop and explain this philosophy and science. It will show that there are in Freemasonry the germs of profound speculation. If it does not interest the learned, it may instruct the ignorant. If so, I shall not regret the labor and research that have been bestowed upon its composition. Albert G. Mackey, M.D., Charleston, South Carolina, February 22, 1869. End of Preface. Section 1 of The Symbolism of Freemasonry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Brother Michael. The Symbolism of Freemasonry by Albert G. Mackey. Section 1. Preliminary. The Origin and Progress of Freemasonry. Any inquiry into the symbolism and philosophy of Freemasonry must necessarily be preceded by a brief investigation of the origin and history of the institution. Ancient and universal as it is, whence did it arise? What were the accidents connected with its birth? From what kindred or similar association did it spring? Or was it original and autochthonic, independent in its inception of any external influences, and unconnected with any other institution? These are questions which an intelligent investigator will be disposed to propound in the very commencement of the inquiry. And they are questions which must be directly answered before he can be expected to comprehend its true character as a symbolic institution. He must know something of its antecedents before he can appreciate its character. But he who expects to arrive at a satisfactory solution of this inquiry must first, as a preliminary absolutely necessary to success, release himself from the influence of an error into which novices in Masonic philosophy are too apt to fall. He must not confound the doctrine of Freemasonry with its outward and extrinsic form. He must not suppose that certain usages and ceremonies which exist at this day, but which even now are subject to extensive variations in different countries, constitute the sum and substance of Freemasonry. Prudent Antiquity, says Lord Coke, did more for solemnity and better memory and observation of that which is to be done, express substances under ceremonies. But it must always be remembered that the ceremony is not the substance. It is but the outer garment which covers and perhaps adorns it, as clothing does the human figure. But divest man of that outward apparel, and you still have the microcosm, the wonderful creation, with all his nerves and bones and muscles, and above all, with his brain and thoughts and feelings. And so, take from Masonry these external ceremonies, and you still have remaining its philosophy and science. These have, of course, always continued the same, while the ceremonies have varied in different ages, and still vary in different countries. The definition of Freemasonry, that it is a science of morality, veiled in allegory and illustrated by symbols, has been so often quoted that were it not for its beauty, it would become wearisome. But this definition contains the exact principle that has just been enunciated. Freemasonry is a science, a philosophy, a system of doctrines which is taught in a manner peculiar to itself by allegories and symbols. This is its internal character. Its ceremonies are external additions, which affect not its substance. Now, when we are about to institute an inquiry into the origin of Freemasonry, it is of this peculiar system of philosophy that we are to inquire, and not of the ceremonies which have been foisted on it. If we pursue any other course, we shall assuredly fall into error. Thus, if we seek the origin and first beginning of the Masonic philosophy, we must go away back into the ages of remote antiquity, when we shall find this beginning in the bosom of kindred associations, where the same philosophy was maintained and taught. But if we confound the ceremonies of Masonry with the philosophy of Masonry, and seek the origin of the institution, molded into outward form as it is today, we can scarcely be required to look farther back than the beginning of the 18th century, and indeed not quite so far, for many important modifications have been made in its rituals since that period. Having then arrived at the conclusion that it is not the Masonic ritual but the Masonic philosophy whose origin we are to investigate, the next question naturally relates to the peculiar nature of that philosophy. Now then, I contend that the philosophy of Freemasonry is engaged in the contemplation of the divine and human character, of God as one eternal, self-existent being, in contradiction to the mythology of the ancient peoples, which was burdened with a multitude of gods and goddesses, of demigods and heroes, of man as an immortal being, preparing himself in the present life for an eternal future, in like contradiction to the ancient philosophy, which circumscribed the existence of man to the present life. These two doctrines, then, of the unity of God and the immortality of the soul, constitute the philosophy of Freemasonry. When we wish to define it succinctly, we say that it is an ancient system of philosophy which teaches these two dogmas. And hence, if, amid the intellectual darkness and debasement of the old polytheistic religions, we find interspersed here and there, in all ages, certain institutions or associations which taught these truths, and that, in a peculiar way, allegorically and symbolically, then we have a right to say that such institutions or associations were the incunabula, the predecessors of the Masonic institution as it now exists. With these preliminary remarks, the reader will be enabled to enter upon the consideration of that theory of the origin of Freemasonry which I advance in the following propositions. 1. In the first place, I contend that in the very earliest ages of the world there were existent certain truths of vast importance to the welfare and happiness of humanity, which had been communicated, no matter how, but most probably by direct inspiration from God to man. 2. These truths principally constituted, in the abstract, propositions of the unity of God and the immortality of the soul. Of the truth of these two propositions there cannot be a reasonable doubt. The belief in these truths is a necessary consequence of that religious sentiment which has always formed an essential feature of human nature. Man is empathetically, and in distinction from all other creatures, a religious animal. Gross commences his interesting work on The Heathen Religion and its Popular and Symbolical Development by the statement that one of the most remarkable phenomena in the human race is the universal existence of religious ideas, a belief in something supernatural and divine, and a worship corresponding to it. As nature had implanted the religious sentiment, the same nature must have directed it in a proper channel. The belief and the worship must at first have been as pure as the fountain whence they flowed, although, in subsequent times, and before the advent of Christian light, they may both have been corrupted by the influence of the priests and the poets over an ignorant and superstitious people. The first and second propositions of my theory refer only to that primeval period which was antecedent to these corruptions, of which I shall hereafter speak. 3. These truths of God and immortality were most probably handed down through the line of patriarchs of the race of Seth, but were, at all events, known to Noah, and were by him communicated to his immediate descendants. 4. In consequence of this communication, the true worship of God continued, for some time after the substance of the deluge, to be cultivated by the Noachidae, the Noachites, or the descendants of Noah. 5. At a subsequent period, no matter when, but the biblical record places it at the attempted building of the Tower of Babel, there were a secession of a large number of the human race from the Noachites. 6. These seceders rapidly lost sight of the divine truths which had been communicated to them from their common ancestor, and fell into the most grievous theological errors, corrupting the purity of the worship and the orthodoxy of the religious faith which they had primarily received. 7. These truths were preserved in their integrity by but a very few in the patriarchal line, while still fewer were enabled to retain only dim and glimmering portions of the true light. 8. The first class was confined to the direct descendants of Noah, and the second was to be found among the priests and philosophers, and perhaps, still later, among the poets of the heathen nations, and among those whom they initiated into the secrets of these truths. Of the prevalence of these religious truths among the patriarchal descendants of Noah, we have ample evidence in the sacred records. As to their existence among a body of learned heathens, we have the testimony of many intelligent writers who have devoted their energies to this subject. Thus, the learned Grote, in his History of Greece, says, "The allegorical interpretation of the myths has been, by several learned investigators, especially by Creuser, connected with the hypothesis of an ancient and highly instructed body of priests, having their origin either in Egypt or in the East, and communicating to the rude and barbarous Greeks religious, physical, and historical knowledge, under the veil of symbols. What is here said only of the Greeks is equally applicable to every other intellectual nation of antiquity." 9. The system or doctrine of the former class has been called by the Masonic writers the pure or primitive Freemasonry of antiquity, and that of the latter class the spurious Freemasonry of the same period. These terms were first used, if I mistake not, by Dr. Oliver, and are intended to refer the word pure to the doctrines taught by the descendants of Noah in the Jewish line, and the word spurious to his descendants in the heathen or gentile line. 10. The masses of the people, among the Gentiles especially, were totally unacquainted with this divine truth, which was the foundation stone of both species of Freemasonry, the pure and the spurious, and were deeply immersed in the errors and falsities of heathen belief and worship. 11. These errors of the heathen religions were not the voluntary inventions of the people who cultivated them, but were gradual and almost unavoidable corruptions of the truths which had been at first taught by Noah, and, indeed, so palpable are these corruptions that they can be readily detected and traced to the original form from which, however much they might vary among different peoples, they had at one time or another deviated. Thus, in the life and achievements of Bacchus or Dionysius, we find the travestied counterpart of the career of Moses, and in the name of Vulcan, the blacksmith god, we evidently see an etymological corruption of the appellation of Tubal-Cain, the first artificer in metals, for Vulcan is but a modified form of Baal-Cain, the god Cain. 12. But those among the masses, and there were some, who were made acquainted with the truth, received their knowledge by means of an initiation into certain sacred mysteries, in the bosom of which it was concealed from the public gaze. 13. These mysteries existed in every country of heathendom, in each under a different name, and to some extent under a different form, but always and everywhere with the same design of inculcating, by allegorical and symbolic teachings, the great Masonic doctrines of the unity of God and the immortality of the soul. This is an important proposition, and the fact which it enunciates must never be lost sight of in any inquiry into the origin of Freemasonry, for the pagan mysteries were to the spurious Freemasonry of antiquity precisely what the Masters' Lodges are to the Freemasonry of the present day. It is needless to offer any proof of their existence, since this is admitted and continually referred to by all historians, ancient and modern, and to discuss minutely their character and organization would occupy a distinct treatise. The Baron de St. Croix has written 2 large volumes on the subject, and yet left it unexhausted. 14. These 2 divisions of the Masonic institution, which were defined in the 9th proposition, namely, the pure or primitive Freemasonry among the Jewish descendants of the patriarchs, who are called, by way of distinction, the Noachites, or descendants of Noah, because they had not forgotten nor abandoned the teachings of their great ancestor, and the spurious Freemasonry, practiced among the pagan nations, flowed down the stream of time in parallel currents, often near together, but never commingling. 15. But these 2 currents were not always to be kept apart, for springing, in the long anterior ages, from one common fountain, that ancient priesthood of whom I have already spoken in the 8th proposition, and then dividing into the pure and spurious Freemasonry of antiquity, and remaining separated for centuries upon centuries, they at length met at the building of the great Temple of Jerusalem, and were united in the instance of the Israelites under King Solomon, and the Tyrians under Hiram, king of Tyre, and Hiram Abiff. The spurious Freemasonry, it is true, did not then and there cease to exist. On the contrary, it lasted for centuries subsequent to this period, for it was not until long after, and in the reign of the Emperor Theodosius, that the pagan mysteries were finally and totally abolished. But by the union of the Jewish or pure Freemasons and the Tyrian or spurious Freemasons at Jerusalem, there was a mutual infusion of their respective doctrines and ceremonies, which eventually terminated in the abolition of the 2 distinctive systems and the establishment of a new one, that may be considered as the immediate prototype of the present institution. Hence, many Masonic students, going no farther back in their investigation than the facts announced in this 15th proposition, are content to find the origin of Freemasonry at the Temple of Solomon. But if my theory be correct, the truth is that it there received not its birth, but only a new modification of its character. The legend of the 3rd degree, the Golden Legend, the Legend Aurea, of Masonry was there adopted by pure Freemasonry, which before had no such legend, from spurious Freemasonry. But the legend had existed under other names and forms, in all the mysteries, for ages before. The doctrine of immortality, which had hitherto been taught by the Noachites simply as an abstract proposition, was thenceforth to be inculcated by a symbolic lesson. The symbol of Hiram the Builder was to become forever after the distinctive feature of Freemasonry. 16. But another important modification was effected in the Masonic system at the building of the temple. Previous to the union which then took place, the pure Freemasonry of the Noachites had always been speculative, but resembled the present organization in no other way than in the cultivation of the same abstract principles of divine truth. 17. The Tyrians, on the contrary, were architects by profession, and as their leaders were disciples of the school of the spurious Freemasonry, they, for the first time at the Temple of Solomon, when they united with their Jewish contemporaries, infused into the speculative science, which was practiced by the latter, the elements of an operative art. 18. Therefore the system continued thenceforward, 4 ages, to present the commingled elements of operative and speculative masonry. We see this in the Collegia Fabrorum, or colleges of artificers, first established at Rome by Numa, which were certainly of a Masonic form in their organization, in the Jewish sect of the Essenes, who wrought as well as prayed, and who are claimed to have been the descendants of the temple builders, and also, and still more prominently, in the traveling Freemasons of the Middle Ages, who identify themselves with their very name in their modern successors, and whose societies were composed of learned men who thought and wrote, and of workmen who labored and built. And so for a long time, Freemasonry continued to be both operative and speculative. 19. But another change was to be effected in the institution to make it precisely what it is now, and therefore, at a very recent period, comparatively speaking, the operative feature was abandoned, and Freemasonry became wholly speculative. The exact time of this change is not left to conjecture. It took place in the reign of Queen Anne of England, in the beginning of the 18th century. Preston gives us the very words of the decree which established this change, for he says that at that time it was agreed to that the privileges of Masonry should no longer be restricted to operative Masons, but extend to men of various professions, provided they were regularly approved and initiated into the order. The 19 propositions here announced contain a brief but succinct view of the progress of Freemasonry from its origin in the early ages of the world, simply as a system of religious philosophy, through all the modifications to which it was submitted in the Jewish and Gentile races, until at length it was developed in its present perfected form. During all this time it preserved unchangeably certain features that may hence be considered as its specific characteristics, by which it has always been distinguished from every other contemporaneous association, however such associations may have simulated it in outward form. These characteristics are, first, the doctrines which it has constantly taught, namely that of the unity of God and that of the immortality of the soul, and secondly, the manner in which these doctrines have been taught, namely, by symbols and allegories. Taking these characteristics as the exponents of what Freemasonry is, we cannot help arriving at the conclusion that the speculative Masonry of the present day exhibits abundant evidence of the identity of its origin with the spurious Freemasonry of the ante-Solomonic period, both systems coming from the same pure source, but the one always preserving and the other continually corrupting the purity of the common fountain. This is also the necessary conclusion as a corollary from the propositions advanced in this essay. There is also abundant evidence in the history, of which these propositions are but a meager outline, that a manifest influence was exerted on the pure or primitive Freemasonry of the Noachites by the Tyrian branch of the Spurious system, in the symbols, myths, and legends which the former received from the latter, but which it so modified and interpreted as to make them consistent with its own religious system. One thing, at least, is incapable of refutation, and that is that we are indebted to the Tyrian Masons for the introduction of the symbol of Hiram Abiff. The idea of this symbol, although modified by the Jewish Masons, is not Jewish in its inception. It was evidently borrowed from the pagan mysteries, where Bacchus, Adonis, Proserpine, and a host of other apotheosized beings play the same role that Hiram does in the Masonic mysteries. And lastly, we find in the technical terms of Masonry, in its working tools, in the names of its grades, and in a large majority of its symbols, ample testimony of the strong infusion into its religious philosophy of the elements of an operative art. And history again explains this fact by referring to the connection of the institution with the Dionysiac fraternity of artificers, who were engaged in building the Temple of Solomon, with the workmen's colleges of Numa, and with the traveling Freemasons of the Middle Ages, who constructed all the great buildings of that period. These 19 propositions, which have been submitted in the present essay, constitute a brief summary or outline of a theory of the true origin of Freemasonry, which long and patient investigation has led me to adopt. To attempt to prove the truth of each of these propositions in its order by logical demonstration or by historical evidence would involve the writing of an elaborate treatise. They are now offered simply as suggestions on which the Masonic student may ponder. They are but intended as guideposts, which may direct him in his journey, should he undertake the pleasant although difficult task of instituting an inquiry into the origin and progress of Freemasonry from its birth to its present state of full-grown manhood. But even in this abridged form, they are absolutely necessary as preliminary to any true understanding of the symbolism of Freemasonry. End of section 1. Section 2 of the Symbolism of Freemasonry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Brother Michael. The Symbolism of Freemasonry by Albert G. Mackey. Section 2. The Noachidae. I proceed then to inquire into the historical origin of Freemasonry as a necessary introduction to any inquiry into the character of its symbolism. To do this, with any expectation of rendering justice to the subject, it is evident that I shall have to take my point of departure at a very remote era. I shall, however, review the early and antecedent history of the institution, with as much brevity as a distinct understanding of the subject will admit. Passing over all that is within the antediluvian history of the world as something that exerted, so far as our subject is concerned, no influence on the world which sprang forth from the ruins of the old, we find, soon after the cataclysm, the immediate descendants of Noah in the possession of at least two religious truths, which they received from their common father, and which he must have derived from the line of patriarchs who preceded him. These truths were the doctrine of the existence of a supreme intelligence, the creator, preserver, and ruler of the universe, and, as a necessary corollary, the belief in the immortality of the soul, which, as an emanation from that primal cause, was to be distinguished, by a future and eternal life, from the vile and perishable dust which forms its earthly tabernacle. The assertion that these doctrines were known to and recognized by Noah will not appear as an assumption to the believer in divine revelation, but any philosophic mind must, I conceive, come to the same conclusion, independent of any other authority than that of reason. The religious sentiment, so far at least, as it relates to the belief in the existence of God, appears to be in some sense innate or instinctive, and consequently universal in the human mind. There is no record of any nation, however intellectually and morally debased, that has not given some evidence of a tendency to such belief. The sentiment may be perverted, the idea may be grossly corrupted, but it is nevertheless there, and shows the source whence it sprang. Even in the most debased forms of fetishism, where the Negro kneels in reverential awe before the shrine of some uncouth and misshapen idol, which his own hands perhaps have made, the act of adoration, degrading as the object may be, is nevertheless an acknowledgment of the longing need of the worshipper to throw himself upon the support of some unknown power higher than his own sphere, and this unknown power, be it what it may, is to him a god. But just as universal has been the belief in immortality of the soul. This arises from the same longing in man for the infinite, and although, like the former doctrine, it has been perverted and corrupted, there exists among all nations a tendency to its acknowledgement. Every people, from the remotest times, have wandered involuntarily into the ideal of another world, and sought to find a place for their departed spirits. The deification of the dead, man worship, or hero worship, the next development of the religious idea after fetishism, was simply an acknowledgement of the belief in a future life. For the dead could not have been deified unless after death they had continued to live. The adoration of a putrid carcass would have been a form of fetishism lower and more degrading than any that has been discovered. But man worship came after fetishism. It was a higher development of the religious sentiment, and included a possible hope for, if not a positive belief in, a future life. Reason, then, as well as revelation, leads us irresistibly to the conclusion that these two doctrines prevailed among the descendants of Noah, immediately after the deluge. They were believed, too, in all their purity and integrity, because they were derived from the highest and purest source. These are the doctrines which still constitute the creed of Freemasonry, and hence one of the names bestowed upon the Freemasons from the earliest times was that of the Noachidae, or Noachites, that is to say, the descendants of Noah, and the transmitters of his religious dogmas. End of section 2. Section 3 of The Symbolism of Freemasonry by Albert G. Mackey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Brother Michael. Section 3. The Primitive Freemasonry of Antiquity. The next important historical epoch which demands our attention is that connected with what, in sacred history, is known as the dispersion at Babel. The brightness of truth, as it had been communicated by Noah, became covered, as it were, with a cloud. The dogmas of the unity of God and the immortality of the soul were lost sight of, and the first deviation from the true worship occurred in the establishment of Sabianism, or the worship of the sun, moon, and stars, among some peoples, and the deification of men among others. Of these two deviations, Sabianism, or sun worship, was both the earlier and the more generally diffused. It seems, says the learned Owen, to have had its rise from some broken traditions conveyed by the patriarchs, touching the dominion of the sun by day and of the moon by night. The mode in which this old system has been modified and spiritually symbolized by Freemasonry will be the subject of future consideration. But Sabianism, while it was the most ancient of the religious corruptions, was, I have said, also the most generally diffused, and hence, even among nations which afterwards adopted the polytheistic creed of deified man and factitious gods, this ancient sun worship is seen to be continually exerting its influences. Thus, among the Greeks, the most refined people that cultivated hero worship, Hercules was the sun, and the mythological fable of his destroying with his arrows the many-headed hydra of the Lernaean marshes was but an allegory to denote the dissipation of paludo-malaria by the purifying rays of the orb of day. Among the Egyptians, too, the chief deity Osiris was but another name for the sun, while his archenemy and destroyer, Typhon, was the typification of night or darkness. And lastly, among the Hindus, the three manifestations of their supreme deity, Brahma, Shiva, and Vishnu, were symbols of the rising, meridian, and setting sun. This early and very general prevalence of the sentiment of sun worship is worthy of especial attention on account of the influence that it exercised over the spurious Freemasonry of antiquity, of which I am soon to speak, and which is still felt, although modified and Christianized, in our modern system. Many, indeed nearly all, of the Masonic symbols of the present day can only be thoroughly comprehended and properly appreciated by this reference to sun worship. This divine truth, then, of the existence of one supreme God, the grand architect of the universe, symbolized in Freemasonry as the true word, was lost to the Sabians and to the polytheists who arose after the dispersion at Babel, and with it also disappeared the doctrine of a future life, and hence, in one portion of the Masonic ritual, in allusion to this historic fact, we speak of the lofty Tower of Babel, where language was confounded and Masonry lost. There were, however, some of the builders on the plain of Shinar preserved these great religious and Masonic doctrines of the unity of God and the immortality of the soul in their pristine purity. These were the patriarchs, in whose venerable line they continued to be taught. Hence, years after the dispersion of the nations at Babel, the world presented two great religious sects, passing onward down the stream of time, side by side, yet as diverse from each other as light from darkness, and truth from falsehood. One of these lines of religious thought and sentiment was the idolatrous and pagan world, with all Masonic doctrine, at least in its purity, was extinct, although there mingled with it, and at times to some extent influenced it, an offshoot from the other line, to which attention will be soon directed. The second of these lines consisted, as has already been said, of the patriarchs and priests, preserved in all their purity the two great Masonic doctrines of the unity of God and the immortality of the soul. This line embraced, then, what, in the language of recent Masonic writers, has been designated as the primitive Freemasonry of antiquity. Now, it is by no means intended to advance any such gratuitous and untenable theory as that proposed by some imaginative writers, that the Freemasonry of the patriarchs was, in its organization, its ritual, or its symbolism, like the system which now exists. We know not, indeed, that it had a ritual, or even a symbolism. I am inclined to think that it was made up of abstract propositions, derived from antediluvian traditions. Dr. Oliver thinks it probable that there were a few symbols among these primitive and pure Freemasons, and he enumerates among them the serpent, the triangle, and the point within a circle. But I can find no authority for this supposition. Nor do I think it fair to claim for the order more than it is fairly entitled to, nor more than it can be fairly proved to possess. When Anderson calls Moses a Grand Master, Joshua his deputy, and Aholiab and Bezaleel Grand Wardens, this expression is to be looked upon simply as a facon de parler, a mode of speech entirely figurative in its character, and by no means intended to convey the idea which is entertained in respect to officers of that character in the present system. It would, undoubtedly, however, have been better that such language should not have been used. All that can be claimed for the system of primitive Freemasonry, as practiced by the patriarchs, is that it embraced and taught the two great dogmas of Freemasonry, namely the unity of God and the immortality of the soul. It may be, and indeed is highly probable, that there was a secret doctrine, and that this doctrine was not indiscriminately communicated. We know that Moses, who was necessarily the recipient of the knowledge of his predecessors, did not publicly teach the doctrine of the immortality of the soul, but there was among the Jews an oral or secret law, which was never committed to writing until after the captivity, and this law, I suppose, may have contained the recognition of those dogmas of the primitive Freemasonry. Briefly, then, this system of primitive Freemasonry, without ritual or symbolism, that has come down to us, at least, consisting solely of traditionary legends, teaching only the two great truths already alluded to, and being wholly speculative in its character, without the slightest infusion of an operative element, was regularly transmitted through the Jewish line of patriarchs, priests, and kings, without alteration, increase, or diminution, to the time of Solomon and the building of the temple at Jerusalem. Leaving it, then, to pursue this even course of descent, let us refer once more to that other line of religious history, the one passing through the idolatrous and polytheistic nations of antiquity, and trace it from the regular rise and progress of another division of the Masonic institution, which, by way of distinction, has been called the Spurious Freemasonry of antiquity. End of section 3. Section 4 of The Symbolism of Freemasonry by Albert G. Mackey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Brother Michael. The Spurious Freemasonry of Antiquity. In the vast but barren desert of polytheism, dark and dreary as were its gloomy domains, there were still, however, to be found some few oases of truth. The philosophers and sages of antiquity had, in the course of their learned researches, aided by the light of nature, discovered something of those inestimable truths in relation to God and a future state which their patriarchal contemporaries had received as a revelation made to their common ancestry before the flood, and which had been retained and promulgated after that event by Noah. They were, with these dim but still purifying perceptions, unwilling to degrade the majesty of the first great cause by sharing his attributes with a Zeus and a Hera in Greece, a Jupiter and a Juno in Rome, an Osiris and an Isis in Egypt. And they did not believe that the thinking, feeling, reasoning soul, the guest and companion of the body, would, at the hour of that body's dissolution, be consigned with it to total annihilation. Hence, in the earliest ages after the era of dispersion, there were some among the heathen who believed in the unity of God and the immortality of the soul. But these doctrines they durst not publicly teach. The minds of the people, groveling in superstition, and devoted, as St. Paul testifies of the Athenians, to the worship of unknown gods, were not prepared for the philosophic teachings of a pure theology. It was, indeed, an axiom unhesitatingly enunciated and frequently repeated by their writers, that there are many truths with which it is useless for the people to be made acquainted, and many fables which it is not expedient that they should know to be false. Such is the language of Varro, as preserved by St. Augustine, and Strabo, another of the writers, exclaims, "It is not possible for a philosopher to conduct a multitude of women and ignorant people by a method of reasoning, and thus to invite them to piety, holiness, and faith. But the philosopher must also make use of superstition, and not omit the invention of fables and the performance of wonders." While, therefore, in those early ages of the world, we find the masses groveling in the intellectual debasement of a polytheistic and idolatrous religion, with no support for the present, no hope for the future, living without the knowledge of a supreme and superintending providence, and dying without the expectation of a blissful immortality, we shall at the same time find ample testimony that these consoling doctrines were secretly believed by the philosophers and their disciples. But though believed, they were not publicly taught. They were heresies which it would have been impolitic and dangerous to have broadened to the public ear. They were truths which might have led to a contempt of the established system and to the overthrow of the popular superstition. Socrates, the Athenian sage, is an illustrious instance of the punishment that was meted out to the bold innovator who attempted to insult the gods and to poison the minds of youth with the heresies of a philosophic religion. They permitted, therefore, says a learned writer on this subject, the multitude to remain plunged as they were in the depth of a gross and complicated idolatry. But for those philosophic few who could bear the light of truth without being confounded by the blaze, they removed the mysterious veil and displayed to them the deity in the radiant glory of his unity. From the vulgar eye, however, these doctrines were kept inviolably sacred and wrapped in the veil of impenetrable mystery. A consequence of all this was that no one was permitted to be invested with the knowledge of these sublime truths, until by a course of severe and arduous trials, by a long and painful initiation, and by a formal series of gradual preparations, he had proved himself worthy and capable of receiving the full light of wisdom. For this purpose, therefore, those peculiar religious institutions were organized which the ancients designated as the mysteries, and which, from the resemblance of their organization, their objects, and their doctrines, have by Masonic writers been called the Spurious Freemasonry of Antiquity. Warburton, in giving a definition of what these mysteries were, says, "Each of the pagan gods had, besides the public and open, a secret worship paid unto him, to which none were admitted but those who had been selected by preparatory ceremonies called initiation. This secret worship was termed the mysteries. I shall now endeavor briefly to trace the connection between these mysteries and the institution of Freemasonry, and to do so it will be necessary to enter upon some details of the constitution of those mystic assemblies. Almost every country of the ancient world had its peculiar mysteries, dedicated to the occult worship of some especial and favorite god, and to the inculcation of a secret doctrine, very different from that which was taught in the public ceremonial of devotion. Thus in Persia the mysteries were dedicated to Mithras, or the sun; in Egypt to Isis and Osiris; in Greece to Demeter; in Samothracia to the gods Kabiri, the mighty ones; in Syria to Dionysus; while in the more northern nations of Europe, such as Gaul and Britain, the initiations were dedicated to their peculiar deities, and were celebrated under the general name of the Druidical rites. But no matter where or how instituted, whether ostensibly in honor of the effeminate Adonis, the favorite of Venus, or the implacable Odin, the Scandinavian god of war and carnage, whether dedicated to Demeter, the type of the earth, or to Mithras, the symbol of all that fructifies that earth, The great object and design of the secret instruction were identical in all places, and the mysteries constituted a school of religion in which the errors and absurdities of polytheism were revealed to the initiated. The candidate was taught that the multitudinous deities of the popular theology were but hidden symbols of the various attributes of the supreme God, a spirit invisible and indivisible, and that the soul, as an emanation from his essence, could never see corruption, but must, after the death of the body, be raised to an eternal life. That this was the doctrine and the object of the mysteries is evident from the concurrent testimony both of those ancient writers who flourished contemporaneously with the practice of them, and those modern scholars who have devoted themselves to their investigation. Thus, Socrates, speaking of them in his panegyric, says, "Those who have been initiated in the mysteries of Ceres entertain better hopes both as to the end of life and the whole of futurity." Epictetus declares that everything in these mysteries was instituted by the ancients for the instruction and amendment of life. And Plato says that the design of initiation was to restore the soul to that state of perfection from which it had originally fallen. Thomas Taylor, the celebrated Platonist, who possessed an unusual acquaintance with the character of these ancient rites, asserts that they were obscurely intimated by mystic and splendid visions, the felicity of the soul, both here and hereafter, when purified from the defilements of a material nature and constantly elevated to the realities of intellectual vision. Kreuzer, a distinguished German writer who has examined the subject of the ancient mysteries with great judgment and elaboration, gives a theory of their nature and design which is well worth consideration. This theory is that when there had been placed under the eyes of the initiated symbolical representations of the creation of the universe and the origin of things, the migrations and purifications of the soul, the beginning and progress of civilization and agriculture, there was drawn from these symbols and these scenes in the mysteries an instruction destined only for the more perfect or the epops to whom were communicated the doctrines of the existence of a single and eternal God, and the destination of the universe and of man. Kreuzer here refers rather to the general object of the instructions than to the character of the rites and ceremonies by which they were impressed upon the mind. For in the mysteries, as in Freemasonry, the Hierophant, whom we would now call the Master of the Lodge, often, as Lobeck observes, delivered a mystical lecture or discourse on some moral subject. Faber, who, notwithstanding the predominance in his mind of a theory which referred every rite and symbol of the ancient world to the traditions of Noah, the Ark, and the Deluge, has given a generally correct view of the systems of ancient religion, describes the initiation into the mysteries as a scenic representation of the mythic descent into Hades, or the grave, and the return from thence to the light of day. In a few words, then, the object of instruction in all these mysteries was the unity of God, and the intention of the ceremonies of initiation into them was, by a scenic representation of death and subsequent restoration to life, to impress the great truths of the resurrection of the dead and the immortality of the soul. I need scarcely here avert to the great similarity in design and conformation which existed between these ancient rites and the third or master's degree of Masonry. Like it, they were all funereal in their character. They began in sorrow and lamentation, they ended in joy. There was an aphonism or burial, a pastos or grave, an euresis or discovery of what had been lost, and a legend or mythical relation, all of which were entirely and profoundly symbolical in their character. And hence, looking to this strange identity of design and form between the initiations of the ancients and those of the modern Masons, writers have been disposed to designate these mysteries as the spurious Freemasonry of antiquity. End of section 4. Section 5 of The Symbolism of Freemasonry by Albert G. Mackey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 5. The Ancient Mysteries. I now propose, for the purpose of illustrating these views and of familiarizing the reader with the coincidences between Freemasonry and the ancient mysteries, so that he may be better enabled to appreciate the mutual influences of each on the other, as they are hereafter to be developed, to present a more detailed relation of one or more of these ancient systems of initiation. As the first illustration, let us select the mysteries of Osiris, as they were practiced in Egypt, the birthplace of all that is wonderful in the arts and sciences, or mysterious in the religion of the ancient world. It was on the lake of Sais that the solemn ceremonies of the Osirian initiation were performed. On this lake, says Herodotus, it is that the Egyptians represent by night his sufferings whose name I refrain from mentioning, and this representation they call their mysteries. Osiris, the husband of Isis, was an ancient king of the Egyptians. Having been slain by Typhon, his body was cut into pieces by his murderer, and the mangled remains cast upon the waters of the Nile, to be dispersed to the four winds of heaven. His wife Isis, mourning for the death and the mutilation of her husband, for many days searched diligently with her companions for the portions of the body, and having at length found them, united them together and bestowed upon them decent interment. While Osiris, thus restored, became the chief deity of his subjects, and his worship was united with that of Isis as the fecundating and fertilizing powers of nature, the candidate in these initiations was made to pass through a mimic repetition of the conflict and destruction of Osiris and his eventual recovery. In the explanations made to him, after he had received the full share of light to which the painful and solemn ceremonies through which he had passed had entitled him, constituted the secret doctrine of which I have already spoken, as the object of all the mysteries. Osiris, a real and personal god to the people, to be worshipped with fear and with trembling, and to be propitiated with sacrifices and burnt offerings, became to the initiate but a symbol of the great first cause least understood, while his death and the wailing of Isis with the recovery of the body, his translation to the rank of a celestial being, and the consequent rejoicing of his spouse were but a tropical mode of teaching that after death comes life eternal, and that though the body be destroyed, the soul shall still live. Can we doubt, says the Baron St. Croix, that such ceremonies as those practiced in the mysteries of Osiris had been originally instituted to impress more profoundly on the mind the dogma of the future rewards and punishments? The sufferings and death of Osiris, says Mr. Wilkinson, were the great mystery of the Egyptian religion, and some traces of it are perceptible among other people of antiquity, his being the defined goodness and the abstract idea of good, his manifestation upon earth like an Indian god, his death and resurrection, and his office as judge of the dead in a future state, look like the early revelation of a future manifestation of the deity converted into a mythological fable. A similar legend and similar ceremonies, varied only as to time and place and unimportant details, were to be found in all the initiations of the ancient mysteries. The dogma was the same, future life, and the method of inculcating it was the same. The coincidences between the design of these rites and that of Freemasonry, which must already begin to appear, will enable us to give its full value to the expression of Hutchinson when he says that the Master Mason represents a man under the Christian doctrine, saved from the grave of iniquity and raised to the faith of salvation. In Phoenicia, similar mysteries were celebrated in honor of Adonis, the favorite lover of Venus, who, having while hunting been slain by a wild boar on Mount Lebanon, was restored to life by Proserpine. The mythological story is familiar to every classical scholar. In the popular theology, Adonis was the son of Sinras, king of Cyrus, whose untimely death was wept by Venus and her attendant nymphs. In the physical theology of the philosophers, he was a symbol of the sun, alternately present to and absent from the earth. But in the initiation into the mysteries of his worship, his resurrection and return from Hades were adopted as a type of the immortality of the soul. The ceremonies of initiation in the Adonia begin with lamentation for his loss, or, as the prophet Ezekiel expresses it, "Behold, there sat women weeping for Tammuz," for such was the name under which his worship was introduced among the Jews. And they ended with the most extravagant demonstrations of joy at the representation of his return to life, while the Hierophant exclaimed in a congratulatory strain, "Trust, ye initiates, the God is safe, and from our grief salvation shall arise." Before proceeding to an examination of those mysteries which are the most closely connected with the Masonic institution, it will be as well to take a brief view of their general organization. The secret worship or mysteries of the ancients were always divided into the lesser and the greater, the former being intended only to awaken curiosity, to test the capacity and disposition of the candidate, and by symbolical purifications to prepare him for his introduction into the greater mysteries. The candidate was at first called an aspirant or seeker of the truth, and the initial ceremony which he underwent was a lustration or purification by water. In this condition he may be compared to the entered apprentice of the Masonic rites, and it is here worth adverting to the fact, which will be hereafter more fully developed, that all the ceremonies in the first degree of Masonry are symbolic of an internal purification. In the lesser mysteries, the candidate took an oath of secrecy, which was administered to him by the mystagogue, and then received a preparatory instruction, which enabled him afterward to understand the developments of the higher and subsequent division. He was now called a mystes, or initiate, and may be compared to the fellowcraft of Freemasonry. In the greater mysteries, the whole knowledge of the divine truths, which was the object of initiation, was communicated. Here we find, among the various ceremonies which assimilated these rites to Freemasonry, the aphonism, which was the disappearance or death, the pastos, the couch, coffin, or grave, the euresis, or the discovery of the body, and the autopsy, or full sight of everything, that is, the complete communication of the secrets. The candidate was here called an epopt, or eyewitness, because nothing was now hidden from him, and hence he may be compared to the Master Mason, of whom Hutchinson says that he has discovered the knowledge of God and his salvation, and been redeemed from the death of sin and the sepulchre of pollution and unrighteousness. End of section 5, read by Brother Michael. Section 6 of The Symbolism of Freemasonry by Albert G. Mackey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Brother Michael. The Dionysiac Artificers. After this general view of the religious mysteries of the ancient world, let us now proceed to a closer examination of those which are more intimately connected with the history of Freemasonry, and whose influence is, to this day, most evidently felt in its organization. Of all the pagan mysteries instituted by the ancients, none were more extensively diffused than those of the Grecian god Dionysus. They were established in Greece, Rome, Syria, and all Asia Minor. Among the Greeks, and still more among the Romans, the rites celebrated on the Dionysiac festival were, it must be confessed, of a dissolute and licentious character. But in Asia, they assumed a different form. There, as elsewhere, the legend, for it has already been said that each mystery had its legend, recounted, and the ceremonies represented the murder of Dionysus by the Titans. The secret doctrine, too, among the Asiatics, was not different from that among the Western nations, but there was something peculiar in the organization of the system. The mysteries of Dionysus in Syria, more especially, were not simply of a theological character. There, the disciples joined to the indulgence in their speculative and secret opinions as to the unity of God and the immortality of the soul, which were common to all the mysteries, the practice of an operative and architectural art, and occupied themselves as well in the construction of temples and public buildings as in the pursuit of divine truth. I can account for the greater purity of these Syrian rites only by adopting the ingenious theory of Thirlwall, that all the mysteries were the remains of a worship which preceded the rise of the Hellenic mythology and its attendant rites, grounded on a view of nature less fanciful, more earnest, and better fitted to awaken both philosophical thought and religious feeling. And by supposing that the Asiatics, not being from their geographical position so early imbued with the errors of Hellenism, had been better able to preserve the purity and philosophy of the old Pelagic faith, which itself was undoubtedly a direct emanation from the patriarchal religion, or, as it has been called, the pure Freemasonry of the antediluvian world. Be this, however, as it may, we know that the Dionysiacs of Asia Minor were undoubtedly an association of architects and engineers who had the exclusive privilege of building temples, stadia, and theaters, under the mysterious tutelage of Bacchus, and were distinguished from the uninitiated or profane inhabitants by the science which they possessed, and by many private signs and tokens by which they recognized each other. This speculative and operative society, speculative in the esoteric theologic lessons which were taught in its initiations, and operative in the labors of its members as architects, was distinguished by many peculiarities that closely assimilate it to the institution of Freemasonry. In the practice of charity, the more opulent were bound to relieve the wants and contribute to the support of the poorer brethren. They were divided, for the conveniences of labor and the advantages of government, into smaller bodies, which, like our lodges, were directed by superintending officers. They employed, in their ceremonial observances, many of the implements of operative masonry, and used, like masons, a universal language, and conventional modes of recognition, by which one brother might know the other in the dark as well as the light, and which served to unite the whole body, wheresoever they might be dispersed, in one common brotherhood. I have said that in the Mysteries of Dionysius, the legend recounted the death of that god-hero, and the subsequent discovery of his body. Some further details of the nature of the Dionysiac ritual are, therefore, necessary for a thorough appreciation of the points to which I propose directly to invite attention. In these mystic rites, the aspirant was made to represent, symbolically and in a dramatic form, the events connected with the slaying of the god from whom the mysteries derived their name. After a variety of preparatory ceremonies intended to call forth all his courage and fortitude, the aphorism or mystical death of Dionysus was figured out in the ceremonies, and the shrieks and lamentations of the initiates, with the confinement or burial of the candidate on the pastos, couch, or coffin, constituted the first part of the ceremony of initiation. Then began the search of Rhea for the remains of Dionysus, which was continued amid scenes of the greatest confusion and tumult, until, at last, the search having been successful, the morning was turned into joy, light succeeded to darkness, and the candidate was invested with the knowledge of the secret doctrine of the mysteries, the belief in the existence of one God, and a future state of rewards and punishments. Such were the mysteries that were practiced by the architect, the Freemasons, so to speak, of Asia Minor. At Tyre, the richest and most important city of that region, a city memorable for the splendor and magnificence of the buildings with which it was decorated, there were colonies or lodges of these mystic architects, and this fact I request that you will bear in mind, as it forms an important link in the chain that connects the Dionysiacs with the Freemasons. But to make every link in this chain of connection complete, it is necessary that the mystic arts of Tyre should be proved to be at least contemporaneous with the building of King Solomon's temple, and the evidence of that fact I shall now attempt to produce. Laurie, whose elaborate researches into this subject leave us nothing further to discover, places the arrival of the Dionysiacs in Asia Minor at the time of the Ionic migration, when the inhabitants of Attica, complaining of the narrowness of their territory and the unfruitfulness of its soil, went in quest of more extensive and fertile settlements. Being joined by a number of the inhabitants of surrounding provinces, they sailed to Asia Minor, drove out the original inhabitants and seized upon the most eligible situations, and united them under the name of Ionia, because the greatest number of the refugees were natives of that Grecian province. With their knowledge of the arts of sculpture and architecture, in which the Greeks had already made some progress, the immigrants brought over to their new settlements their religious customs also, and introduced into Asia the mysteries of Athene and Dionysus, long before they had been corrupted by the licentiousness of the mother country. Now, Playfair places the Ionic migration in the year 1044 BC, Giles in 1055, and the Abbé Barthélemy in 1076. But the latest of these periods will extend as far back as 44 years before the commencement of the Temple of Solomon at Jerusalem, and will give ample time for the establishment of the Dionysiac fraternity at the city of Tyre, and the initiation of Hiram the Builder into its mysteries. Let us now pursue the chain of historical events which finally united the purest branch of the spurious Freemasonry of the pagan nations with the primitive Freemasonry of the Jews at Jerusalem. When Solomon, king of Israel, was about to build, in accordance with the purposes of his father David, a house unto the name of Jehovah his God, he made his intention known to Hiram, king of Tyre, his friend and ally, and because he was well aware of the architectural skill of the Tyrian Dionysiacs, he besought that monarch's assistance to enable him to carry his pious design into execution. Scripture informs us that Hiram complied with the request of Solomon and sent him the necessary workmen to assist him in the glorious undertaking. Among others, he sent an architect who is briefly described in the first book of Kings as a widow's son of the tribe of Naphtali, and his father a man of Tyre, a worker in brass, a man filled with wisdom and understanding, and cunning to work all works in brass. And more fully in the second book of Chronicles as a cunning man, endued with the understanding of Hiram my fathers, the son of a woman of the daughters of Dan, and his father a man of Tyre, skillful to work in gold and in silver, in brass, in iron, in stone, and in timber, in purple, in blue, and in fine linen, and in crimson. Also to grave any manner of graving, and to find out any device which shall be put to him. To this man, the widow's son, as scripture history as well as Masonic tradition informs us, was entrusted by King Solomon an important position among the workmen at the sacred edifice, which was constructed on Mount Moriah. His knowledge and experience as an artificer, and his eminent skill in every kind of curious and cunning workmanship, readily placed him at the head of both the Jewish and Tyrian craftsmen, as the chief builder and principal conductor of the works. And it is to him, by means of the large authority which this position gave him, that we attribute the union of two people, so antagonistical in race, so dissimilar in manners, and so opposed in religion as the Jews and Tyrians, in one common brotherhood, which resulted in the organization of the institution of Freemasonry. This Hiram, as a Tyrian and an artificer, must have been connected with the Dionysiac fraternity, nor could he have been a very humble or inconspicuous member, if we may judge of his rank in the society, from the amount of talent which he is said to have possessed, and from the elevated position that he held in the affections and at the court of the king of Tyre. He must, therefore, have been well acquainted with all the ceremonial usages of the Dionysiac Artificers, and must have enjoyed a long experience of the advantages of the government and discipline which they practiced in the erection of the many sacred edifices in which they were engaged. A portion of these ceremonial usages and of this discipline he would naturally be inclined to introduce among the workmen at Jerusalem. He therefore united them in a society similar in many respects to that of the Dionysiac Artificers. He inculcated lessons of charity and brotherly love. He established a ceremony of initiation to test experimentally the fortitude and worth of the candidate, adopted modes of recognition and impress the obligations of duty and the principles of morality by means of symbols and allegories. To the laborers and men of burden, the Ish Sabal, and to the craftsmen, corresponding with the first and second degrees of more modern masonry, but little secret knowledge was confided. Like the aspirants in the lesser mysteries of paganism, their instructions were simply to purify and prepare them for a more solemn ordeal, and for the knowledge of the sublimest truths. These were to be found only in the master's degree, which it was intended should be in imitation of the greater mysteries, and in it were to be unfolded, explained, and enforced the great doctrines of the unity of God and the immortality of the soul. But here there must have been at once arisen an apparently insurmountable obstacle to the further continuation of the resemblance of Masonry to the mysteries of Dionysius. In the pagan mysteries, I have already said that these lessons were allegorically taught by means of a legend. Now in the mysteries of Dionysius, the legend was that of the death and subsequent resuscitation of the god Dionysus. But it would have been utterly impossible to introduce such a legend as the basis of any instruction to be communicated to Jewish candidates. Any allusion to the mythological fables of their gentile neighbors, any celebration of the myths of pagan theology, would have been equally offensive to the taste and repugnant to the religious prejudices of a nation educated, from generation to generation, in the worship of a divine being, jealous of his prerogatives, and who had made himself known to his people as Jehovah, the God of time, present, past, and future. How this obstacle would have been surmounted by the Israelitish founder of the order, I am unable to say. A substitute would, no doubt, have been invented, which would have met all the symbolic requirements of the Legend of the Mysteries, or Spurious Freemasonry, without violating the religious principles of the primitive Freemasonry of the Jews. But the necessity for such invention never existed, and before the completion of the temple, a melancholy event is said to have occurred, which served to cut the Gordian knot, and the death of its chief architect has supplied Freemasonry with its appropriate legend, a legend which, like the legends of all the mysteries, is used to testify our faith in the resurrection of the body and the immortality of the soul. Before concluding this part of the subject, it is proper that something should be said of the authenticity of the legend of the third degree. Some distinguished Masons are disposed to give it full credence as a historical fact, while others look upon it only as a beautiful allegory. So far as the question has any bearing upon the symbolism of Freemasonry, it is not of importance. But those who contend for its historical character assert that they do so on the following grounds. First, because the character of the legend is such as to meet all the requirements of the well-known axiom of Vicentius Lirinensis as to what we are to believe in traditionary matters, quod semper, quod ubique, quod ab omnibus traditum est. That is, we are to believe whatever tradition has been at all times, in all places, and by all persons handed down. With this rule, the legend of Hiram Abiff, they say, agrees in every respect. It has been universally received and almost universally credited among Freemasons from the earliest times. We have no record of any Masonry having ever existed since the time of the Temple without it, and indeed it is so closely interwoven into the whole system, forming the most essential part of it, and giving it its most determinative character, that it is evident that the institution could no more exist without the legend than the legend could have been retained without the institution. This, therefore, the advocates of the historical character of the legend think gives probability at least to its truth. Secondly, it is not contradicted by the scriptural history of the transactions at the temple, and therefore, in the absence of the only existing written authority on the subject, we are at liberty to depend on traditional information, provided the tradition be, as is contended that in this instance it is, reasonable, probable, and supported by uninterrupted succession. Thirdly, It is contended that the very silence of Scripture in relation to the death of Hiram the builder is an argument in favor of the mysterious nature of that death. A man so important in his position as to have been called the favorite of two kings, sent by one and received by the other as a gift of surpassing value, and the donation thought worthy of a special record, would hardly have passed into oblivion when his labor was finished without the memento of a single line, unless his death had taken place in such a way as to render a public account of it improper. And this is supposed to have been the fact. It had become the legend of the new mysteries, and, like those of the old ones, was only to be divulged when accompanied with the symbolic instructions which it was intended to impress upon the minds of the aspirants. But if, on the other hand, it be admitted that the legend of the third degree is a fiction, that the whole Masonic and extra-scriptural account of Hiram Abiff is simply a myth, it could not in the slightest degree affect the theory which it is my object to establish. For since in a mythic relation, as the learned Mueller has observed, fact and imagination, the real and the ideal, are very closely united, and since the myth itself always arises, according to the same author, out of necessity and unconsciousness on the part of its framers, and by impulses which act alike on all, we must go back to the spurious Freemasonry of the Dionysiacs for the principle which led to the involuntary formation of this Hiramic myth. And then we arrive at the same result, which has been already indicated, namely, that the necessity of the religious sentiment in the Jewish mind, to which the introduction of the legend of Dionysius would have been abhorrent, led to the substitution for it of that of Hiram, in which the ideal parts of the narrative have been intimately blended with real transactions. Thus, that there was such a man as Hiram Abiff, that he was the chief builder at the Temple of Jerusalem, that he was the confidential friend of the kings of Israel and Tyre, which is indicated by his title of Ab, or father, and that he is not heard of after the completion of the temple, are all historical facts. That he died by violence, and in the way described in the Masonic legend, may also be true, or may be merely mythical elements incorporated into the historical narrative. But whether this be so or not, whether the legend be a fact or a fiction, a history or a myth, this at least is certain, that it was adopted by the Solomonic Masons of the Temple as a substitute for the idolatrous legend of the death of Dionysius, which belonged to the Dionysiac mysteries of the Tyrian workmen. End of section 6. Section 7 of The Symbolism of Freemasonry by Albert G. Mackey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Brother Michael. The Union of Speculative and Operative Masonry at the Temple of Solomon. Thus, then, we arrive at another important epoch in the history of the origin of Freemasonry. I have shown how the primitive Freemasonry originating in this new world with Noah was handed down to his descendants as a purely speculative institution, embracing certain traditions of the nature of God and of the soul. I have shown how, soon after the deluge, the descendants of Noah separated, one portion losing their traditions and substituting in their place idolatrous and polytheistic religions, while the other and smaller portion retained and communicated those original traditions under the name of the primitive Freemasonry of Antiquity. I have shown how, among the polytheistic nations, there were a few persons who still had a dim and clouded understanding of these traditions, and that they taught them in certain secret institutions known as the mysteries, thus establishing another branch of the speculative science which is known under the name of the Spurious Freemasonry of Antiquity. Again, I have shown how one sect or division of these spurious Freemasons existed at Tyre about the same time of the building of King Solomon's temple, and added to their speculative science, which was much purer than that of their contemporary Gentile mystics, the practice of the arts of architecture and sculpture, under the name of the Dionysiac Fraternity of Artificers. And, lastly, I have shown how, at the building of the Solomonic Temple, on the invitation of the King of Israel, a large body of these architects repaired from Tyre to Jerusalem, organized a new institution, or rather a modification of the two old ones, the primitive Freemasons among the Israelites yielding something, and the spurious Freemasons among the Tyrians yielding more, the former purifying the speculative science and the latter introducing the operative art, together with the mystical ceremonies with which they accompanied its administration. It is at this epoch, then, that I place the first union of speculative and operative Masonry, a union which continued uninterruptedly to exist until a comparatively recent period, to which I shall have occasion hereafter briefly to advert. The other branches of the spurious Freemasonry were not, however, altogether and at once abolished by this union, but continued also to exist and teach their half-truthful dogmas, for ages after, with interrupted success and diminished influence, until in the 15th century of the Christian era, the whole of them were proscribed by the Emperor Theodosius. From time to time, however, other partial unions took place, as in the instance of Pythagoras, who, originally a member of the school of spurious Freemasonry, was, during his visit to Babylon about 450 years after the union at the Temple of Jerusalem, initiated by the captive Israelites into the rites of Temple Masonry, whence the instructions of that sage approximate much more nearly the principles of Freemasonry, both in spirit and in letter, than those of any other of the philosophers of antiquity, for which reason he is familiarly called, in the modern Masonic lectures, an ancient friend and brother, and an important symbol of the order. The 47th problem of Euclid has been consecrated to his memory. I do not now propose to enter upon so extensive a task as to trace the history of the institution from the completion of the first temple to its destruction by Nebuchadnezzar, through the 72 years of Babylonish captivity, to the rebuilding of the second temple by Zerubbabel, thence to the devastation of Jerusalem by Titus, when it was first introduced into Europe, through all its struggles in the Middle Ages, sometimes protected and sometimes persecuted by the Church, sometimes forbidden by the law, and oftener encouraged by the monarch, until, in the beginning of the 16th century, it assumed its present organization. The details would require more time for their recapitulation than the limits of the present work will permit. But my object is not so much to give a connected history of the progress of Freemasonry, as to present a rational view of its origin and an examination of those important modifications which, from time to time, were impressed upon it by external influences, so as to enable us the more readily to appreciate the true character and design of its symbolism. Two salient points, at least, in its subsequent history, especially invite attention, because they have an important bearing on its organization, as a combined speculative and operative institution. End of Section 7. Section 8 of The Symbolism of Freemasonry by Albert G. Mackey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Brother Michael. The Traveling Freemasons of the Middle Ages. The first of these points to which I refer is the establishment of a body of architects, widely disseminated throughout Europe during the Middle Ages, under the avowed name of Traveling Freemasons. This association of workmen, said to have been the descendants of the Temple Masons, may be traced by the massive monuments of their skill at as early a period as the 9th or 10th century, although, according to the authority of Mr. Hope, who has written elaborately on the subject, some historians have found the evidence of their existence in the 7th century, and have traced a peculiar Masonic language in the reigns of Charlemagne of France and Alfred of England. It is to these men, to their preeminent skill in architecture, and to their well-organized system as a class of workmen, that the world is indebted for those magnificent edifices which sprang up in such undeviating principles of architectural form during the Middle Ages. Wherever they came, says Mr. Hope, in the suite of missionaries, or were called by the natives, or arrived of their own accord, to seek employment, They appeared, headed by a chief surveyor, who governed the whole troop and named one man out of every 10, under the name of warden, to overlook the 9 others. Set themselves to building temporary huts for their habitation around the spot where the work was to be carried on, regularly organized their different departments, fell to work, sent for fresh supplies of their brethren as the object demanded, and when all was finished, again raised their encampment and went elsewhere to undertake other jobs. This society continued to preserve the commingled features of operative and speculative masonry, as they had been practiced at the Temple of Solomon. Admission to the community was not restricted to professional artisans, but men of eminence, and particularly ecclesiastics, were numbered among its members. These latter, says Mr. Hope, were especially anxious, themselves, to direct the improvement and erection of their churches and monasteries, and to establish the expenses of their buildings, and became members of an establishment which had so high and sacred a destination, was so entirely exempt from all local civil jurisdiction, acknowledged the Pope alone as its direct chief, and only worked under his immediate authority. And thence we read of so many ecclesiastics of the highest rank, abbots, prelates, bishops, conferring additional weight and respectability on the order of Freemasonry by becoming its members, themselves giving the designs and superintending the construction of their churches, and employing the manual labor of their own monks in the edification of them. Thus, in England, in the 10th century, the Masons are said to have received the special protection of King Athelstan. In the 11th century, Edward the Confessor declared himself their patron, and in the 12th, Henry I gave them his protection. Into Scotland the Freemasons penetrated as early as the beginning of the 12th century, and erected the Abbey of Kilwinning, which afterwards became the cradle of Scottish Masonry under the government of King Robert Bruce. Of the magnificent edifices which they erected, and of their exalted condition under both ecclesiastical and lay patronage in other countries, it is not necessary to give a minute detail. It is sufficient to say that in every part of Europe evidences are to be found of the existence of Freemasonry, practiced by an organized body of workmen, and with whom men of learning were united, or, in other words, of a combined operative and speculative institution. What the nature of this speculative science continued to be, we may learn from that very curious, if authentic document, dated at Cologne in the year 1535, and hence designated as the Charter of Cologne. In that instrument, which purports to have been issued by the heads of the order in the 19 different and important cities of Europe, and is addressed to their brethren as a defense against the calumnies of their enemies, it is announced that the order took its origin at a time when few adepts, distinguished by their life, their moral doctrine, and their sacred interpretation of the arcanic truths, withdrew themselves from the multitude in order more effectually to preserve uncontaminated the moral precepts of that religion which is implanted in the mind of man. We thus, then, have before us an aspect of Freemasonry as it existed in the Middle Ages, when it presents itself to our view as both operative and speculative in its character. The operative element that had been infused into it by the Dionysiac Artificers of Tyre at the building of the Solomonic Temple was not yet dissevered from the pure speculative element which had prevailed in it anterior to that period. End of section 8. Section 9 of The Symbolism of Freemasonry by Albert G. Mackey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Brother Michael. Section 9. Disseverance of the Operative Element. The next point to which our attention is to be directed is when, a few centuries later, the operative character of the institution began to be less prominent, and the speculative to assume a preeminence which eventually ended in the total separation of the two. At what precise period the speculative began to predominate over the operative element of the society, it is impossible to say. The change was undoubtedly gradual, and is to be attributed, in all probability, to the increased number of literary and scientific men who were admitted into the ranks of the fraternity. The Charter of Cologne, to which I have just alluded, speaks of learned and enlightened men as constituting the society long before the date of that document, which was 1535. But the authenticity of this work has, it must be confessed, been impugned, and I will not therefore press the argument on its doubtful authority. But the diary of that celebrated antiquary, Elias Ashmole, which is admitted to be authentic, describes his admission in the year 1646 into that order, when there is no doubt that the operative character was fast giving way to the speculative. Preston tells us that about 30 years before, when the Earl of Pembroke assumed the Grand Mastership of England, many eminent, wealthy, and learned men were admitted. In the year 1663, an assembly of the Freemasons of England was held at London, and the Earl of St. Albans was elected Grand Master. At this assembly, certain regulations were adopted, in which the qualifications prescribed for candidates clearly allude to the speculative character of the institution. And finally, at the commencement of the 18th century, and during the reign of Queen Anne, who died, it will be remembered, in 1714, a proposition was agreed to by the Society that the privileges of Masonry should no longer be restricted to operative Masons, but extend to men of various professions, provided that they were regularly approved and initiated into the order. Accordingly, the records of the Society show that from the year 1717, at least, the era commonly but improperly distinguished as the Restoration of Masonry, the operative element of the institution has been completely discarded, except so far as its influence is exhibited in the choice and arrangement of symbols, and the typical use of its technical language. The history of the origin of the order is here concluded, and in briefly recapitulating, I may say that in its first inception, from the time of Noah to the building of the Temple of Solomon, it was entirely speculative in its character, that at the construction of that edifice, an operative element was infused into it by the Tyrian builders, that it continued to retain this compound operative and speculative organization until about the middle of the 17th century, when the latter element began to predominate, and finally, that at the commencement of the 18th century, the operative element wholly disappeared, and the Society has ever since presented itself in the character of a simply speculative association. The history that I have thus briefly sketched will elicit from every reflecting mind at least two deductions of some importance to the intelligent Mason. In the first place, we may observe that ascending, as the institution does, away up the stream of time, almost to the very fountains of history, for its source, it comes down to us at this day with so venerable an appearance of antiquity, that for cause and on that claim alone it demands the respect of the world. It is no recent invention of human genius, whose vitality has yet to be tested by the wear and tear of time and opposition, and no sudden growth of short-lived enthusiasm, whose existence may be as ephemeral as its birth was recent. One of the oldest of these modern institutions, the Carbonarism of Italy, boasts an age that scarcely amounts to half of a century, and has not been able to extend its progress beyond the countries of southern Europe, immediately adjacent to the place of its birth, while it and every other society of our own times that have sought to simulate the outward appearance of Freemasonry seem to him who has examined the history of this ancient institution to have sprung around it, like mushrooms bursting from between the roots and vegetating under the shade of some mighty and venerable oak, the patriarch of the forest, whose huge trunk and wide-extending branches have protected them from the sun and the gale, and whose fruit, thrown off in autumn, has enriched and fattened the soil that gives these humbler plants their power of life and growth. But there is a more important deduction to be drawn from this narrative. In tracing the progress of Freemasonry, we shall find it so intimately connected with the history of philosophy, of religion, and of art in all ages of the world, that it is evident that no Mason can expect thoroughly to understand the nature of the institution, or to appreciate its character, unless he shall carefully study its annals and make himself conversant with the facts of history, to which and from which it gives and receives a mutual influence. The brother who unfortunately supposes that the only requisite of a skillful Mason consists in repeating with fluency the ordinary lectures, or in correctly opening and closing the lodge, or in giving with sufficient accuracy the modes of recognition, will hardly credit the assertion that he whose knowledge of the royal art extends no farther than these preliminaries has scarcely advanced beyond the rudiments of our science. There is a far nobler series of doctrines with which Freemasonry is connected, and which no student ever began to investigate who did not find himself insensibly led on, from step to step in his researches, his love and admiration of the order increasing with the augmentation of his acquaintance with its character. It is this which constitutes the science and the philosophy of Freemasonry, and it is this alone which will return the scholar who devotes himself to the task a sevenfold reward for his labor. With this view, I propose, in the next place, to enter upon an examination of the science and philosophy as they are developed in the system of symbolism, which owes its existence to this peculiar origin and organization of the order, and without a knowledge of which, such as I have attempted to portray in this preliminary inquiry, the science itself could never be understood. End of section 9. Section 10 of The Symbolism of Freemasonry by Albert G. Mackey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Brother Michael. Section 10. The System of Symbolic Instruction. The lectures of the English lodges, which are far more philosophical than our own, although I do believe that the system itself is in general as philosophically studied by our English brethren as by ourselves, have beautifully defined Freemasonry to be a science of morality veiled in allegory and illustrated by symbols. But allegory itself is nothing else but verbal symbolism. It is the symbol of an idea, or a series of ideas, not presented to the mind in an objective and visible form, but clothed in language and exhibited in the form of a narrative. And therefore the English definition amounts, in fact, to this: that Freemasonry is a science of morality, developed and inculcated by the ancient method of symbolism. It is this peculiar characteristic as a symbolic institution, this entire adoption of the method of instruction by symbolism, which gives the whole identity to Freemasonry, and has caused it to differ from every other association that the ingenuity of man has devised. It is this that has bestowed upon it that attractive form which has always secured the attachment of its disciples and its own perpetuity. The Roman Catholic Church is, perhaps, the only contemporaneous institution which continues to cultivate, in any degree, the beautiful system of symbolism. But that which in the Catholic Church is, in a great measure, incidental and the fruit of development, is, in Freemasonry, the very lifeblood and soul of the institution, born with it at its birth, or rather the germ from which the tree has sprung, and still giving it support, nourishment, and even existence. Withdraw from Freemasonry its symbolism, and you take from the body its soul, leaving behind nothing but a massless life of effete matter, fitted only for a rapid decay. Since then, the science of symbolism forms so important a part of the system of Freemasonry, it will be well to commence any discussion of that subject by an investigation of the nature of symbols in general. There is no science as ancient as that of symbolism, and no mode of instruction has ever been so general as was the symbolic in former ages. The first learning in the world, says the great antiquary Dr. Stuckley, consisted chiefly of symbols. The wisdom of the Chaldeans, Phoenicians, Egyptians, Jews of Zoroaster, Sanchoniathon, Pherecydes, Cyrus, Pythagoras, Socrates, Plato, of all the ancients that has come to our land, is symbolic. And the learned Faber remarks that allegory and personification were peculiarly agreeable to the genius of antiquity, and the simplicity of truth was continually sacrificed at the shrine of poetical decoration. In fact, man's earliest instruction was by symbols. The objective character of a symbol is best calculated to be grasped by the infant mind, whether the infancy of that mind be considered nationally or individually. And hence, in the first ages of the world, in its infancy, all propositions, theological, political, or scientific, were expressed in the form of symbols. Thus, the first religions were eminently symbolical, because, as that great philosophical historian Grote has remarked, at a time when language was yet in its infancy, visible symbols were the most vivid means of acting upon the minds of ignorant hearers. Again, children receive their elementary teaching in symbols. A was an archer. What is this but symbolism? The archer becomes to the infant mind the symbol of the letter A, just as, in afterlife, the letter becomes, to the more advanced mind, the symbol of a certain sound of the human voice. The first lesson received by a child in acquiring his alphabet is thus conveyed by symbolism. Even in the very formation of language, the medium of communication between man, and which must hence have been an elementary step in the progress of human improvement, it was found necessary to have recourse to symbols, for words are only and truly certain arbitrary symbols by which and through which we give an utterance to our ideas. The construction of language was, therefore, one of the first products of the science of symbolism. We must constantly bear in mind this fact, of the primary existence and predominance of symbolism in the earliest times, when we are investigating the nature of the ancient religions, with which the history of Freemasonry is so intimately connected. The older the religion, the more symbolism abounds. Modern religions may convey their dogmas in abstract propositions. Ancient religions always conveyed them in symbols. Thus there is more symbolism in the Egyptian religion than in the Jewish, more in the Jewish than in the Christian, more in the Christian than in the Mohammedan, and lastly, more in the Roman than in the Protestant. But symbolism is not only the most ancient in general, but is also the most practically useful of sciences. We have already seen how actively it operates in the early stages of life and of society. We have seen how the first ideas of men and of nations are impressed upon their minds by means of symbols. It was thus that the ancient peoples were almost wholly educated. In the simpler stages of society, says one writer on this subject, mankind can be instructed in the abstract knowledge of truths only by symbols and parables. Hence we find most heathen religions becoming mythic, or explaining their mysteries by allegories or instructive incidents. Nay, God himself, knowing the nature of the creatures formed by him, has condescended in the earlier revelations that he made of himself to teach by symbols, and the greatest of all teachers instructed the multitudes by parables. The great exemplar of the ancient philosophy and the grand archetype of modern philosophy were alike distinguished by their possessing of this faculty in a high degree, and have told us that man was best instructed by similitudes. Such is the system adopted by Freemasonry for the development and inculcation of the great religious and philosophical truths, of which it was for so many years the sole conservator. And it is for this reason that I have already remarked that any inquiry into the symbolic character of Freemasonry must be preceded by an investigation of the nature of symbolism in general, if we would properly appreciate its particular use in the organization of the Masonic institution. End of section 10. Section 11 of The Symbolism of Freemasonry by Albert G. Mackey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Brother Michael. Section 11. The Speculative Science and the Operative Art. And now, let us apply this doctrine of symbolism to an investigation of the nature of a speculative science, as derived from an operative art. For the fact is familiar to every one that Freemasonry is of two kinds. We work, it is true, in speculative masonry only, but our ancient brethren wrought in both operative and speculative, and it is now well understood that the two branches are widely apart in design and in character. the one a mere useful art, intended for the protection and convenience of man and the gratification of his physical wants; the other a profound science, entering into abstruse investigations of the soul and of future existence, and originating in the craving need of humanity to know something that is above and beyond the mere outward life that surrounds us with its gross atmosphere here below. Indeed, the only bond or link that unifies speculative and operative Masonry is the symbolism that belongs altogether to the former, but which, throughout its whole extent, is derived from the latter. Our first inquiry, then, will be into the nature of the symbolism which operative gives to speculative Masonry, and thoroughly to understand this, to know its origin and its necessity and its mode of application, we must begin with a reference to the condition of a long past period of time. Thousands of years ago, this science of symbolism was adopted by the sagacious priesthood of Egypt to convey the lessons of worldly wisdom and religious knowledge, which they thus communicated to their disciples. Their science, their history, and their philosophy were thus concealed beneath an impenetrable veil from all the profane, and only the few who had passed through the severe ordeal of initiation were put in possession of the key which enabled them to decipher and read with ease those mystic lessons which we still see engraved upon the obelisks, the tombs, and the sarcophagi, which lie scattered at this day in endless profusion along the banks of the Nile. From the Egyptians the same method of symbolic instruction was diffused among all the pagan nations of antiquity, and was used in all the ancient mysteries, as the medium of communicating to the initiated the esoteric and secret doctrines, for those whose preservation and promulgation these singular associations were formed. Moses, who, as Holy Writ informs us, was skilled in all the learning of Egypt, brought with him from that cradle of the sciences a perfect knowledge of the science of symbolism, as it was taught by the priests of Isis and Osiris, and applied it to the ceremonies with which he invested the pure religion of the people, for whom he had been appointed to legislate. Hence we learn from the great Jewish historian that, in the construction of the tabernacle, which gave the first model for the temple at Jerusalem, and afterwards for every Masonic lodge, this principle of symbolism was applied to every part of it. Thus it was divided into three parts, to represent the three great elementary divisions of the universe: the land, the sea, and the air. The first two, or exterior portions, which were accessible to the priests and the people, were symbolic of the land and the sea, which all men might inhabit, while the third, or interior division, the Holy of Holies, whose threshold no mortal dared to cross, and which was particularly consecrated to God, was emblematic of heaven, his dwelling place. The veils, too, according to Josephus, were intended for symbolic instruction in their color and their materials. Collectively, they represented the four elements of the universe, and, in passing, it may be observed that this notion of symbolizing the universe characterized all the ancient systems, both the true and the false, and that the remains of the principle are to be found everywhere, even at this day, pervading Masonry, which is but a development of these systems. In the four veils of the tabernacle, the white or fine linen signified the earth, from which flax was produced. The scarlet signified fire, appropriately represented by its flaming color. The purple typified the sea, in allusion to the shellfish murex, from which the tint was obtained, and the blue, the color of the firmament, was emblematic of air. It is not necessary to enter into detail of the whole system of religious symbolism as developed in the Mosaic ritual. It was but an application of the same principles of instruction that pervaded all the surrounding Gentile nations to the inculcation of truth. The very idea of the ark itself was borrowed, as the discoveries of the modern Egyptologists have shown us, from the banks of the Nile, and the breastplate of the high priest, with its Urim and Thummim, was indebted for its origin to a similar ornament worn by the Egyptian judge. The system was the same, in its application only did it differ. With the tabernacle of Moses, the temple of King Solomon is closely connected. The one was the archetype of the other. Now it is at the building of that temple that we must place the origin of Freemasonry in its present organization. Not that the system did not exist before, but that the union of its operative and speculative character, and the mutual dependence of one upon the other, were there first established. At the construction of this stupendous edifice, stupendous not in magnitude, for many a parish church has since excelled it in size, but stupendous in the wealth and magnificence of its ornaments, the wise king of Israel, with all that sagacity for which he was so eminently distinguished, and aided and counseled by the Gentile experience of the king of Tyre, and that immortal architect who superintended his workmen, saw at once the excellence and beauty of this method of inculcating moral and religious truth, and gave, therefore, the impulse to that symbolic reference of material things to a spiritual sense, which has ever since distinguished the institution of which he was the founder. If I deemed it necessary to substantiate the truth of the assertion that the mind of King Solomon was eminently symbolic in its propensities, I might easily refer to his writings, filled as they are to profusion with tropes and figures. Passing over the Book of Canticles, that great lyrical drama whose abstruse symbolism has not yet been fully evolved or explained, notwithstanding the vast number of commentators who have labored at the task, I might simply refer to that beautiful passage in the 12th chapter of Ecclesiastes, so familiar to every Mason as being appropriated in the ritual, to the ceremonies of the third degree, and in which a dilapidated building is metaphorically made to represent the decays and infirmities of old age in the human body. This brief but eloquent description is itself an embodiment of much of our Masonic symbolism, both as to the mode and the subject matter. In attempting any investigation into the symbolism of Freemasonry, the first thing that should engage our attention is the general purport of the institution, and the mode in which its symbolism is developed. Let us first examine it as a whole, before we investigate its parts. Just as we would first view as critics the general effect of a building, before we began to inquire into its architectural details. Looking then in this way at the institution, coming down to us as it has from a remote age, having passed unaltered and unscathed through 1,000 revolutions of nations, and engaging as disciples in its school of mental labor, the intellectual of all times, the first thing that must naturally arrest the attention is the singular combination that it presents of an operative with a speculative organization, an art with a science, the technical terms and language of a mechanical profession with the abstruse teachings of a profound philosophy. Here it is before us, a venerable school discoursing of the deepest subjects of wisdom, in which sages might alone find themselves appropriately employed, and yet having its birth and deriving its first life from a society of artisans, whose only object was, apparently, the construction of material edifices of stone and mortar. The nature, then, of this operative and speculative combination is the first problem to be solved, and the symbolism which depends upon it is the first feature of the institution which is to be developed. Freemasonry, in its character as an operative art, is familiar to everyone. As such, it is engaged in the application of the rules and principles of architecture to the construction of edifices for private and public use, houses for the dwelling place of man, and temples for the worship of deity. It abounds, like every other art, in the use of technical terms, and employs in practice an abundance of implements and materials which are peculiar to itself. Now, if the ends of operative masonry had here ceased, if this technical dialect and these technical implements had never been used for any other purpose, nor appropriated to any other object than that of enabling its disciples to pursue their artistic labors with greater convenience to themselves, Freemasonry would never have existed. The same principles might, and in all probability would, have been developed in some other way, but the organization, the name, the mode of instruction, would all have most materially differed. But the operative Masons, who founded the order, were not content with the mere material and manual part of their profession. They had joined to it, under the wise instructions of their leaders, a correlative branch of study. And hence to the Freemason this operative art has been symbolized in the intellectual deduction from it, which has been correctly called speculative masonry. At one time each was an integrant part of one undivided system. Not that the period ever existed when every operative Mason was acquainted with, or initiated into the speculative science. Even now, there are thousands of skillful artisans who know as little of that as they do of the Hebrew language which was spoken by its founder. But operative Masonry was, in the inception of our history, and is, in some measure even now, the skeleton upon which was strung the living muscles and tendons and nerves of the speculative system. It was the block of marble, rude and unpolished as it may have been, from which was sculptured the life-breathing statue. Speculative Masonry, which is but another name for Freemasonry in its modern acceptation, may be briefly defined as the scientific application and the religious consecration of the rules and principles, the language, the implements, and materials of operative Masonry to the veneration of God, the purification of the heart, and the inculcation of the dogmas of a religious philosophy. End of section 11. Section 12 of The Symbolism of Freemasonry by Albert G. Mackey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Brother Michael. Section 12. The Symbolism of Solomon's Temple. I have said that the operative art is symbolized, that is to say, used as a symbol, in the speculative science. Let us now inquire, as the subject of the present essay, how this is done in reference to a system of symbolism dependent for its construction on types and figures derived from the Temple of Solomon, and which we will hence call the Temple Symbolism of Freemasonry. Bearing in mind that speculative Masonry dates its origin from the building of King Solomon's Temple by Jewish and Tyrian artisans, the first important fact that attracts the attention is that the operative Masons at Jerusalem were engaged in the construction of an earthly and material temple to be dedicated to the service and worship of God, a house in which Jehovah was to dwell visibly by his Shekinah, and whence he was, by the Ummim and Thummim, to send forth his oracles for the government and direction of his chosen people. Now the operative art having, for us, ceased, we, as speculative Masons, symbolize the labors of our predecessors by engaging in the construction of a spiritual temple in our hearts, pure and spotless, fit for the dwelling place of Him who is the author of purity, where God is to be worshipped in spirit and in truth, and whence every evil thought and unruly passion is to be banished, as the sinner and the Gentile were excluded from the sanctuary of the Jewish temple. This spiritualizing of the Temple of Solomon is the first, the most prominent, and most pervading of all the symbolic instructions of Freemasonry. It is the link that binds the operative and speculative divisions of the order. It is this which gives it its religious character. Take from Freemasonry its dependence on the temple, leave out its ritual, all reference to that sacred edifice, and to the legends connected with it, and the system itself must at once decay and die, or at best remain only as some fossilized bone, imperfectly to show the nature of the living body to which it once belonged. Temple worship is in itself an ancient type of the religious sentiment in its progress towards spiritual elevation. As soon as a nation emerged, in the world's progress, out of fetishism, or the worship of visible objects, the most degraded form of idolatry, its people began to establish a priesthood and to erect temples. The Scandinavians, the Celts, the Egyptians, and the Greeks, however much they may have differed in the ritual and the objects of their polytheistic worship, all were possessed of priests and temples. The Jews first constructed their tabernacle, or portable temple, and then, when time and opportunity permitted, transferred their monotheistic worship to that more permanent edifice which is now the subject of our contemplation. The mosque of the Mohammedan and the church or the chapel of the Christian are but embodiments of the same idea of temple worship in a simpler form. The adaptation, therefore, of the material temple to a science of symbolism would be an easy and by no means a novel task to both the Jewish and the Tyrian mind. Doubtless, at its original conception, the idea was rude and unembellished, to be perfected and polished only by future aggregations of succeeding intellects. And yet no biblical scholar will venture to deny that there was, in the mode of building, and in all the circumstances connected with the construction of King Solomon's temple, an apparent design to establish a foundation for symbolism. I propose now to illustrate by a few examples the method in which the speculative Masons have appropriated this design of King Solomon to their own use. To construct his earthly temple, the operative Mason followed the architectural designs laid down on the trestle board, or tracing board, or book of plans by the architect. By these he hewed and squared his materials, by these he raised his walls, by these he constructed his arches, and by these strength and durability, combined with grace and beauty, were bestowed upon the edifice which he was constructing. The trestle board becomes, therefore, one of our elementary symbols. For in the Masonic ritual, the speculative Mason is reminded that, as the operative artist erects his temporal building, in accordance with the rules and designs laid down on the trestle board of the master workman, so should he erect that spiritual building, of which the material is a type, in obedience to the rules and designs, the precepts and commands, laid down by the grand architect of the universe, in those great books of nature and revelation, which constitute the spiritual trestle board of every Freemason. The trestle board is, then, the symbol of the nature and moral law. Like every other symbol of the order, it is universal and tolerant in its application. And while, as Christian Masons, we cling with unfaltering integrity to that explanation which makes the scriptures of both dispensations our trestle board, we permit our Jewish and Mohammedan brethren to content themselves with the books of the Old Testament or the Quran. Masonry does not interfere with the peculiar form or development of anyone's religious faith. All that it asks is that the interpretation of the symbol shall be according to what each one supposes to be the revealed will of his Creator. But so rigidly exacting is that the symbol shall be preserved and, in some rational way, interpreted, that it peremptorily excludes the atheist from its communion, because believing in no supreme being, no divine architect, he must necessarily be without a spiritual trestle board on which the designs of that being may be inscribed for his direction. But the operative Mason required materials wherewith to construct his temple. There was, for instance, the rough ashlar, the stone in its rude and natural state, unformed and unpolished, as it had been lying in the quarries of Tyre from the foundation of the earth. This stone was to be hewed and squared, to be fitted and adjusted by simple but appropriate implements, until it became a perfect ashlar, or well-finished stone, ready to take its destined place in the building. Here, then, again in these materials, do we find other elementary symbols. The rough and unpolished stone is a symbol of man's natural state, ignorant, uncultivated, and, as the Roman historian expresses it, groveling to the earth like the beasts of the field, and obedient to every sordid appetite. But when education has exerted its salutary influences in expanding his intellect, in restraining his hitherto unruly passions, and purifying his life, he is then represented by the perfect ashlar, or finished stone, which, under the skillful hands of the workman, has been smoothed and squared, and fitted for its appropriate place in the building. Here, an interesting circumstance in the history of the preparation of these materials has been seized and beautifully appropriated by our symbolic science. We learn from the account of the temple, contained in the first book of Kings, that the house, when it was in building, was built of stone, made ready before it was brought thither, so that there was neither hammer nor axe, nor any tool of iron heard in the house while it was in building. Now this mode of construction, undoubtedly adopted to avoid confusion and discord among so many thousand workmen, has been selected as an elementary symbol of concord and harmony, virtues which are not more essential to the preservation and perpetuity of our own society than they are to that of every human association. The perfect ashlar, therefore, the stone thus fitted for its appropriate position in the temple, becomes not only a symbol of human perfection, in itself, of course, only a comparative term, but also, when we refer to the mode in which it was prepared, of that species of perfection which results from the concord and union of men in society. It is, in fact, a symbol of the social character of the institution. There are other elementary symbols, to which I may hereafter have occasion to revert, The three, however, already described, the rough ashlar, the perfect ashlar, and the trestle board, and which from their importance have received the name of jewels, will be sufficient to give some idea of the nature of what may be called the symbolic alphabet of Masonry. Let us now proceed to a brief consideration of the method in which this alphabet of the science is applied to the more elevated and abstruser portions of the system, and which, as the temple constitutes its most important type, I have chosen to call the temple symbolism of Masonry. Both Scripture and tradition inform us, at the building of King Solomon's temple, the Masons were divided into different classes, each engaged in different tasks. We learn from the second book of Chronicles that these classes were the bearers of burden, the hewers of stones, and the overseers, called by the old Masonic writers the Ish-Sabal, the Ish-Chozeb, and the Menatzim. Now, without pretending to say that the modern institution has preserved precisely the same system of regulations as that which was observed at the temple, we shall certainly find a similarity in these divisions to the apprentices, fellowcrafts, and master masons of our own day. At all events, the three divisions made by King Solomon and the workmen at Jerusalem have been adopted as the types of the 3 degrees now practiced in speculative masonry, and as such we are, therefore, to consider them. The mode in which these 3 divisions of workmen labored in constructing the temple has been beautifully symbolized in speculative masonry, and constitutes an important and interesting part of temple symbolism. Thus we know, from our own experience among modern workmen, who still pursue the same method, as well as from the traditions of the order, that the implements used in the quarries were few and simple, the work there requiring necessarily, indeed, but 2 tools, namely the 24-inch gauge, or 2-foot rule, and the common gavel, or stone-cutter's hammer. With the former implement, the operative mason took the necessary dimensions of the stone he was about to prepare, and with the latter, by repeated blows, skillfully applied, he broke off every unnecessary protuberance, and rendered it smooth and square, and fit to take its place in the building. And thus, in the first degree of speculative masonry, the entered apprentice receives these simple implements, as the emblematic working tools of his profession, with their appropriate symbolical instruction. To the operative mason, their mechanical and practical use alone is signified, and nothing more of value does their presence convey to his mind. To the speculative mason, the sight of them is suggestive of far nobler and sublimer thoughts. They teach him to measure not stones but time, not to smooth and polish the marble for the builder's use, but to purify and cleanse his heart from every vice and imperfection that would render it unfit for a place in the spiritual temple of his body. In the symbolic alphabet of Freemasonry, therefore, the 24-inch gauge is a symbol of time well employed, the common gavel of the purification of the heart. Here we may pause for a moment to refer to one of the coincidences between Freemasonry and those mysteries, which form so important a part of the ancient religions, and which coincidences have led the writers of this subject to the formation of a well-supported theory that there was a common connection between them. The coincidence to which I at present allude is this. In all these mysteries, the incipient ceremony of initiation, the first step taken by the candidate, was a lustration or purification. The aspirant was not permitted to enter the sacred vestibule or take any part in the secret formula of initiation until by water or by fire he was emblematically purified from the corruptions of the world which he was about to leave behind. I need not, after this, do more than suggest the similarity of this formula in principle to a corresponding one in Freemasonry, where the first symbols presented to the apprentice are those which inculcate a purification of the heart, of which the purification of the body in ancient mysteries was symbolic. We no longer use the bath or the fountain, because in our philosophical system the symbolization is more abstract, if I may use the term. But we present the aspirant with the lambskin apron, the gauge, and the gavel, as symbols of a spiritual purification. The design is the same, but the mode in which it is accomplished is different. Let us now resume the connected series of temple symbolism. At the building of the temple, the stones having been thus prepared by the workmen of the lowest degree, the apprentices, as we now call them, the aspirants of the ancient mysteries, We are informed that they were transported to the site of the edifice on Mount Moriah, and were there placed in the hands of another class of workmen, who are now technically called fellowcrafts, and who corresponded to the mysteries, or those who have received the second degree of ancient mysteries. At this stage of the operative work, more extensive and important labors were to be performed, and accordingly a greater amount of skill and knowledge was required of those to whom these labors were entrusted. The stones having been prepared by the apprentices, for hereafter in speaking of the workmen of the temple I shall use the equivalent appellations of the more modern masons, were now to be deposited in their destined places in the building, and the massive walls were to be erected. For these purposes, implements of a higher and more complicated character than the gauge and gavel were necessary. The square was required to fit the joints with sufficient accuracy, and the level to run the course in a horizontal line, and the plumb to erect the whole with due regard to perfect perpendicularity. The portion of the labor finds its symbolism in the second degree of speculative science, and in applying this symbolism we still continue to refer to the idea of erecting a spiritual temple in the heart. The necessary preparations, then, having been made in the first degree, the lessons having been received by which the aspirant is taught to commence the labor of life with the purification of the heart, as a fellowcraft he continues the task by cultivating those virtues which give form and impression to the character, as well as adapted stones give shape and stability to the building. And hence the working tools of the fellowcraft are referred, in their symbolic application, to those virtues. In the alphabet of symbolism we find the square, the level, and the plumb appropriated to this second degree. The square is a symbol denoting morality. It teaches us to apply the unerring principles of moral science to every action of our lives, to see that all the motives and results of our conduct shall coincide with the dictates of divine justice, and that our thoughts, words, and deeds shall harmoniously conspire, like the well-adjusted and rightly squared joints of an edifice, to produce a smooth, unbroken life of virtue. The plumb is a symbol of rectitude of conduct, and inculcates that integrity of life and undeviating course of moral uprightness which can alone distinguish the good and just man. As the operative workman erects his temple building with strict observance of that plumb line, which will not permit him to deviate a hair's breadth to the right or to the left, so the speculative mason, guided by the unerring principles of right and truth inculcated in the symbolic teachings of the same implement, is steadfast in the pursuit of truth, neither bending beneath the frowns of adversity nor yielding to the seductions of prosperity. The level, the last of the three working tools of the operative craftsman, is a symbol of equality of station. Not that equality of civil or social position which is to be found only in the vain dreams of the anarchist or the utopian, but that great moral and physical equality which affects the whole human race as the children of one common Father, who causes his sun to shine and his rain to fall on all alike, and who has so appointed the universal lot of humanity, that death, the leveler of all human greatness, is made to visit with equal pace the prince's palace and the peasant's hut. Here, then, we have three more signs or hieroglyphics added to our alphabet of symbolism. Others there are in this degree, but they belong to a higher grade of interpretation, and cannot be appropriately discussed in an essay on temple symbolism only. We now reach the third degree, the master masons of the modern science, and the epops, or beholders of the sacred things in the ancient mysteries. In the third degree, the symbolic allusions to the Temple of Solomon and the implements of masonry employed in its construction are extended and fully completed. At the building of that edifice, we have already seen one class of workmen was employed in the preparation of the materials, while another was engaged in placing those materials in their proper position. But there was a third and higher class, the master workman, whose duty it was to superintend the two other classes, and to see that the stones were not only duly prepared, but that the most exact accuracy had been observed in giving them their true juxtaposition in the edifice. It was then only that the last and finishing labor was performed, and the cement was applied by these skillful workmen to secure the materials in their appropriate places, and to unite the building in one enduring and connected mass. Hence the trowel, we are informed, was the most important,
though of course not the only, implement in use among the Master Masons. They did not permit this last indelible operation to be performed by any hands less skillful than their own. They required that the craftsmen should prove the correctness of their work by the square, level, and plumb, and test, by these unerring instruments, the accuracy of their joints. And when satisfied of the just arrangement of every part, the cement which was to give an unchangeable union to the whole was then applied by themselves. Hence, in speculative masonry, the trowel has been assigned to the third degree as its proper implement, and the symbolic meaning which accompanies it has a strict and beautiful reference to the purposes for which it was used in the ancient temple. For as it was there employed to spread the cement which united the building in one common mass, so it is selected as the symbol of brotherly love, that cement whose object is to unite our mystic association in one sacred and harmonious band of brethren. Here, then, we perceive the first, or as I have already called it, the elementary form of our symbolism, the adaptation of the terms and implements and processes of an operative art to a speculative science. The temple is now completed, the stones having been hewed, squared, and numbered in the quarries by the apprentices, having been properly adjusted by the craftsmen, and finally secured in their appropriate places with the strongest and purest cement by the master builders. The temple of King Solomon presented, in its finished condition, so noble an appearance of sublimity and grandeur as to well deserve to be selected, as it has been, for the type or symbol of that immortal temple of the body, to which Christ significantly and symbolically alluded when he said, "Destroy this temple, and in 3 days I will raise it up." This idea of representing the interior and spiritual man by a material temple is so apposite in all its parts as to have occurred on more than one occasion to the first teachers of Christianity. Christ himself repeatedly alludes to it in other passages, and the eloquent and figurative St. Paul beautifully extends the idea in one of his epistles to the Corinthians, in the following language: "Know ye not that ye are the temple of God, and that the Spirit of God dwelleth in you?" And again, in a subsequent passage of the same epistle, he reiterates the idea in a more positive form. "What know ye not that your body is the temple of the Holy Ghost, which is in you, which ye have of God, which ye are not your own?" And Dr. Adam Clarke, while commenting on this latter passage, makes the very allusions which have been the topic of discussion in the present essay. "As truly," says he, "as the living God dwelt in the Mosaic tabernacle and in the temple of Solomon, so truly does the Holy Ghost dwell in the souls of genuine Christians. And as the temple and all its utensils were holy, separated from all common and profane uses, and dedicated alone to the service of God, so the bodies of genuine Christians are holy, and should not be employed in the service of God alone."
The idea, therefore, of making the temple a symbol of the body is not exclusively Masonic, but the mode of treating the symbolism by a reference to the particular Temple of Solomon and to the operative art engaged in its construction is peculiar to Freemasonry. It is this which isolates it from all other similar associations, having many things in common with the secret societies and religious mysteries of antiquity. In this temple symbolism, it differs from them all. End of section 12. Section 13 of The Symbolism of Freemasonry by Albert G. Mackey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Brother Michael. Section 13. The Form of the Lodge. In the last essay, I treated of that symbolism of the Masonic system which makes the Temple of Jerusalem the archetype of a lodge, and in which, in consequence, all the symbols are referred to the connection of a speculative science with an operative art. I propose in the present to discourse of a higher and abstruser mode of symbolism, and it may be observed that, in coming to this topic, we arrive, for the first time, at that chain of resemblances which unites Freemasonry with the ancient systems of religion, and which has given rise, among Masonic writers, to the names of pure and spurious Freemasonry, the pure Freemasonry being that system of philosophical religion which,
coming through the line of the patriarchs, was eventually modified by influences exerted at the building of King Solomon's temple, and the Spurious being the same system as it was altered and corrupted by the polytheism of the nations of heathendom. As this abstruser mode of symbolism, if less peculiar to the Masonic system, is, however, far more interesting than the one which was treated in the previous essay, because it is more philosophical, I propose to give it an extended investigation of its character, and, in the first place, there is what may be called an elementary view of this abstruser symbolism, which seems almost to be a corollary from what has already been described in the preceding article. As each individual Mason has been supposed to be the symbol of a spiritual temple, quote, a temple not made with hands, eternal in the heavens, unquote, the lodge or collected assemblages of these Masons is adopted as a symbol of the world. It is in the first degree of Masonry, more particularly, that this species of symbolism is developed. In its detail, it derives the characteristics of resemblance upon which it is founded, from the form, the supports, the ornaments, and general construction and internal organization of a lodge, in all of which the symbolic reference to the world is beautifully and consistently sustained. The form of a Masonic lodge is said to be a parallelogram, or oblong square, its greatest length being from east to west, its breadth from north to south. A square, a circle, a triangle, or any other form but that of an oblong square would be eminently incorrect and un-Masonic, because such a figure would not be an expression of the symbolic idea which is intended to be conveyed. Now, as the world is a globe, or, to speak more accurately, an oblate spheroid, the attempt to make an oblong square its symbol would seem at first view to present insuperable difficulties. But the system of Masonic symbolism has stood the test of too long an experience to be easily found at fault, and therefore this very symbol furnishes a striking evidence of the antiquity of the order. At the Solomonic era, the era of the building of the Temple of Jerusalem, the world, it must be remembered, was supposed to have that very oblong form, which was here symbolized. If, for instance, on a map of the world, we should inscribe an oblong figure whose boundary lines would circumscribe and include just that portion which was known to be inhabited in the days of Solomon, these lines, running a short distance north and south of the Mediterranean Sea, and extending from Spain in the west to Asia Minor in the east, would form an oblong square, including the southern shore of Europe, the northern shore of Africa, and the western district of Asia, the length of the parallelogram being about 60 degrees from east to west, and its breadth being about 20 degrees from north to south. This oblong square, thus enclosing the whole of what was then supposed to be the habitable globe, would precisely represent what is symbolically said to be the form of the lodge. While the Pillars of Hercules in the west, on each side of the Straits of Gades or Gibraltar, might appropriately be referred to the two pillars that stood at the porch of the temple. A Masonic lodge is, therefore, a symbol of the world. This symbol is sometimes, by a very unusual figure of speech, extended in its application, and the world and the universe are made synonymous, when the lodge becomes, of course, a symbol of the universe. But in this case, the definition of the symbol is extended, and to the ideas of length and breadth are added those of height and depth, and the lodge is said to assume the form of a double cube. The solid contents of the earth below and the expanse of the heavens above will then give the outlines of the cube, and the whole created universe will be included within the symbolic limits of a Mason's lodge. By always remembering that the lodge is the symbol, in its form and extent, of the world, we are enabled, readily and rationally, to explain many other symbols, attached principally to the first degree. We are enabled to collate and compare them with similar symbols of other kindred institutions of antiquity. For it should be observed that this symbolism of the world, represented by a place of initiation, widely pervaded all the ancient rites and mysteries. It will no doubt be interesting to extend our investigations on this subject, with a particular view of the method in which this symbolism of the world or the universe was developed, in some of its most prominent details, and for this purpose I shall select the mystical explanation of the officers of a lodge, its covering, and a portion of its ornaments. End of section 13. Section 14 of The Symbolism of Freemasonry by Albert G. Mackey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Brother Michael. Section 14. The Officers of a Lodge. The three principal officers of a lodge are, it is needless to say, situated in the east, the west, and the south. Now, bearing in mind that the lodge is a symbol of the world, or the universe, the reference of these three officers to the sun at its rising, its setting, and its meridian height must at once suggest itself. This is the first development of the symbol, and a very brief inquiry will furnish ample evidence of its antiquity and its universality. In the Brahminical initiations of Hindostan, which are among the earliest that have been transmitted to us, and may almost be considered as the cradle of all the others of subsequent ages in various countries, the ceremonies were performed in vast caverns, the remains of some of which, at Salsette, Elephanta, and a few other places, will give the spectator but a very inadequate idea of the extent and splendor of these ancient Indian lodges. More imperfect remains than these are still to be found in great numbers throughout Hindostan and Kashmir. Their form was sometimes that of a cross, emblematic of the four elements of which the earth is composed: fire, water, air, and earth, but more generally an oval, as a representation of the mundane egg, which, in the ancient systems, was a symbol of the world. The interior of the cavern of initiation was lighted by innumerable lamps, and there sat in the east, the west, and the south the principal hierophants, or examiners of the mysteries, as the representatives of Brahma, Vishnu, and Siva. Now Brahma was the supreme deity of the Hindus, borrowed or derived from the sun god of their Sabian ancestors, and Vishnu and Siva were but manifestations of his attributes. We learn from the Indian pantheon that when the sun rises in the east, he is Brahma; when he gains his meridian in the south, he is Siva; and when he sets in the west, he is Vishnu. Again, in the Zoroastric mysteries of Persia, the temple of initiation was circular, being made so to represent the universe, and the sun in the east, with the surrounding zodiac, formed an inseparable part of the ceremony of reception. In the Egyptian mysteries of Osiris, the same reference to the sun is contained, and Herodotus, who himself an initiate, intimates that the ceremonies consisted in the representation of a sun god, who had been incarnate, that is, had appeared upon earth, or rose, and who was at length put to death by Typhon, the symbol of darkness, typical of the sun's setting. In the great mysteries of Eleusis, which were celebrated at Athens, we learn from St. Chrysostom, as well as other authorities, that the temple of initiation was symbolic of the universe, and we know that one of the officers represented the sun. In the Celtic mysteries of the Druids, the temple of initiation was either oval, to represent the mundane egg, a symbol, as has already been said, of the world, or circular, because the circle was a symbol of the universe, or cruciform, in allusion to the four elements, or constituents of the universe. In the island of Lewis in Scotland, there is one combining the cruciform and circular form. There is a circle consisting of 12 stones, while 3 more are placed in the east, and as many in the west and south, and 38 in 2 parallel lines in the north, forming an avenue to the circular temple. In the center of the circle is an image of the god. In the initiations into these rites, the solar deity performed an important part, and the celebrations commenced at daybreak, when the sun was hailed on his appearance above the horizon as the god of victory, the king who rises in light and ascends to the sky. But I need not multiply these instances of sun worship. Every country and religion of the ancient world would afford one. Sufficient has been cited to show the complete coincidence, in reference to the sun, between the symbolism of Freemasonry and that of the ancient rites and mysteries, and to suggest for them a common origin, the sun being always in the former system, from the earliest times of the primitive or patriarchal Masonry, considered simply as a manifestation of the wisdom, strength, and beauty of the divine architect, visibly represented by the position of the three principal officers of a lodge, while the latter, in their degeneration from and corruption of the true Noachic faith, it was adopted as the special object of adoration. End of section 14. Section 15 of The Symbolism of Freemasonry by Albert G. Mackey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Brother Michael. Section 15. The Point Within a Circle. The point within a circle is another symbol of great importance in Freemasonry and commands peculiar attention in this connection with the ancient symbolism of the universe and the solar orb. Everybody who has read a Masonic monitor is well acquainted with the usual explanation of this symbol. We are told that the point represents an individual brother, the circle the boundary line of his duty to God and man, and the two perpendicular parallel lines, the patron saints of the order, St. John the Baptist and St. John the Evangelist. Now this explanation, trite and meager as it is, may do very well for the exoteric teaching of the order. But the question at this time is not how it has been explained by modern lecturers and Masonic system makers, but what was the ancient interpretation of the symbol, and how should it be read as a sacred hieroglyphic in reference to the true philosophic system which constitutes the real essence and character of Freemasonry. Perfectly to understand this symbol, I must refer as a preliminary matter to the worship of the phallus, a peculiar modification of sun worship, which prevailed to a great extent among the nations of antiquity. The phallus was a sculptured representation of the membrum virile, or male organ of generation, and the worship of it is said to have originated in Egypt, where, after the murder of Osiris by Typhon, which is symbolically to be explained as the destruction or deprivation of the sun's light by night, Isis, his wife, or the symbol of nature, in the search for his mutilated body, is said to have found all the parts except the organs of generation, which myth is simply symbolic of the fact that the sun having set, its fecundating and invigorating power had ceased. The phallus, therefore, as the symbol of the male generative principle, was very universally venerated among the ancients, and that too as a religious rite, without the slightest reference to any impure or lascivious application. He is supposed by some commentators to be the god mentioned under the name Baal Peor in the Book of Numbers, as having been worshipped by the idolatrous Moabites. Among the eastern nations of India, the name was prevalent under the name of Lingam, but the phallus or lingam was a representation of the male principle only. To perfect the circle of generation, it is necessary to advance one step further. Accordingly, we find in the ties of the Greeks and the yoni of the Indians a symbol of the female generative principle, of coexistive prevalence with the phallus. The ties was a circular and concave pedestal, or receptacle, on which the phallus or column rested, and from the center of which it sprang. The union of the phallus and ties, or lingam and yoni, in one compound figure, as an object of adoration, was the most usual mode of representation. This was in strict accordance with the whole system of ancient mythology, which was founded upon a worship of the prolific powers of nature. All the deities of pagan antiquity, however numerous they may be, can always be reduced to the two different forms of the generative principle, the active or male and the passive or female. Hence the gods were always arranged in pairs, as Jupiter and Juno, Bacchus and Venus, Osiris and Isis. But the ancients went farther. Believing that the procreative and productive powers of nature might be conceived to exist in the same individual, they made the older of their deities hermaphrodite, and used the term man-virgin to denote the union of the two sexes in the same divine person. Thus, in one of the Orphic hymns, we find this line, Jove was created a male and an unspotted virgin. And Plutarch, in his tract on Isis and Osiris, says, God, who is a male and female intelligence, being both life and light, brought forth another intelligence, the creator of the world. Now this hermaphrodism of the supreme divinity was again supposed to be represented by the sun, which was the male generative energy, and by nature, or the universe, which was the female prolific principle. And this union was symbolized in different ways, but principally by the point within the circle, the point indicating the sun and the circle the universe, invigorated and fertilized by his generative rays. And in some of the Indian cave temples, this illusion was made more manifest by the inscription of the signs of the zodiac on the circle. So far, then, we arrive at the true interpretation of the Masonic symbolism of the point within the circle. It is the same thing, but under a different form. As the Master and Wardens of a Lodge, the Master and Wardens are symbols of the sun, the Lodge of the universe or world, just as the point is the symbol of the same sun and the surrounding circle of the universe. But the two perpendicular parallel lines remain to be explained. Everyone is familiar with the very recent interpretation that they represent the two Saints John, the Baptist and the Evangelist. But this modern exposition must be abandoned if we desire to obtain the true ancient signification. In the first place, we must call to mind the fact that at two particular points of his course, the sun is found in the zodiacal signs of Cancer and Capricorn. These points are astronomically distinguished as the summer and winter solstice. When the sun is in these points, he has reached his greatest northern and southern declination, and produces the most evident effects on the temperature of the seasons, and on the length of the days and nights. These points, if we suppose the circle to represent the sun's apparent course, will be indicated by the points where the parallel lines touch the circle, or in other words, the parallels will indicate the limits of the sun's extreme northern and southern declination when he arrives at the solstitial points of Cancer and Capricorn. But the days when the sun reaches these points are respectively the 21st of June and the 22nd of December, and this will account for their subsequent application to the two Saints Johns, whose anniversaries have been placed by the Church near those days. End of section 15.
Section 16 of The Symbolism of Freemasonry by Albert G. Mackey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Brother Michael. The Covering of the Lodge. The covering of the Lodge is another, and must be our last reference to the symbolism of the world or the universe. The mere mention of the fact that this covering is figuratively supposed to be a clouded canopy, or the firmament, on which the host of stars is represented, will be enough to indicate the continued allusion to the symbolism of the world. The lodge, as a representative of the world, is of course supposed to have no other roof than the heavens, and it would scarcely be necessary to enter into any discussion on the subject were it not that other symbol, the theological ladder, is so intimately connected with it that the one naturally suggests the other. Now, this mystic ladder, which connects the ground floor of the lodge with its roof or covering, is another important and interesting link, which binds, with one common chain, the symbolism and ceremonies of Freemasonry, and the symbolism and rites of the ancient initiations. This mystical ladder, which in Masonry is referred to the theological ladder which Jacob in his vision saw, reaching from earth to heaven, was widely dispersed among the religions of antiquity, where it was always supposed to consist of 7 rounds or steps. For instance, in the mysteries of Mithras in Persia, where there were 7 stages or degrees of initiation, there was erected in the temples, or rather caves, for it was in them that the initiation was conducted, a high ladder of 7 steps or gates, each of which was dedicated to one of the planets, which was typified by one of the metals, the topmost step representing the sun, so that beginning at the bottom we have Saturn represented by lead, Venus by tin, Jupiter by brass, Mercury by iron, Mars by a mixed metal, the moon by silver, and the sun by gold.
the whole being a symbol of the sidereal progress of the solar orb through the universe. In the Mysteries of Brahma, we find the same reference to the ladder of 7 steps, but here the names were different, although there was the same allusion to the symbol of the universe. The 7 steps were emblematical of the 7 worlds which constituted the Indian universe. The lowest was the earth, the second, the world of re-existence, the third, heaven, the fourth, the middle world, or intermediate region between the lower and upper worlds, the fifth, the world of births, in which souls are again born, the sixth, the mansion of the blessed, and the seventh, or topmost round, the sphere of truth, the abode of Brahma, he himself being but a symbol of the sun, and hence we arrive once more at the Masonic symbolism of the universe and the solar orb. Dr. Oliver thinks that in the Scandinavian mysteries he has found the mystic ladder in the sacred tree Yggdrasil. But here the reference to the septenary division is so imperfect, or at least abstruse, that I am unwilling to press it into our catalogue of coincidences. Although there is no doubt that we shall find in this sacred tree the same allusion as in the ladder of Jacob, to an ascent from earth, where its roots were planted, to heaven, where its branches expanded, which ascent being but a change from mortality to immortality, from time to eternity, was the doctrine taught in all the initiations. The ascent of the ladder or of the tree was the ascent from life here to life hereafter, from earth to heaven. It is unnecessary to carry these parallelisms any farther, as one can, however, see in them an undoubted reference to that septenary division which so universally prevailed throughout the ancient world, and the influence of which is still felt even in the common day life and observances of our time. 7 was, among the Hebrews, their perfect number, and hence we see it continually reoccurring in all their sacred rites. The creation was perfected in 7 days. 7 priests with 7 trumpets encompassed the walls of Jericho for 7 days. Noah received 7 days' notice of the commencement of the deluge, and 7 persons accompanied him into the ark, which rested on Mount Ararat on the 7th month. Solomon was 7 years in building the temple, and there are hundreds of other instances of the prominence of this talismanic number, if there were either time or necessity to cite them. Among the Gentiles, the same number was equally sacred. Pythagoras called it a venerable number. The septenary division of time into weeks of 7 days, although not universal, as has been generally supposed, was sufficiently so to indicate the influence of the number. And as it is remarkable, as perhaps in some way referring to the 7-stepped ladder which we have been considering, that in the ancient mysteries, as Apuleius informs us, the candidate was 7 times washed in the consecrated waters of ablution. There is then an anomaly in giving to the mystical ladder of Masonry only 3 rounds. It is an anomaly, however, with which Masonry has had nothing to do. The error arose from the ignorance of those inventors who first engraved the Masonic symbols for our monitors. The ladder of Masonry, like the equivalent ladders of its kindred institutions, always had 7 steps, although in modern times the 3 principal or upper ones are alone alluded to. These rounds, beginning with the lowest, are temperance, fortitude, prudence, justice, faith, hope, and charity. Charity, therefore, takes the same place in the ladder of Masonic virtues as the sun does in the ladder of planets. In the ladder of metals we find gold, and in that of colors yellow, occupying the same elevated position. Now St. Paul explains charity as signifying, not almsgiving, which is the modern popular meaning, but love, that love which suffereth long and is kind. And when, in our lectures on this subject, we speak of it as the greatest of virtues, because when faith is lost and hope has ceased, it extends beyond the grave to realms of endless bliss, where there refer to it the divine love of our Creator. But Portal, in his essay on symbolic colors, informs us that the sun represents divine love, and gold indicates the goodness of God. So that if charity is equivalent to divine love, and divine love is represented by the sun, and lastly, If charity be the topmost round of the Masonic ladder, then again we arrive, as the result of our researches, at the symbol so often already repeated of the solar orb, the natural sun or the spiritual sun, the sun either as the vivifying principle of animated nature, and therefore the special object of adoration, or as the most prominent instrument of the Creator's benevolence, was ever a leading idea in the symbolism of antiquity. Its prevalence, therefore, in the Masonic institution is a pregnant evidence of the close analogy existing between it and all these systems. How that analogy was first introduced, and how it is to be explained, without detriment to the purity and truthfulness of our own religious character, would involve a long inquiry into the origin of Freemasonry, and the history of its connection with the ancient systems. These researches might have been extended still farther, although, however, has been said to establish the following leading principles. 1. That Freemasonry is, strictly speaking, a science of symbolism. 2. That in this symbolism it bears a striking analogy to the same science as seen in the mystic rites of the ancient religions. 3. That as in these ancient religions the universe was symbolized to the candidate, and the sun, as its vivifying principle, made the object of his adoration, or at least of his veneration, so in Masonry the lodge is made the representative of the world or the universe, and the sun is presented as its most prominent symbol. 4. That this identity of symbolism proves an identity of origin, which identity of origin can be shown to be strictly compatible with the true religious sentiment of Masonry. 5. And fifthly and lastly, that the whole symbolism of Freemasonry has an exclusive reference to what the Kabbalists have called Al-Gabil, the master builder, him whom Freemasons have designated as the grand architect of the universe. End of section 16. Section 17 of The Symbolism of Freemasonry by Albert G. Mackey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Brother Michael. Section 16. Ritualistic Symbolism. We have hitherto been engaged in the consideration of these simple symbols, which appears to express one single and independent idea. They have sometimes been called the alphabet of Freemasonry, but improperly, I think, since the letters of the alphabet have, in themselves, unlike the Masonic symbols, no significance, but are simply the component parts of words, themselves the representatives of ideas. These Masonic symbols, rather, may be compared to the elementary characters of the Chinese language, each of which denotes an idea, or, still better, to the hieroglyphics of the ancient Egyptians, in which one object was represented in full by another which bore some subjective relation to it, as the wind was represented by the wings of a bird, or courage by the head and shoulders of a lion. It is in the same way that in Masonry the plum represents rectitude, the level human equality, and the trowel concord or harmony. Each is in itself independent. Each expresses a single elementary idea. But we now arrive at a higher division of Masonic symbolism, which, passing beyond these tangible symbols, brings us to those which are of a more abstruse nature, and which, as being developed in a ceremonial form, controlled and directed by the ritual of the order, may be designated as the ritualistic symbolism of Freemasonry. It is to this higher division that I now invite attention, and for the purpose of exemplifying the definition that I have given, I shall select a few of the most prominent and interesting ceremonies of the ritual. Our first researches were into the symbolism of objects. Our next will be into the symbolism of ceremonies. In the explanations which I shall venture to give you of this ritualistic symbolism, or the symbolism of ceremonies, a reference will constantly be made to what has so often already been alluded to, namely, to the analogy existing between the system of Freemasonry and the ancient rites and mysteries, and hence we will again develop the identity of their origin. Each of the degrees of ancient craft masonry contains some of the ritualistic symbols. The lessons of the whole order are, indeed, veiled in their allegoric clothing, but it is only to the most important that I can find opportunity to refer. Such, among others, are the rites of discalciation, of investiture, of circumambulation, and of intrusting. Each of these will furnish an appropriate subject for consideration. End of section 17. Section 18 of The Symbolism of Freemasonry by Albert G. Mackey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Brother Michael. Section 18. The Rite of Discalceation. The rite of discalciation, or uncovering the feet on approaching holy ground, is derived from the Latin word discalciare, to pluck off one's shoes. The usage has the prestige of antiquity and universality in its favor. That it not only very generally prevailed, but that its symbolic signification was well understood in the days of Moses, we learn from that passage of Exodus, where the angel of the Lord at the burning bush exclaims to the patriarch, "Draw not nigh hither, put off thy shoes from off thy feet, for the place whereon thou standest is holy ground." Clarke thinks it is from this command that the Eastern nations have derived the custom of performing all their acts of religious worship with bare feet. But it is much more probable that the ceremony was in use long anterior to the circumstance of the burning bush, and that the Jewish lawgiver at once recognized it as a well-known sign of reverence. Bishop Patrick entertains this opinion, and thinks that the custom was derived from the ancient patriarchs, and was transmitted by a general tradition to succeeding times. Abundant evidence might be furnished from ancient authors of the existence of the custom among all nations, both Jewish and Gentile. A few of them, principally collected by Dr. Mead, must be curious and interesting. The direction of Pythagoras to his disciples was in these words: "Offer sacrifice and worship with thy shoes off." Justin Martyr says that those who came to worship in the sanctuaries and temples of the Gentiles were commanded by their priests to put off their shoes. Drusius, in his notes on the book of Joshua, says that among the Eastern nations it was a pious duty to tread the pavement in the temple with unshod feet. Maimonides, the great expounder of the Jewish law, asserts that it was not lawful for man to come into the mountain of God's house with his shoes on his feet, or with his staff, or in his working garments, or with dust on his feet. Rabbi Solomon, commenting on the command in Leviticus 29:30, "Ye shall reverence my sanctuary," makes the same remark in relation to this custom. On this subject, Dr. Oliver observes, "Now, the act of going with naked feet was always considered a token of humility and reverence, and the priests, in the temple worship, always officiated with feet uncovered, although it was frequently injurious to their health." Mead quotes Zago Zaba, an Ethiopian bishop, who was ambassador from David, king of Abyssinia, to John III of Portugal, as saying, "We are not permitted to enter the church except barefooted." The Mohammedans, when about to perform their devotions, always leave their slippers at the door of the mosque. The Druids practiced the same custom whenever they celebrated their sacred rites, and the ancient Peruvians are said to have left their shoes at the porch when they entered the magnificent temple consecrated to the worship of the sun. Adam Clarke thinks that the custom of worshiping the deity barefoot was so general among all nations of antiquity that he assigns it as one of his 13 proofs that the whole human race have been derived from one family. A theory might be advanced as follows. The shoes or sandals were worn on ordinary occasions, as a protection from the defilement of the ground. To continue to wear them, then, in a consecrated place, would be a tacit insinuation that the ground there was equally polluted and capable of producing defilement. But as the very character of a holy and consecrated spot precludes the idea of any sort of defilement or impurity, the acknowledgment that such was the case was conveyed symbolically by divesting the feet of all that protection from pollution and uncleanness which would be necessary in unconsecrated places. So in modern times, we uncover the head to express the sentiment of esteem and respect. Now, in former days, there was more violence to be apprehended than now. The casque or helmet afforded an ample protection from any sudden blow of an unexpected adversary. But we can fear no violence from one who we esteem and respect, and therefore to deprive the head of its accustomed protection is to give an evidence of our unlimited confidence in the person to whom the gesture is made. The rite of discalceation is, therefore, a symbol of reverence. It signifies in the language of symbolism that the spot which is about to be approached in this humble and reverential manner is consecrated to some holy purpose. Now, as to all that has been said, the intelligent Mason will at once see its application to the third degree. Of all the degrees of Masonry, this is by far the most important and sublime. The solemn lessons which it teaches, the sacred scene which it represents, and the impressive ceremonies which it is conducted, are all calculated to inspire the mind with feelings of awe and reverence. Into the Holy of Holies of the temple, when the Ark of the Covenant had been deposited in its appropriate place, and the Shekinah was hovering over it, the high priest alone, and on one day only in the whole year, was permitted, after the most careful purification, to enter with bare feet, and to pronounce with fearful veneration the Tetragrammaton, or omnific word.
And into the Master Mason's lodge, this holy of holies of the Masonic temple, where the solemn truths of death and immortality are inculcated. The aspirant, on entering, should purify his heart from every contamination, and remember, with a due sense of their symbolic application, those words that once broke upon the astonished ears of the old patriarch: "Put off thy shoes from thy feet, for the place whereon thou standest is holy ground." End of section 18. Section 19 of The Symbolism of Freemasonry by Albert G. Mackey. This recording is in the public domain. Read by Brother Michael. Section 19. The Rite of Investiture. Another ritualistic symbolism of still more importance and interest is the Rite of Investiture. The Rite of Investiture, called, in the colloquially technical language of the order, the ceremony of clothing, brings once to the consideration of that well-known symbol of Freemasonry, the lambskin apron. This rite of investiture, or the placing upon the aspirant some garment as an indication of his appropriate preparation for the ceremonies in which he was about to engage, prevailed in all the ancient initiations. A few of them only it will be requisite to consider. Thus, in the Levitical economy of the Israelites, the priests always wore the abnet, or linen apron, or girdle, as part of the investiture of the priesthood. This, with the other garments, was to be worn, as the text expresses it, for glory and for beauty, or, as it has been explained by a learned commentator, as emblematical of that holiness and purity which ever characterize the divine nature, and the worship which is worthy of him. In the Persian mysteries of Mithras, the candidate, having first received light, was invested with a girdle, a crown or mitre, a purple tunic, and lastly a white apron. In the initiations practiced in Hindostan, in the ceremony of investiture was substituted the sash, or sacred zanar, consisting of a cord composed of 9 threads twisted into a knot at the end, and hanging from the left shoulder to the right hip. This was perhaps the type of the Masonic scarf, which is, or ought to be, always worn in the same position. The Jewish sect of the Essenes, who approached nearer than any other secret institution of antiquity to Freemasonry in their organization, always invested their novices with a white robe. And lastly, in the Scandinavian rites, where the military genius of the people had invoked a warlike species of initiation, instead of the apron, we find the candidate receiving a white shield, which was, however, always presented with the accompaniment of some symbolic instruction, not very dissimilar to that which is connected with the Masonic apron. In all these modes of investiture, no matter what was the material or the form, the symbolic signification intended to be conveyed was that of purity. and hence in Freemasonry the same symbolism is communicated by the apron, which, because it is the first gift which the aspirant receives, the first symbol in which he is instructed, has been called the badge of a Mason. And most appropriately, it has been so called, for whatever may be the future advancement of the candidate in the royal art, into whatever deeper arcana his devotion to the mystic institution or his thirst for knowledge may carry him, with the apron, his first investiture, he never parts, changing perhaps its form and its decorations, and conveying at each step some new and beautiful illusion. Its substance is still there, and it continues to claim the honorable title by which it was first made known to him on the night of his initiation. The apron derives its significance as the symbol of purity from two sources, from its color and from its material. In each of these points of view it is, then, to be considered before its symbolism can be properly appreciated. And first, the color of the apron must be an unspotted white. The color has, in all ages, been esteemed an emblem of innocence and purity. It was the reference to this symbolism that a portion of the vestments of the Jewish priesthood was directed to be made white, and hence apron was commanded, when he entered into the Holy of Holies, to make an expiation for the sins of the people, to appear clothed in white linen, with his linen apron or girdle about his loins. It is worthy of remark that the Hebrew word Laban, which signifies to make white, denotes also to purify, and hence we find, throughout the Scriptures, many allusions to that color as an emblem of purity. Though thy sins be as scarlet, says Isaiah, they shall be white as snow. And Jeremiah, in describing the once innocent condition of Zion, says, her Nazarites were purer than snow, they were whiter than milk. In the Apocalypse, a white stone was the reward promised by the Spirit to those who overcame, and in the same mystical book the Apostle is instructed to say that fine linen, clean and white, is the righteousness of the saints. In the early ages of the Christian Church, a white garment was always placed upon the catechumen who had been recently baptized, to denote that he had been cleansed from his former sins, and was therefore to lead a life of innocence and purity. Hence it was presented to him with his appropriate charge, receive the white and undefiled garment, and produce it unspotted before the tribunal of our Lord Jesus Christ, that you may obtain immortal life. The white alb still consists a part of the vestments of the Roman Church, and its color is said by Bishop England to excite the piety by teaching us the purity of heart and body which we should possess in being present at the holy mysteries. The heathens paid the same attention to the symbolic signification of this color. The Egyptians, for instance, decorated the head of their principal deity, Osiris, with a white tiara, and the priests wore robes of the whitest linen. In the school of Pythagoras, the sacred hymns were chanted by the disciples clothed in garments of white. The Druids gave white vestments to those of their initiates who had arrived at the ultimate degree, or that of perfection. And this was intended, according to their ritual, to teach the aspirant that none were admitted to that honor but such as were cleansed from all impurities, both of body and mind. In all the mysteries and religion rites of the other nations of antiquity, the same use of white garments was observed. Portal, in his treatise on symbolic colors, says that white was the symbol of divinity and of the priesthood, represents divine wisdom. Applied to a young girl, it denotes virginity. To an accused person, innocence, to a judge, justice. And he adds, what in reference to its use in Masonry will be particularly appropriate, that, as a characteristic sign of purity, it exhibits a promise of hope after death. We see, therefore, the propriety of adopting this color in the Masonic system as a symbol of purity. This symbolism pervades the whole of the ritual, from the lowest to the highest degree, wherever white vestments or white decorations are used. As to the material of the apron, this is imperatively required to be of lambskin. No other substance, such as linen, silk, or satin, could be substituted without entirely destroying the symbolism of the vestment. Now the lamb has, as the ritual expresses it, been in all ages deemed an emblem of innocence, but more particularly in the Jewish and Christian churches has this symbolism been observed. Instances of this need hardly be cited. They abound throughout the Old Testament, where we learn that a lamb was selected by the Israelites for their sin and burnt offerings, and in the New, where the word lamb is almost constantly employed as synonymous with innocence. The paschal lamb, says Didron, was eaten by the Israelites on the night preceding their departure, is the type of that other divine lamb of whom Christians are to partake at Easter, in order thereby to free themselves from the bondage in which they are held by vice. The paschal lamb, a lamb bearing a cross, was therefore, from an early period, depicted by the Christians as referring to Christ crucified, that spotless Lamb of God, who was slain from the foundation of the world. The material, then, of the apron unites with its color to give to the investiture of a Mason the symbolic signification of purity. This, then, together with the fact which I have already shown, that the ceremony of investiture was common to all the ancient religious rites, will form another proof of the identity of origin between these and the Masonic institution. The symbolism also indicates the sacred and religious character which its founders sought to impose upon Freemasonry, and to which both the moral and physical qualifications of our candidates undoubtedly have a reference, since it is with the Masonic Lodge as it was with the Jewish Church, where it was declared that no man that had a blemish should come nigh unto the altar, and within the heathen priesthood, among whom we are told that it was thought to be a dishonor to the gods to be served by any one that was maimed, lame, or in any other way imperfect, and with both also in requiring that no one should approach the sacred things who was not pure and uncorrupt. The pure, unspotted lambskin apron is, then, in Masonry, a symbolic of that perfection of beauty and purity of mind, which are essential qualifications in all who would participate in its sacred mysteries. End of section 19.
Section 20 of The Symbolism of Freemasonry by Albert G. Mackey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Brother Michael. Section 20. The Symbolism of the Gloves. The investiture with the gloves is very closely connected with the investiture with the apron, and the consideration of the symbolism of the one naturally follows the consideration of the symbolism of the other. In the continental rites of Masonry, as practiced in France, in Germany, and in other countries of Europe, it is an invariable custom to present the newly initiated candidate not only, as we do, with a white leather apron, but also with 2 pairs of white kid gloves, one a man's pair for himself and the other a woman's, to be presented by him in turn to his wife or his betrothed, according to the custom of the German Masons, or according to the French, to the female whom he most esteems, which indeed amounts, or should amount, to the same thing. There is in this, of course, as there is in everything else which pertains to Freemasonry, a symbolism. The gloves given to the candidate for himself are intended to teach him that the acts of a Mason should be as pure and spotless as the gloves now given to him. In the German lodges, the word used for acts is, of course, Handlungen, or handlings, the works of his hands, which makes the symbolic idea more impressive. Dr. Robert Plott, no friend of Masonry but still an historian of much research, says in his Natural History of Staffordshire that the Society of Freemasons, in his time, and he wrote in 1660, presented their candidates with gloves for themselves and their wives. This shows that the custom still preserved on the continent of Europe was formerly practiced in England, although there, as well as in America, it is discontinued, which is perhaps to be regretted. But although the presentation of the gloves to the candidate is no longer practiced as a ceremony in England or America, yet the use of them as part of the proper professional clothing of a Mason in the duties of the lodge or in processions is still retained, and in many well-regulated lodges the members are almost as regularly clothed in their white gloves as in their white aprons. The symbolism of the gloves, it will be admitted, is, in fact, but a modification of that of the apron. They both signify the same thing. Both are allusive to a purification of life. Who shall ascend, says the psalmist, into the hill of the Lord? Or who shall stand in his holy place? He that hath clean hands and a pure heart. The apron may be said to refer to the pure heart, the gloves to the clean hands. Both are significant of purification, of that purification which was always symbolized by the ablution which preceded the ancient initiations into the sacred mysteries. But while our American and English Masons have adhered only to the apron and rejected the gloves as a Masonic symbol, the latter appear to be far more important in symbolic science, because the allusions to pure or clean hands are abundant in all the ancient writers. Hands, says Weems in his Clavis Symbolica, are the symbols of human actions. Pure hands are pure actions. Unjust hands are deeds of injustice. There are numerous references in sacred and profane writers to this symbolism. The washing of the hands has the outward sign of an internal purification. Hence the psalmist says, I will wash my hands in innocence, and I will encompass thine altar, Jehovah. In the ancient mysteries, the washing of the hands was always an introductory ceremony to the initiation, and, of course, it was used symbolically to indicate the necessity of purity from crime as a qualification of those who sought admission into the sacred rites, and hence, on a temple in the island of Crete, this inscription was placed, Cleanse your feet, wash your hands, and then enter. Indeed, the washing of hands as symbolic of purity was among the ancients a peculiarly religious rite. No one dared to pray to the gods until he had cleansed his hands. Thus Homer makes Hector say, I dread with unwashed hands to bring my incensed wine to Jove in offering. In a similar spirit of religion, Aeneas, when leaving burning Troy, refuses to enter the temple of Ceres until his hands, polluted by recent strife, had been washed in the living stream. In me, now fresh from war and recent strife, 'tis impious the sacred things to touch, till in the living stream myself I bathe. The same practice prevailed among the Jews, and a striking instance of the symbolism is exhibited in that well-known action of Pilate, who, when the Jews clamored for Jesus, that they might crucify him, appeared before the people, and having taken water, washed his hands, saying at the same time, I am innocent of the blood of this just man. See ye to it. In the Christian church of the Middle Ages, gloves were always worn by bishops or priests when in the performance of ecclesiastical functions. They were made of linen and were white. And Durandus, a celebrated ritualist, says that by the white gloves were denoted chastity and purity, because the hands were thus kept clean and free from all impurity. There is no necessity to extend examples any further. There is no doubt that the use of the gloves in Masonry is a symbolic idea borrowed from the ancient and universal language of symbolism, and was intended, like the apron, to denote the necessity of purity of life. We have thus traced the gloves and the apron to the same symbolic source. Let us see if we cannot also derive them from the same historic origin. The apron evidently owes its adoption in Freemasonry to the use of that necessary garment by the operative Masons of the Middle Ages. It is one of the most positive evidences, indeed we may say absolutely the most tangible evidence, of the derivation of our speculative science from an operative art. The builders, who associated in companies, who traversed Europe and were engaged in the construction of palaces and cathedrals, have left to us, as their descendants, their name, their technical language, and that distinctive piece of clothing by which they protected their garments from the pollutions of their laborious employment. Did they also bequeath to us their gloves? This is a question which some modern discoveries will at last enable us to solve. M. Didron, in his Annales Archaeologiques, presents us with an engraving, copied from the painted glass of a window in the Cathedral of Chartres in France. The painting was executed in the 13th century and represents a number of operative Masons at work. 3 of them are adorned with laurel crowns. May not these be intended to represent the 3 officers of a lodge? All of the Masons wear gloves. M. Didron remarks that in the old documents which he has examined, mention is often made of gloves which are intended to be presented to Masons and stonecutters. In a subsequent number of the Annales, He gives the following 3 examples of this fact. In the year 1331, in the Châtelain of Villeneuve and Dumas brought a considerable quantity of gloves to be given to the workmen in order, as it is said, to shield their hands from the stone and lime. In October 1383, as he learns from a document of that period, 36 pairs of gloves were brought and distributed to the Masons, where they commenced in the buildings of the Chartreuse of Dijon. And lastly, in 1486 or 1487, 22 pair of gloves were given to the masons and stonecutters, who were engaged in the work at the city of Amiens. It is thus evident that the builders, the operative masons, of the Middle Ages wore gloves to protect their hands from the effects of their work. It is equally evident that the speculative masons have received from their operative predecessors the gloves as well as the apron, both of which, being used by the latter for practical uses, have been, in the spirit of symbolism, appropriated by the former to a more noble and glorious purpose. End of section 20. Section 21 of The Symbolism of Freemasonry by Albert G. Mackey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Brother Michael. Section 21. The Rite of Circumambulation. The Rite of Circumambulation will supply us with another ritualistic symbol, in which we may again trace the identity of the origin of Freemasonry with that of the religious and mystical ceremonies of the ancients. Circumambulation is the name given by sacred archaeologists to that religious rite in the ancient initiations, which consisted in a formal procession around the altar, or other holy and consecrated object. The prevalence of this rite among the ancients appears to have been universal, and had originally, as I shall have occasion to show, alluded to the apparent course of the sun in the firmament, which is from east to west by the way of the south. In ancient Greece, when the priests were engaged in the rites of sacrifice, they and the people always walked 3 times around the altar while chanting a sacred hymn or ode. Sometimes, while the people stood around the altar, the rite of circumambulation was performed by the priest alone, who, turning towards the right hand, went around it and sprinkled it with meal and holy water. In making this circumambulation, it was considered absolutely necessary that the right side should always be next to the altar, and consequently that the procession should move from the east to the south, then to the west, next to the north, and afterwards to the east again. It was in this way that the apparent revolution was represented. The ceremony the Greeks called moving from the right to the left, which was the direction of the motion, and the Romans applied to it the term dextrovorsum or dextrororsum, which signifies the same thing. Thus, Plautus makes Palinurus, a character in his comedy of Curculio, say, "If you would do reverence to the gods, you must turn to the right hand." Gronovius, in commenting on this passage of Plautus, says, "In worshipping and praying to the gods, they were accustomed to turn to the right hand." A hymn of Callimachus has been preserved, which is said to have been chanted by the priests of Apollo at Delos, while performing this ceremony of circumambulation, the substance of which is, "We imitate the example of the sun, and follow its benevolent course." It would be observed that the circumambulation around the altar was accompanied by the singing or chanting of a sacred ode. Of the 3 parts of the ode, the strophe, the antistrophe, and the epod, each was to be sung at a particular part of the procession. The analogy between this chanting of an ode by the ancients and the recitation of a passage of Scripture in the Masonic circumambulation will be at once apparent. Among the Romans, the ceremony of circumambulation was always used in the rites of sacrifice, of expiation or purification. Thus Virgil describes Corynaeus as purifying his companions at the funeral of Maecenas by passing 3 times around them while aspersing them with the lustral waters. And to do so conveniently, it was necessary that he should have moved with his right hand towards them. Thrice with pure water compassed he the crew, sprinkling with olive branch the gentle dew. In fact, so common was it to unite the ceremony of circumambulation with that of expiation or purification, or in other words, to make a circuitous procession in performing the latter rite, that the term lustrare, whose primitive meaning is to purify, came at last to be synonymous with circuri, to walk around anything, and hence a purification and circumambulation were often expressed by the same word. Among the Hindus, the same rite of circumambulation has always been practiced. As an instance, we may cite the ceremonies which are to be performed by a Brahmin upon first rising from bed in the morning, an accurate account of which has been given by Mr. Colebrook in the Asiatic Researches. The priest, having first adorned the sun while directing his face to the east, then walks towards the west by the way of the south, saying at the same time, "I follow the course of the sun," which he thus explains: "As the sun in his course moves round the world by way of the south, so do I follow that luminary, to obtain the benefit arising from a journey round the earth by way of the south." Lastly, I may refer to a preservation of this rite among the Druids, whose mystical dance around the cairn, or sacred stones, was nothing more nor less than the rite of circumambulation. On these occasions, the priest always made 3 circuits, from east to west, by the right hand, around the altar or cairn, accompanied by all the worshippers. And so sacred was the rite once considered, that we learn from Toland that in the Scottish Isles, once a principal seat of the Druidical religion, the people never come to the ancient sacrificing and fire-hallowing cairns, but they walk 3 times around them, from east to west, according to the course of the sun. This sanctified tour, or round by the south, he observes, is called Disel, as the contrary, or unhallowed ones by the north, is called Tuapol. And he further remarks that this word Disel was derived from dies, the right, understanding hand, and soil, one of the ancient names of the sun, the right hand in this round being ever next to the heap. I might pursue these researches still further and trace this rite of circumambulation to other nations of antiquity, but I conceive that enough has been said to show its universality, as well as the tenacity with which this essential ceremony of performing the motion a mystical number of times, and always by the right hand, from the east through the south to the west, was preserved. And I think that this singular analogy to the same rite in Freemasonry must lead us to the legitimate conclusion that the common source of all these rites is to be found in the identical origin of the spurious Freemasonry, or pagan mysteries, and the pure, primitive Freemasonry, from which the former seceded, only to be deteriorated. In reviewing what has been said on this subject, it will at once be perceived that the essence of the ancient rite consisted in making the circumambulation around the altar, from the east to the south, from the south to the west, thence to the north, and to the east again. Now, in this Masonic rite of circumambulation strictly agrees with the ancient one. But this circuit by the right hand, it is admitted, was done as a representation of the sun's motion. It was a symbol of the sun's apparent course around the earth. And so, then, here again we have in Freemasonry that old and often repeated allusion to sun worship, which has already been seen in the officers of a lodge and in the point within a circle. And as the circumambulation is made around the lodge, just as the sun was supposed to move around the earth, we are brought back to the original symbolism with which we commenced, that the lodge is a symbol of the world. End of section 21.
Section 22 of The Symbolism of Freemasonry by Albert G. Mackey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Brother Michael. Section 22. The Rite of Intrusting and the Symbolism of Light. The Rite of Intrusting, to which we are now to direct our attention, will supply us with many important and interesting symbols. There is an important period in the ceremony of Masonic initiation when the candidate is about to receive a full communication of the mysteries through which he has passed, and to which the trials and labors which he has undergone can only entitle him. The ceremony is technically called the Rite of Intrusting, because it is then that the aspirant begins to be entrusted with that for the possession of which he was seeking. It is equivalent to what in the ancient mysteries was called the autopsy, or the scene of what only the initiated were permitted to behold. This rite of entrusting is, of course, divided into several parts or periods, for the Operative, or secret things of Masonry, are not to be given at once, but in gradual progression. It begins, however, with the communication of light, which, although but a preparation for the development of the mysteries which are to follow, must be considered as one of the most important symbols in the whole science of Masonic symbolism. So important, indeed, is it, and so much does it pervade with its influence and its revelations the whole Masonic system, that Freemasonry itself anciently received, among other appellations, that of lux, or light, to signify that it is to be regarded as that sublime doctrine of divine truth by which the path of him who has attained it is to be illuminated in his pilgrimage of life. The Hebrew cosmogonist commences his description of the creation by the declaration that God said, "Let there be light," and there was light, a phrase which, in the more emphatic form that it has received in the original language of "be light," and light was, is said to have won the praise for its sublimity of the greatest of Grecian critics. The singularly emphatic summons, says a profound modern writer, by which light is called into existence, is probably owing to the preeminent utility and glory of that element, together with its mysterious nature, which made it seem as the God of this new world, and won for it the earliest adoration of mankind. Light was, in accordance with this old religious sentiment, the great object of attainment in all the ancient religious mysteries. It was there, as it is now, in Masonry, made the symbol of truth and knowledge. This was always its ancient symbolism, and we must never lose sight of this emblematic meaning when we are considering the nature and signification of Masonic light. When the candidate makes a demand for light, it is not merely for that material light which is to remove a physical darkness. That is only the outward form, which conceals the inward symbolism. He craves an intellectual illumination which will dispel the darkness of mental and moral ignorance, and bring to his view and eye-witness the sublime truths of religion, philosophy, and science, which it is the great design of Freemasonry to teach. In all the ancient systems, this reverence for light, as the symbol of truth, was predominant. In the mysteries of every nation, the candidate was made to pass, during his initiation, through scenes of utter darkness, and at length terminated his trials by an admission to the splendidly illuminated Sakelum, or sanctuary, where he was said to have attained pure and perfect light, where he received the necessary instructions which were to invest him with that knowledge of the divine truth which it had been the object of all his labors to gain, and the design of the institution into which he had been initiated to bestow. Light, therefore, became synonymous with truth and knowledge, and darkness with falsehood and ignorance. We shall find this symbolism pervading not only the institutions, but the very languages of antiquity. Thus, among the Hebrews, the word ar, in the singular, signified light, but in the plural, arim, it denoted the revelation of the divine will. And the arim and the thummim, literally the lights and truths, constituted a part of the breastplate whence the high priest obtained oracular responses to the questions which he proposed. There is a peculiarity about the word light in the old Egyptian language, which was well worth consideration in this connection. Among the Egyptians, the hair was the hieroglyphic of eyes that are open, and it was adopted because that timid animal was supposed never to close his organs of vision, being always on the watch for his enemies. The hair was afterwards adopted by the priests as a symbol of the mental illumination or mystic light which was revealed to the neophytes in the contemplation of divine truth during the progress of their initiation, and hence, according to Champollion, the hair was also the symbol of Osiris, their chief god, thus showing the intimate connection which they believed to exist between the process of initiation into their sacred rites and the contemplation of the divine nature. But the Hebrew word for hair is arnabet. Now, this is compounded of the two words ar, light, and nabat, to behold. And therefore, the word which the Egyptians denoted initiation in Hebrew signified to behold the light. In two nations so intimately connected in history as the Hebrews and the Egyptians, such a coincidence could not have been accidental. It shows the prevalence of the sentiment at that period that the communication of light was the prominent design of the mysteries, so prominent that the one was made the synonym of the other. The worship of light, either in its pure essence or in the forms of sun worship and fire worship, because the sun and the fire were causes of light, was among the earliest and most universal superstitions of the world. Light was considered as the primordial source of all that was holy and intelligent, and darkness, as its opposite, was viewed as but another name for evil and ignorance. Dr. Beard, in an article on this subject in Kitto's Cyclopedia of Biblical Literature, attributes this view of the divine nature of light, which was entertained by the nations of the East, to the fact that in that part of the world, light has a clearness and brilliancy, is accompanied by an intensity of heat, and is followed in its influence by a largeness of good, of which the inhabitants of less genial climates have no conception. Light easily and naturally became, in consequence, with Orientals, a representative of the highest human good. All the more joyous emotions of the mind, all the pleasing sensations of the frame, all the happy hours of domestic intercourse were described under imagery derived from light. The transition was natural, from earthly to heavenly, from corporeal to spiritual things, and so light came to typify true religion and the felicity which it imparts. But as light not only came from God, but also makes man's way clear before him, so it was employed to signify moral truth, and preeminently that divine system of truth which is set forth in the Bible, from its earliest gleamings onward to the perfect day of the great Sun of righteousness. I'm inclined to believe that in this passage the learned author has erred, not in the definition of the symbol, but in the deduction of its origin. Light became the object of religious veneration, not because of the brilliancy and clearness of a particular sky, nor the warmth and genial influence of a particular climate, for the worship was universal, in Scandinavia as in India, but because it was the natural and inevitable result of the worship of the sun, the chief deity of Sabianism, a faith which pervaded to an extraordinary extent the whole religious sentiment of antiquity. Light was venerated because it was an emanation from the sun, and in the materialism of the ancient faith, light and darkness were both personified as positive existences, the one being the enemy of the other. Two principles were thus supposed to reign over the world, antagonistic to each other, and each alternately presiding over the destinies of mankind. The contest between the good and evil principle, symbolized by light and darkness, composed a very large part of the ancient mythology in all countries. Among the Egyptians, Osiris was light, or the sun, and his archenemy, Typhon, who ultimately destroyed him, was the representative of darkness. Zoroaster, the father of the ancient Persian religion, taught the same doctrine and called the principle of light or good, Ormuzd, and the principle of darkness or evil, Ahriman. The former, born of the purest light, and the latter, sprung from utter darkness, are, in this mythology, continually making war on each other. Manes, or Manichaeus, the founder of the sect of the Manichees, in the 3rd century, taught that there are two principles from which all things proceed. The one is a pure and subtle matter called light, and the other a gross and corrupt substance called darkness. Each of these is subject to the dominion of a superintending being, whose existence is from all eternity. The being who presides over light is called God. He that rules over the darkness is called Hyel, or demon. The ruler of the light is supremely happy, good, and benevolent, while the ruler over darkness is unhappy, evil, and malignant. Pythagoras also maintained this doctrine of two antagonistic principles. He called the one unity, light, the right hand, equality, stability, and a straight line. The other he named binary, darkness, the left hand, inequality, instability, and a curved line. Of the colors, he attributed white to the good principle and black to the evil one. The Kabbalists gave a prominent place to light in their system of cosmogony. They taught that before the creation of the world, all space was filled with what they called Ar and Sof, or the eternal light, and that when the divine mind determined or willed the production of nature, the eternal light withdrew to a central point, leaving around it an empty space, in which the process of creation went on by means of emanations from the central mass of light. It is unnecessary to enter into the Kabbalistic account of creation. It is sufficient here to remark that all was done through the mediate influence of the Ar and Sof, or eternal light, which produces coarse matter, but 1 degree above non-entity, only when it becomes so attenuated as to be lost in darkness. The Brahminical doctrine was that light and darkness are esteemed the world's eternal ways. He who walketh in the former returneth not. That is to say, he goeth to eternal bliss, whilst he who walketh in the latter cometh back again upon earth, and is thus destined to pass through further transmigrations until his soul is perfectly purified by light. In all the ancient systems of initiation, the candidate was shrouded in darkness, as a preparation for the reception of light. The duration varied in the different rites. In the Celtic mysteries of Druidism, the period in which the aspirant was immersed in darkness was 9 days and nights. Among the Greeks, at Eleusis, it was 3 times as long, and in the still severer times of Mithras, in Persia, 50 days of darkness, solitude, and fasting were imposed upon the adventurous neophyte, who by these excessive trials was at length entitled to the full communication of the light of knowledge. Thus it will be perceived that the religious sentiment of a good and evil principle gave to darkness, in the ancient symbolism, a place equally as prominent as that of light. The same religious sentiment of the ancients, modified, however, in its details, by our better knowledge of divine things, has supplied Freemasonry with a double symbolism, that of light and darkness. Darkness is the symbol of initiation. It is intended to remind the candidate of his ignorance, which Masonry is to enlighten, of his evil nature, which Masonry is to purify, of the world in whose obscurity he has been wandering, and from which Masonry is to rescue him. Light, on the other hand, is the symbol of the autopsy, the sight of the mysteries, the entrusting, the full fruition of Masonic truth and knowledge. Initiation precedes the communication of knowledge in Masonry, as darkness preceded light in the old cosmogonies. Thus, in Genesis, we see that in the beginning the world was without form and void, and darkness was on the face of the deep. The Chaldean cosmogony taught that in the beginning all was darkness and water. The Phoenicians supposed that the beginning of all things was a wind of black air, and a chaos dark as Erebus. But out of all this darkness sprang forth light, at the divine command, and the sublime phrase, "Let there be light," is repeated, in some substantially identical form, in all the ancient histories of creation. So too, out of the mysterious darkness of Masonry comes the full blaze of Masonic light. One must precede the other, as the evening preceded the morning. So the evening and the morning were the first day. This thought is preserved in the great motto of the order, Lux e Tenebris, light out of darkness. It is equivalent to this other sentence, truth out of initiation. Lux, or light, is truth. Tenebrae, or darkness, is initiation. It is a beautiful and instructive portion of our symbolism, this connection of darkness and light, and well deserves a further investigation. Genesis and the cosmogonies, says Portal, mention the antagonism of light and darkness. The form of this fable varies according to each nation, but the foundation is everywhere the same. Under the symbol of the creation of the world, it presents the picture of regeneration and initiation. Plutarch says that to die is to be initiated into the greater mysteries, and the Greek word, which signifies to die, means also to be initiated. But black, which is the symbolic color of darkness, is also the symbol of death. And hence, again, darkness, like death, is the symbol of initiation. It was for this reason that all the ancient initiations were performed at night. The celebration of the mysteries was always nocturnal. The same custom prevails in Freemasonry, and the explanation is the same. Death and the resurrection were taught in the mysteries as they are in Freemasonry. The initiation was the lesson of death. The full fruition or autopsy, the reception of light, was the lesson of regeneration or resurrection. Light is, therefore, a fundamental symbol in Freemasonry. It is, in fact, the first important symbol that is presented to the neophyte in his instructions, and contains within itself the very essence of speculative Masonry, which is nothing more than the contemplation of intellectual light or truth. End of section 22. Section 23 of The Symbolism of Freemasonry by Albert G. Mackey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Brother Michael. Section 23, Symbolism of the Cornerstone. We come next, in due order of precedence, to the consideration of the symbolism connected with an important ceremony in the ritual of the first degree of Masonry, which refers to the northeast corner of the lodge. In this ceremony, the candidate becomes the representative of spiritual cornerstone, and hence, to thoroughly comprehend the true meaning of the emblematic ceremony, it is essential that we should investigate the symbolism of the cornerstone. The cornerstone, as the foundation on which the entire building is supposed to rest, is, of course, the most important stone in the whole edifice. It is, at least, so considered by operative Masons. It is laid with impressive ceremonies. The assistance of speculative Masons is often, and always ought to be, invited to give dignity to the occasion. And the event is viewed by the workmen as an important era in the construction of the edifice. In the rich imagery of Orientalism, the cornerstone is frequently referred to as the appropriate symbol of a chief or prince who is the defense and bulwark of his people, and more particularly in Scripture as denoting that promised Messiah who is to be the sure prop and support of all who would put their trust in his divine mission. To the various properties that are necessary to constitute a true cornerstone, its firmness and durability, its perfect form, and its peculiar position as the connecting link between the walls, we must attribute the important character that it has assumed in the language of symbolism. Freemasonry, which alone of all existing institutions has preserved this ancient and universal language, could not, as it may well have been supposed, have neglected to adopt the cornerstone among its most cherished and impressive symbols, and hence it has referred to it many of its most significant lessons of morality and truth. I have already alluded to that peculiar mode of Masonic symbolism by which the speculative Mason is supposed to be engaged in the construction of a spiritual temple, in imitation of, or rather in reference to, that material one which was erected by his operative predecessors at Jerusalem. Let us again for a few moments direct our attention to this important fact and revert to the connection which originally existed between the operative and speculative divisions of Freemasonry. This is an essential introduction to any inquiry into the symbolism of the cornerstone. The difference between operative and speculative Masonry is simply this, that while the former was engaged in the construction of a material temple, formed, it is true, of the most magnificent materials which the quarries of Palestine, the mountains of Lebanon, and the golden shores of Ophir could contribute, the latter occupies itself in the erection of a spiritual house, a house not made with hands, in which, for stones and cedar, gold and precious stones, are substituted the virtues of the heart, the pure emotions of the soul, the warm affections gushing forth from the hidden fountains of the Spirit, so that the very presence of Jehovah, our Father and our God, shall be enshrined with us, as a Shekinah was in the Holy of Holies of the material temple at Jerusalem. The speculative Mason, then, if he rightly comprehends the scope and design of his profession, is occupied from his very first admission into the order until the close of his labors and his life. And the true Mason's labor ends only with his life, in the construction, the adornment, and the completion of his spiritual temple of his body. He lays its foundation in a firm belief and his unshaken confidence in the wisdom, power, and goodness of God. This is his first step. Unless his trust is in God, and in him only, he can advance no further than the threshold of initiation. And then he prepares his materials with the gauge and gavel of truth, raises the walls by the plumb line of rectitude, squares his work with the square of virtue, connects the whole with the cement of brotherly love, and thus skillfully erects the living edifice of thoughts and words and deeds, in accordance with the designs laid down by the master architect of the universe in the great book of Revelation. The aspirant for Masonic light, the neophyte, on his first entrance within our sacred porch, prepares himself for the consecrated labor of erecting within his own bosom a fit dwelling place for the divine spirit, and thus commences the noble work by becoming himself the cornerstone on which the spiritual edifice is to be erected. Here, then, is the beginning of the symbolism of the cornerstone, and it is singularly curious to observe how every portion of the archetype has been made to perform its appropriate duty in thoroughly carrying out the emblematic illusions. As, for example, the symbolic reference of the cornerstone of a material edifice to a Mason, when, at his first initiation, he commences the intellectual task of erecting a spiritual temple in his heart, is beautifully sustained in the allusions to all the various parts and qualities which are to be found in a well-formed, true, and trusty cornerstone. Its form and substance are both seized by the comprehensive grasp of the symbolic science. Let us trace this symbolism in its minute details, and first, as to the form of the cornerstone. The cornerstone of an edifice must be perfectly square on its surfaces, lest, by violation of this true geometric figure, the walls to be erected upon it should deviate from the required line of perpendicularity, which can alone give strength and proportion to the building. Perfectly square on its surfaces, it is, in its form and solid contents, a cube. Now the square and the cube are both important and significant symbols. The square is an emblem of morality, or the strict performance of every duty. Among the Greeks, who were a highly poetical and imaginative people, the square was deemed a figure of perfection, and the square or cubical man, as the words may be translated, was a term used to designate a man of unsullied integrity. Hence one of their most eminent metaphysicians has said that he who valiantly sustains the shocks and adverse fortune, demeaning himself uprightly, is truly good and of a square posture, without reproof, and he who would assume such a square posture should often subject himself to the perfectly square test of justice and integrity. The cube, in the language of symbolism, denotes truth. Among the pagan mythologists, Mercury or Hermes was always represented by a cubical stone, because he was the type of truth, and the same form was adopted by the Israelites in the construction of the tabernacle, which was to be the dwelling place of divine truth. And then, as to its material, this too is an essential element of all symbolism. Constructed of a material finer and more polished than that which constitutes the remainder of the edifice, often carved with appropriate devices and fitted for its distinguished purpose by the utmost skill of the sculptor's art, it becomes the symbol of that beauty of holiness with which the Hebrew psalmist has said that we are to worship Jehovah. The ceremony, then, of the northeast corner of the lodge, since it derives all its typical value from this symbolism of the cornerstone, was undoubtedly intended to portray, in this consecrated language, the necessity of integrity and stability of conduct, of truthfulness and uprightness of character, and of purity and holiness of life, which, just at that time and in that place, the candidate is most impressively charged to maintain. But there is also symbolism about the position of the cornerstone, which is well worthy of attention. It is familiar to everyone, even those who are without the pale of initiation, that the custom of laying the cornerstones of public buildings has always been performed by the Masonic order, with peculiar and impressive ceremonies, and that this stone is invariably deposited in the northeast corner of the foundation of the intended structure. Now the question naturally suggests itself: whence does this ancient and invariable usage derive its origin? Why may not the stone be deposited in any other corner or portion of the edifice, as convenience or necessity may dictate? The custom of placing the foundation stone in the northeast corner must have been originally adopted for some good and sufficient reason, for we have a right to suppose that it was not an arbitrary selection. Was it in reference to the ceremony which takes place in the lodge, or is that in reference to the position of the material stone? No matter which has the precedence in point of time, the principle is the same. The position of the stone in the northeast corner of the building is altogether symbolic, and the symbolism exclusively alludes to certain doctrines which are taught in the speculative science of Masonry. The interpretation, I conceive, is briefly this. Every speculative Mason is familiar with the fact that the East, as the source of material light, is a symbol of his own order, which professes to contain within its bosom the pure light of truth. As, in the physical world, the morning of each day is ushered into existence by the reddening dawn of the eastern sky, whence the rising sun dispenses his illuminating and prolific rays to every portion of the visible horizon, warming the whole earth with his embrace of light, and giving newborn life and energy to flower and tree, and beast and man, who, at the magic touch, awake from the sleep of darkness. So in the moral world, when intellectual night was, in its earliest days, brooding over the world, it was from the ancient priesthood living in the East that those lessons of God, of nature, and of humanity first emanated, which, traveling westward, revealed to man his future destiny and his dependence on a superior power. Thus every new and true doctrine, coming from these wise men of the East, was, as it were, a new day arising, and dissipating the clouds of intellectual darkness and error. It was a universal opinion among the ancients that the first learning came from the East, in the oft-quoted line of Bishop Berkeley that, "Westward the course of empire takes its way," is but the modern utterance of an ancient thought, for it was always believed that the empire of truth and knowledge was advancing from the East to the West. Again, the North, as the point in the horizon which is most remote from the vivifying rays of the sun when at its meridian height, has, with equal metaphorical propriety, been called the place of darkness, and is therefore symbolic of the profane word, which has not yet been penetrated and illumined by the intellectual rays of Masonic light. All history concurs in recording the fact that, in the early ages of the world, its northern portion was enveloped in the most profound moral and mental darkness. It was from the remotest regions of northern Europe that those barbarian hordes came down like the wolf on the fold and devastated the fair plains of the south, bringing with them a dark curtain of ignorance, beneath whose heavy folds the nations of the world lay for centuries overwhelmed. The extreme north has ever been, physically and intellectually, cold and dark and dreary. Hence in Masonry, the north has ever been esteemed the place of darkness, and, in obedience to this principle, no symbolic light is allowed to illumine the northern part of the lodge. The east, then, is, in Masonry, the symbol of the order, and the north the symbol of the profane word. Now, the spiritual cornerstone is deposited in the northeast corner of the lodge, because it is symbolic of the position of the neophyte, or candidate, who represents it in his relation to the order and to the world. From the profane world he has just emerged. Some of its imperfections are still upon him. Some of its darkness is still about him. He, as yet, belongs in part to the north, but he is striving for light and truth. The pathway upon which he has entered is directed toward the east. His allegiance, if I may use the word, is divided. He is not altogether a profane, nor altogether a Mason. If he were wholly in the world, the north would be the place to find him. The north, which is the reign of darkness, if he were wholly in the order, a master Mason, the east would have received him. The east, which is the place of light. But he is neither. He is an apprentice, with some of the ignorance of the world cleaving to him, and some of the light of the order beaming upon him. And hence this divided allegiance, this double character, this mingling of the departed darkness of the north with the approaching brightness of the east, is well expressed in our symbolism, by the appropriate position of the spiritual cornerstone in the northeast corner of the lodge. One surface of the stone faces the north, and the other surface faces the east. It is neither wholly in the one part nor wholly in the other, and in so far it is a symbol of initiation not fully developed, that which is incomplete and perfect, and is, therefore, fitly represented by the recipient of the first degree at the very moment of his initiation. But the strength and durability of the cornerstone are also eminently suggestive of symbolic ideas. To fulfill its design as the foundation and support of the massive building whose erection it precedes, it should be constructed of a material which may outlast all other parts of the edifice, so that when that eternal ocean whose waves are years shall have engulfed all who were present at the construction of the building in the vast vortex of its ever-flowing current, and when generation after generation shall have passed away, and the crumbling stones of the ruined edifice shall begin to attest the power of time and the evanescent nature of all human undertakings, the cornerstone will still remain to tell, by its inscriptions and its form and its beauty, to every passerby that there once existed in that, perhaps then desolate spot, a building consecrated to some noble or some sacred purpose by the zeal and liberality of men who now no longer live. So too do this permanence and durability of the cornerstone, in contrast with the decay and ruin of the building in whose foundations it was placed, remind the Mason that when this earthly house of his tabernacle shall have passed away, he has within him a sure foundation of eternal life, a cornerstone of immortality, an emanation from that divine spirit which pervades all nature, and which, therefore, must survive the tomb and rise, triumphant and eternal, above the decaying dust of death and the grave. It is in this way that the student of Masonic symbolism is reminded by the cornerstone, by its form, its position, and its permanence, of significant doctrines of duty and virtue and religious truth, which it is the great object of Masonry to teach. But I have said that the material cornerstone is deposited in its appropriate place with solemn rites and ceremonies, for which the order has established a peculiar ritual. These two have a beautiful and significant symbolism, the investigation of which will next attract our attention. And here it may be observed, in passing, that the accompaniment of such an act of consecration to a particular purpose, with solemn rites and ceremonies, claims our respect, from the prestige that it has of all antiquity. A learned writer on symbolism makes, on this subject, the following judicious remarks, which may be quoted as a sufficient defense of our Masonic ceremonies. It has been an opinion, entertained in all past ages, that by the performance of certain acts, things, places, and persons acquire a character which they would not have had without such performances. The reason is plain. Certain acts signify firmness of purpose, which, by consigning the object to the intended use, gives it, in the public opinion, an accordant character. This is most especially true of things, places, and persons connected with religion and religious worship. After the performance of certain acts or rites, they are held to be altogether different from what they were before. They acquire a sacred character, and in some instances a character absolutely divine. Such are the effects imagined to be produced by religious dedication. The stone, therefore, thus properly constructed is, when it is to be deposited by the constituted authorities of our order, carefully examined with the necessary implements of operative masonry, the square, the level, and the plumb, and declared to be well-formed, true, and trusty. This is not a vain or unmeaning ceremony. It teaches the Mason that his virtues are to be tested by temptation and trial, by suffering and adversity, before they can be pronounced by the Master Builder of souls to be materials worthy of the spiritual building of eternal life, fitted as living stones for that house not made with hands, eternal in the heavens. But if he be faithful and withstand these trials, if he shall come forth from these temptations and suffering, like pure gold from the refiner's fire, then indeed shall he be deemed well-formed, true, and trusty, and worthy to offer unto the Lord an offering in righteousness. In the ceremony of depositing the cornerstone, the sacred elements of Masonic consecration are then produced, and the stone is solemnly set apart by pouring corn, wine, and oil upon its surface. Each of these elements has a beautiful significance in our symbolism. Collectively, they allude to the corn of nourishment, the wine of refreshment, and the oil of joy, which are the promised rewards of a faithful and diligent performance of duty, and often specifically refer to the anticipated success of the undertaking whose incipiency they have consecrated. They are in fact types and symbols of all those abundant gifts of divine providence for which we are daily called upon to make an offering of our thanks, and which are enumerated by King David in his catalogue of blessings as wine that maketh glad the heart of man, and oil to make his face to shine, and bread which strengtheneth man's heart. Wherefore, my brethren, says Harris, do you carry corn, wine, and oil in your processions? But to remind you that in the pilgrimage of human life you are to impart a portion of your bread to feed the hungry, to send a cup of wine to cheer the sorrowful, and to pour the healing oil of your consolation into the wounds which sickness hath made in the bodies, or affliction rent in the hearts of your fellow travelers. But individually, each of these elements of consecration also has an appropriate significance, which is well worth investigation. Corn, in the language of Scripture, is an emblem of the resurrection and St. Paul, in that eloquent discourse which is so familiar to all, as a beautiful argument for the great Christian doctrine of a future life, adduces the seed of grain, which, being sown, first dieth, and then quickeneth, as the appropriate type of that corruptible, which must put on incorruption, and of that mortal, which must assume immortality. But in Masonry, the Sprig of Acacia, for reasons purely Masonic, has always been adopted as the symbol of immortality, and the ear of corn is appropriated as the symbol of plenty. This is in accordance with the Hebrew derivation of the word, as well as the usage of all ancient nations. The word dagon, which signifies corn, is derived from the verb dega, to increase, to multiply. And in all the ancient religions, the horn or vase, filled with fruits and with grain, was recognized as the symbol of plenty. Hence, as an element of consecration, corn is intended to remind us of those temporal blessings of life and health, and comfortable support, which we derive from the giver of all good, and to merit which we should strive, with clean hands and a pure heart, to erect on the cornerstone of our initiation a spiritual temple which shall be adorned with the beauty of holiness. Wine is the symbol of that inward and abiding comfort with which the heart of man who faithfully performs his part on the great stage of life is to be refreshed. And as in the figurative language of the East, Jacob prophetically promises to Judah, as his reward, that he shall wash his garments in wine and his clothes in the blood of the grape. It seems intended morally to remind us of those immortal refreshments which, when the labors of this earthly lodge are forever closed, we shall receive in the celestial lodge above, where the Gaotu forever presides. Oil is a symbol of prosperity and happiness and joy. The custom of anointing everything or person destined for sacred purpose is of venerable antiquity. The statues of the heathen deities, as well as the altars on which the sacrifices were offered to them, and the priests who presided over the sacred rites, were always anointed with the perfumed ointment, as a consecration of them to the objects of religious worship. When Jacob set up the stone on which he had slept in his journey to Paddan Aram, and where he was blessed with the vision of ascending and descending angels, he anointed it with oil, and thus consecrated it as an altar to God. Such an annunciation was, in ancient times, as it still continues to be in many modern countries and contemporary religions, a symbol of the setting apart of a thing or person so anointed and consecrated to a holy purpose. Hence, then, we are reminded by this last impressive ceremony that the cultivation of virtue, the practice of duty, the resistance of temptation, the submission to suffering, the devotion to truth, the maintenance of integrity, and all those other graces by which we strive to fit our bodies as living stones for the spiritual building of eternal life, must, after all, to make the object effectual and the labor successful, be consecrated by a holy obedience to God's will and a firm reliance on God's providence, which alone constitute the chief cornerstone and sure foundation on which any man can build with the reasonable hope of a prosperous issue to his work. It may be noticed in concluding this topic that the cornerstone seems to be peculiarly a Jewish symbol. I can find no reference to it in any of the ancient pagan rites, and the epipina, the cornerstone, which is so frequently mentioned in the scripture as the emblem of an important personage, and most usually in the Old Testament of the expected Messiah, appears in its use in Masonry to have had, unlike almost every other symbol of the order, an exclusively temple origin. End of section 23. Section 24 of Symbolism of Freemasonry by Albert G. Mackey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Brother Michael. Section 24. The Ineffable Name. Another important symbol is the Ineffable Name, with which the series of ritualistic symbols will be concluded. The Tetragrammaton, or Ineffable Word, the Incommunicable Name, is a symbol, for rightly considered it is nothing more than a symbol, that has more than any other, except perhaps the symbols connected with sun worship, pervaded the rites of antiquity. I know indeed of no system of ancient initiation in which it has not some prominent form and place. But as it was, perhaps, the earliest symbol which was corrupted by the spurious Freemasonry of the pagans, in their secession from the primitive system of the patriarchs and ancient priesthood, it will be most expedient for the thorough discussion of the subject, which is proposed in the present paper, that we should begin the investigation with an inquiry into the nature of the symbol among the Israelites. The name of God, which we at a venture pronounce Jehovah, although whether this is or is not the true pronunciation can now never be authoritatively settled, was ever held by the Jews in the most profound veneration. They derived its origin from the immediate inspiration of the Almighty, who communicated it to Moses as his especial appellation, to be used only by his chosen people. And this communication was made at the burning bush, when he said to him, "Thou shalt say unto the children of Israel, Jehovah, the God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob, hath sent me unto you. This, Jehovah, is my name forever, and this is my memorial unto all generations." And at a subsequent period he shall be more emphatically declared this to be his peculiar name. I am Jehovah, and I appeared unto Abraham, unto Isaac, and unto Jacob, by the name of El Shaddai, but my name Jehovah was I not known unto them. It will be perceived that I have not here followed precisely the somewhat unsatisfactory version of King James Bible, which by translating or angelicizing one name and not the other, leaves the whole passage less intelligible and impressive than it should be. I have retained the original Hebrew for both names. El Shaddai, the Almighty One, was the name by which he had been heretofore known to the preceding patriarchs. In its meaning, it was analogous to Elohim, who is described in the first chapter of Genesis as creating the world. But his name of Jehovah was now for the first time to be communicated to his people. Ushered to their notice with all the solemnity and religious consecration of these scenes and events, the name of God became invested among the Israelites with the profoundest veneration and awe. To add to this mysticism, the Kabbalists, by the change of a single letter, read the passage, "This is my name forever," or as it is in the original, Zeh Shemi La'olam, as if written Zeh Shemi La'alam, that is to say, "This is my name to be concealed." The interpretation, although founded on a blunder, and in all probability an intentional one, soon became a precept, as has been strictly obeyed to this day. The word Jehovah is never pronounced by a pious Jew, who, whenever he meets with it in Scripture, substitutes for it the word Adonai, or Lord, a practice which has been followed by the translators of the common English version of the Bible with almost Jewish scrupulosity. The word Jehovah in the original being invariably translated by the word Lord. The pronunciation of the word, being thus abandoned, became ultimately lost, as by the peculiar construction of the Hebrew language, which is entirely without vowels, the letters being all consonants, can give no possible indication, to one who has not heard it before, of the true pronunciation of any given word. To make this subject plainer to the reader who is unacquainted with the Hebrew, I will venture to furnish an explanation which will perhaps be intelligible. The Hebrew alphabet consists entirely of consonants, the vowel sounds having always been inserted orally, and never marked in writing until the vowel points, as they are called, were invented by the Masoretes some 6 centuries after the Christian era. As the vowel sounds were originally supplied by the reader, while reading, from a knowledge which he had previously received by means of oral instruction, of the proper pronunciation of the word, he was necessarily unable to pronounce any word which had never before been uttered in his presence. As we know that Dr. is to be pronounced doctor, and Mr. Mr., because we have always heard those peculiar combinations of letters thus enunciated, and not because the letters themselves give any such sound, so the Jew knew from instruction and constant practice, and not from the power of the letters, how the consonants of the different words in daily use were to be vocalized. But as the 4 letters which compose the word Jehovah, as we now call it, were never pronounced in his presence, but were made to represent another word, Adonai, which was substituted for it, and as the combination of these 4 consonants would give no more indication for any sort of enunciation than that the combinations Dr. or Mr. give in our language, the Jew, being ignorant of what vocal sounds were to be supplied, was unable to pronounce the word, so that its true pronunciation was lost in time to the masses of the people. There was one person, however, who it is said was in possession of the proper sound of the letters and the true pronunciation of the word. This was the high priest, who, receiving it from his predecessor, preserved the recollection of the sound by pronouncing it 3 times, once a year, on the Day of Atonement, when he entered the Holy of Holies of the tabernacle or temple. If the traditions of Masonry on this subject are correct, the kings, after the establishment of the monarchy, must have participated in this privilege, for Solomon is said to have been in possession of the word, and to have communicated it to his 2 colleagues at the building of the temple. This is the word which, from the number of its letters, was called the Tetragrammaton, or 4-lettered name, and from its sacred inviolability, the ineffable or unutterable name. The Kabbalists and Talmudists have enveloped it in a host of mystical superstitions, most of which are as absurd as they are incredible, but all of them tending to show the great veneration that has always been paid to it. Thus they say that it is possessed of unlimited powers, and that he who pronounces it shakes heaven and earth, and inspires the very angels with terror and astonishment. The rabbins called it Shem Hamporash, that is to say, the name that is declaratory, and they say that David found it engraved on a stone while digging into the earth. From the sacredness with which the name was venerated, it was seldom, if ever, written in full, and, consequently, a great many symbols or hieroglyphics were invented to express it. One of these was the letter Yod, equivalent nearly to the English I or J or Y, which was the initial of the word, and it was often inscribed within an equilateral triangle, the triangle itself being a symbol of deity. This symbol of the name of God is peculiarly worth of our attention, since not only is the triangle to be found in many of the ancient religions occupying the same position, but the whole symbol itself is undoubtedly the origin of that hieroglyphic exhibited in the 2nd degree of Masonry, where, the explanation of the symbolism being the same, the form of it, as far as it respects the letter, has only been anglicized by modern innovators. In my own opinion, the letter G, which is used in the Fellowcrafts degree, should never have been permitted to intrude into Masonry. It presents an instance of absurd anachronism, which would never have occurred if the original Hebrew symbol had been retained. but being there now without the possibility of removal, we have only to remember that it is in fact but the symbol of a symbol. Widely spread, as I have already said, was the reverence for the name of God, and consequently its symbolism, in some peculiar form, is to be found in all the ancient rites. Thus, the Ineffable Name itself, of which we have been discoursing, is said to have been preserved in its true pronunciation by the Essenes, who, in their secret rites, communicated it to each other only in a whisper, and in such form that while its component parts were known, they were so separated as to make the whole word a mystery. Among the Egyptians, whose connection with the Hebrews was more immediate than that of any other people, and where, consequently, there was a greater similarity of rites, the same sacred name is said to have been used as a password for the purpose of gaining admission to their mysteries. In the Brahminic mysteries of Hindustan, the ceremony of initiation was terminated by entrusting the aspirant with the sacred trilateral name, which was AUM, the three letters of which were symbolic of the creative, preservative, and destructive principles of the supreme deity, personified in the three manifestations of Brahma, Shiva, and Vishnu. This word was forbidden to be pronounced aloud. It was to be the subject of silent meditation to the pious Hindu. In the rites of Persia, an ineffable name was also communicated to the candidate after its initiation. Mithras, the principal divinity in these rites, who took the place of the Hebrew Jehovah and represented the sun, had this peculiarity in his name, that the numeral value of the letters which it was composed amounted to precisely 365, the number of days which constitute a revolution of the earth around the sun, or as they then supposed, of the sun around the earth. In the mysteries introduced by Pythagoras into Greece, we again find the ineffable name of the Hebrews, obtained doubtless by the Samian sage during his visit to Babylon. The symbol adopted by him to express it was, however, somewhat different, being 10 points distributed in the form of a triangle, each side containing 4 points, as in the annexed figure. The apex of the triangle was consequently a single point, then followed below 2 others, then 3, and lastly the base consisted of 4. These points were, by the number in each rank, intended, according to the Pythagorean system, to denote respectively the monad, or active principle of nature, the duad, or passive principle, the triad, or world emanating from their union, and the quaternad, or intellectual science. The whole number of points amounting to 10, the symbol of perfection and consummation. This figure was called by Pythagoras the tetractys, a word equivalent in signification to the tetragrammaton, and it was deemed so sacred that on it the oath of secrecy and fidelity was administered to the aspirants in the Pythagorean rites. Among the Scandinavians, as among the Jewish Kabbalists, the supreme God, who was made known in their mysteries, had 12 names, of which the principal and most sacred one was Allfather, the universal Father. Among the Druids, the sacred name of God was Hu, a name which, although it is supposed by Bryant to have been intended by them for Noah, will be recognized as one of the modifications of the Hebrew tetragrammaton. It is in fact the masculine pronoun in Hebrew, and may be considered as the symbolization of the male or generative principle in nature, a short modification of the system of phallic worship. The sacred name among the Druids reminds me of what is the latest and undoubtedly the most philosophical speculation on the true meaning, as well as the pronunciation of the ineffable tetragrammaton. It is from the ingenious mind of the celebrated Lancy that I have already, in another work, given it to the public as I received it from his pupil and my friend Mr. Glidden, the distinguished archaeologist. But the results are too curious to be omitted whenever the tetragrammaton is discussed. Elsewhere, I have very fully alluded to the prevailing sentiment among the ancients that the supreme deity was bisexual or hermaphrodite, including in the essence of his being the male and female principles, the generative and prolific powers of nature. This was the universal doctrine in all the ancient religions, and was very naturally developed in the symbol of the phallus and the cities among the Greeks, and in the corresponding one in the lingam and yoni among the Orientalists, from which symbols the Masonic point within a circle is a legitimate derivation. They all taught that God, the Creator, was both male and female. Now this theory is undoubtedly unobjectionable on the score of orthodoxy. If we view it in the spiritual sense, in which its first propounders must necessarily have intended it to be presented to the mind, and not in the gross sensual meaning in which it was subsequently received, for taking the word sex not in its ordinary and colloquial signification, as denoting the indication of a particular physical organization, but in that purely philosophical one which alone can be used in such a connection, and which signifies the mere manifestation of a power. It is not to be denied that the Supreme Being must possess in himself, and in himself alone, both a generative and a prolific power. This idea, which was so extensively prevalent among all the nations of antiquity, has also been traced in the Tetragrammaton, or name Jehovah, with singular ingenuity by Lancey. And, what is almost equally as interesting, he has, by this discovery, been enabled to demonstrate what was, in all probability, the true pronunciation of the word. In giving the details of this philosophical discovery, I will endeavor to make it as comprehensible as it can be made to those who are not critically acquainted with the construction of the Hebrew language. Those who are will at once appreciate its peculiar character, and will excuse the explanatory details, of course unnecessary to them. The Ineffable Name, the Tetragrammaton, the Shem Hamphorish, for it is known by all these appellations, consists of 4 letters, Yod, He, Vav, and He, forming the word. This word, of course, in accordance with the genius of the Hebrew language, is read, as we would say, backward, or from right to left, beginning with Yod and ending with He. Of these letters, the first, Yod, is equivalent to the English I, pronounced as E in the word machine. The second and fourth letter, He, is an aspirate, and has here the sound of the English H. And the third letter, Vav, has the sound of an open O. Now, reading these 4 letters, I, H, O, H, as the Hebrew requires, from right to left, we have the word EO, which is really as near to the pronunciation as we can well come. Notwithstanding, it forms neither of the 7 ways in which the word is said to have been pronounced at different times by the patriarchs. But, thus pronounced, the word gives us no meaning, for there is no such word in Hebrew as EO, and, as all the Hebrew names were significative of something, it is but fair to conclude that this was not the original pronunciation, and that we must look for another which will give a meaning to the word. Now, Lancey proceeds to the discovery of this true pronunciation as follows. In the Kabbalah, a hidden meaning is often deduced from a word by transposing or reversing its letters, and it was in this way that the Kabbalists concealed many of their mysteries. Now, to reverse a word in English is to read its letters from right to left, because our normal mode of reading is from left to right. But in Hebrew, the contrary rule takes place, for there the normal mode of reading is from right to left, and therefore to reverse the reading of a word is to read it from left to right. Lancey applied this Kabbalistic mode to the Tetragrammaton, when he found that EO, being read reversely, makes the word Ho-Hi. But in Hebrew, Ho is the masculine pronoun, equivalent to the English he, and Hi is the feminine pronoun, equivalent to she. And therefore, the word Ho-Hi, literally translated, is equivalent to the English compound he, she. That is to say, the Ineffable Name of God in Hebrew, being read Kabbalistically, includes within itself the male and female principle, the generative and prolific energy of creation. And here we have, again, the widely spread symbolism of the phallus and the cities, the lingam and the yoni, or their equivalent, the point within a circle, and another pregnant proof of the connection between Freemasonry and the ancient mysteries. And here perhaps we may begin to find some meaning for the hitherto incomprehensible passage in Genesis. So God created man in his own image, and in the image of God created he him, male and female created he them. They could not have been in the image of EO if they had not been male and female. The Kabbalists have exhausted their ingenuity and imagination in speculations on this sacred name, and some of their fancies are really sufficiently interesting to repay an investigation. Sufficient, however, has been here said to account for the important position that it occupies in the Masonic system, and to enable us to appreciate the symbols by which it has been represented. The great reverence, or indeed the superstitious veneration, entertained by the ancients for their name of the Supreme Being, led them to express it rather in symbols or hieroglyphics than in any word at length. We know, for instance, from the recent researches of the archaeologists, that in all the documents of the ancient Egyptians, written in the demotic or common character of the country, the names of their gods were invariably denoted by symbols, and I have already alluded to the different modes by which the Jews expressed the Tetragrammaton. A similar practice prevailed among other nations of antiquity. Freemasonry has adopted the same expedient, and the grand architect of the universe, whom it is the usage, even in ordinary writing, to designate by the initials GAOTU, is accordingly presented to us in a variety of symbols, three of which particularly require attention. These are the letter G, the equilateral triangle, and the all-seeing eye. Of the letter G I have already spoken. A letter of the English alphabet can scarcely be considered an appropriate symbol of an institution which dates its organization and refers its primitive history to a period long anterior to the origin of that language. Such a symbol is deficient in the two elements of antiquity and universality, which should characterize every Masonic symbol. There can therefore be no doubt that in its present form it is a corruption of the old Hebrew symbol, the letter Yod, by which the sacred name was often expressed. This letter is the initial of the word Jehovah, or EO, as I have already stated, and is constantly to be met with in Hebrew writings as the symbol or abbreviature of Jehovah, which word, it will be remembered, is never written at length, but because G is, in like manner, the initial of God, the equivalent of Jehovah, this letter has been incorrectly, and I cannot refrain from again saying, most injudiciously selected to apply in modern lodges, the place of the Hebrew symbol. Having then the same meaning and force as the Hebrew Yod, the letter G must be considered, like its prototype, as the symbol of the life-giving and life-sustaining power of God, as manifested in the meaning of the word Jehovah, or EO, the generative and prolific energy of the Creator. The all-seeing eye is another and still more important symbol of the same great being. Both the Hebrews and the Egyptians appear to have derived its use from that natural inclination of figurative minds to select an organ as the symbol of the function which it is intended peculiarly to discharge. Thus the foot was often adopted as the symbol of swiftness, the arm of strength, and the hand of fidelity. On the same principle, the open eye was selected as the symbol of watchfulness, and the eye of God as the symbol of divine watchfulness and care of the universe. The use of the symbol in this sense is repeatedly to be found in the Hebrew writers. Thus the psalmists say, "The eyes of the Lord are upon the righteous, and his ears are open to their cry," which explains a subsequent passage in which it is said, "Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep." On the same principle, the Egyptians represented Osiris, their chief deity, by the symbol of an open eye, and placed this hieroglyphic of him in all their temples. His symbolic name on the monuments was represented by the eye accompanying a throne, to which was sometimes added an abbreviated figure of the god, and sometimes what has been called a hatchet, but which I consider may correctly be supposed to be a representation of a square. The all-seeing eye may, then, be considered as a symbol of God, manifested in his omnipresence, his guardian and preserving character, to which Solomon alludes in the book of Proverbs, when he says, the eyes of Jehovah are in every place, beholding, or as it might be more faithfully translated, watching, the evil and the good. It is a symbol of the omnipresent deity. The triangle is another symbol which is entitled to our consideration. There is, in fact, no other symbol which is more various in its application or more generally diffused throughout the whole system of both the spurious and the pure Freemasonry. The equilateral triangle appears to have been adopted by nearly all the nations of antiquity as a symbol of the deity. Among the Hebrews, it has already been stated that this figure, with a yod in the center, was used to represent the Tetragrammaton, or Ineffable Name of God. The Egyptians considered the equilateral triangle as the most perfect of figures, and a representative of the great principle of animated existence, each of its sides referring to one of the three departments of creation: the animal, the vegetable, and the mineral. The symbol of universal nature among the Egyptians was the right-angled triangle, of which the perpendicular side represented Osiris, or the male being, the base Isis, or the female principle, and the hypotenuse, their offspring, Horus, or the world emanating from the union of both principles. All this, of course, is nothing more or less than the phallus and cetes, or lingam and yoni, under a different form. The symbol of the right-angled triangle was afterward adopted by Pythagoras when he visited the banks of the Nile, and the discovery which he is said to have made in relation to the properties of this figure, but which he really learned from the Egyptian priests, is commemorated in Masonry by the introduction of the 47th problem of Euclid's first book among the symbols of the third degree. Here the same mystical application is supplied as in the Egyptian figure, namely that the union of the male and female, or active and passive principles of nature, has produced the word. For the geometrical proposition being that the squares of the perpendicular and the base are equal to the square of the hypotenuse, they may be said to produce it in the same way as Osiris and Isis are equal to, or produce, the world. Thus the perpendicular, Osiris, or the active male principle, being represented by a line whose measurement is 3, and the base Isis, or the passive female principle, by a line whose measurement is 4, then their union, or the addition of the squares of these numbers, will produce a square whose root will be the hypotenuse, or a line whose measurement must be 5. For the square of 3 is 9, and the square of 4 is 16, and the square of 5 is 25. But 9 added to 16 is equal to 25, and thus, out of the addition or coming together of the squares of the perpendicular and base arises the square of the hypotenuse, just as out of the coming together in the Egyptian system of the active and passive principles arises or is generated the world. In the medieval history of the Christian Church, the great ignorance of the people and their inclination to a sort of materialism led them to abandon the symbolic representations of the deity, and to depict the Father with the form and lineaments of an aged man, many of which irreverent paintings, as far back as the 12th century, are to be found in the religious books and edifices of Europe. But after the period of the Renaissance, a better spirit and purer taste began to pervade the artists of the Church, and thenceforth the Supreme Being was represented only by his name, the Tetragrammaton, inscribed within an equilateral triangle and placed within a circle of rays. Diderot, in his invaluable work on Christian iconography, gives one of these symbols, which is carved on wood in the 17th century, of which I annex a copy. But even in the earliest ages, when the deity was painted or sculptured as a personage, the nimbus or glory which surrounded the head of the Father was often made to assume a triangular form. Diderot says on this subject, a nimbus of a triangular form is thus seen to be the exclusive attribute of the deity, and most frequently restricted to the Father Eternal. The other persons of the Trinity sometimes wear the triangle, but only in representations of the Trinity, and because the Father is with them, still, even then, beside the Father, who has a triangle, the Son and the Holy Ghost are often drawn with a circular nimbus only. The triangle has, in all ages and in all religions, been deemed a symbol of deity. The Egyptians, the Greeks, and the other nations of antiquity considered this figure, with its three sides, as a symbol of the creative energy displayed in the active and passive, or male and female, principles, and their product, the world. The Christians referred it to their dogma of Trinity as a manifestation of the supreme God, and the Jews and the primitive Masons to the three periods of existence included in the signification of the Tetragrammaton, the past, the present, and the future. In the higher degrees of Masonry, the triangle is the most important of all symbols, and most generally assumes the name of the delta, in allusion to the fourth letter of the Greek alphabet, which is of the same form and bears that appellation. The delta, or mystical triangle, is generally surrounded by a circle of rays called a glory. When this glory is distinct from the figure and surrounds it in the form of a circle, as in the example just given from Didron, it is then an emblem of God's eternal glory. When, as is most usual in the Masonic symbol, the rays emanate from the center of the triangle and, as it were, enshroud it in their brilliancy, it is symbolic of the divine light. The perverted ideas of the pagans referred these rays of light to their sun god and their Sabian worship. But the true Masonic idea of this glory is that it symbolizes that eternal light and wisdom which surrounds the supreme architect as with a sea of glory, and from him, as a common center, emanates to the universe of his creation, and to which the prophet Ezekiel alludes in his eloquent description of Jehovah. And I saw as the color of amber, as the appearance of fire round about within it, from the appearance of his loins even upward, and from his loins even downward, I saw, as it were, the appearance of fire, and it had brightness round about. Dante has also beautifully described this circumfused light of deity. There is in heaven a light whose goodly shine makes the Creator visible to all, created that in seeing him alone have peace, and in a circle spread so far that the circumference were too loose a zone to girdle in the sun. On a recapitulation, then, of the views that have been advanced in relation to these symbols of the deity, which are to be found in the Masonic system, we may say that each one expresses a different attribute. The letter G is the symbol of the self-existent Jehovah. The all-seeing eye is the symbol of the omnipresent God. The triangle is the symbol of the supreme architect of the universe, the Creator, and when surrounded by rays of glory, it becomes a symbol of the architect and bestower of light. And now, after all, is there not in this whole prevalence of the name of God, in so many different symbols throughout the Masonic system, something more than a mere evidence of the religious proclivities of the institution? Is there not behind this a more profound symbolism, which constitutes, in fact, the very essence of Freemasonry? The names of God, said a learned theologian at the beginning of this century, were intended to communicate the knowledge of God himself. By these, men were enabled to receive some scanty ideas of his essential majesty, goodness, and power, and to know both whom we are to believe and what we are to believe of him. And this train of thought is eminently applicable to the admission of the name into the system of Masonry. With us, the name of God, however expressed, is a symbol of divine truth, which it should be the incessant labor of man to seek. End of section 24.
Section 25 of The Symbolism of Freemasonry by Albert G. Mackey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Brother Michael. Section 25. The Legends of Freemasonry. The compound character of a speculative science and an operative art, which the Masonic institution assumed at the building of King Solomon's Temple, in consequence of the union, at that era, of the pure Freemasonry of the Noachidae with the spurious Freemasonry of the Tyrian workmen, has supplied it with two distinct kinds of symbols, the mythical or legendary, and the material. But these are so thoroughly united in object and design that it is impossible to appreciate the one without an investigation of the other. Thus, by way of illustration, it may be observed that the temple itself has been adopted as a material symbol of the world, as I have already shown in former articles.
while the legendary history of the fate of its builder is a mythical symbol of man's destiny in the world. Whatever is visible or tangible to the senses in our types and emblems, such as the implements of operative masonry, the furniture and ornaments of a lodge, or the ladder of 7 steps, is a material symbol, while whatever derives its existence from tradition and presents itself in the form of an allegory or legend is a mythical symbol. Hiram the builder, therefore, and all that refers to the legend of his connection with the temple and his fate, such as the Sprig of Acacia, the hill near Mount Moriah, and the lost word, are to be considered as belonging to the class of mythical or legendary symbols. And this division is not arbitrary, but depends on the nature of the types and the aspect in which they present themselves to our view. Thus, the Sprig of Acacia, although it is material, visible, and tangible, is nevertheless not to be treated as a material symbol, for, as it derives all its significance from its intimate connection with the legend of Hiram Abiff, which is a mythical symbol, it cannot, without a violent and inexpedient disruption, be separated from the same class. For the same reason, the small hill near Mount Moriah, the search of the 12 fellowcrafts, and the whole train of circumstances which connected with the lost word are to be viewed simply as mythical or legendary, and not as material symbols. These legends of Freemasonry constitute a considerable and a very important part of its ritual. Without them, the most valuable portions of the Masonic as a scientific system would cease to exist. It is, in fact, in the traditions and legends of Freemasonry, more even than in its material symbols, that we are to find the deep religious instruction which the institution is intended to inculcate. It must be remembered that Freemasonry has been defined to be a system of morality, veiled in allegory and illustrated by symbols. Symbols, then, alone do not constitute the whole of the system. Allegory comes in for its share, and this allegory, which veils the divine truths of Masonry, is presented to the neophyte in the various legends which have been traditionally preserved in the order. The close connection, at least in design and method of execution, between the institution of Freemasonry and the ancient mysteries, which were largely imbued with the mythical character of the ancient religions, led undoubtedly to the introduction of the same mythical character into the Masonic system. So general, indeed, was the diffusion of the myth or legend among the philosophical, historical, and religious systems of antiquity, that Heine remarks on this subject that all history and philosophy of the ancients proceeds from myths. The word myth, from the Greek a story, in its original acceptation, signified simply a statement or narrative of an event, without any necessary implication of truth or falsehood. But as the word is now used, it conveys the idea of a personal narrative of remote date, which, although not necessarily untrue, is certified only by the internal evidence of the tradition itself. Kreuzer, in his Symbolic, says that myths and symbols were derived, on the one hand, from the helpless condition and the poor and scanty beginnings of religious knowledge among the ancient peoples, and on the other, from the benevolent designs of the priests educated in the East or of Eastern origin, to form them to a purer and higher knowledge. But the observations of that profoundly philosophical historian, Mr. Grote, give so correct a view of the probable origin of this universality of the mythical element in all the ancient religions, and are, withal, so appropriate to the subject of Masonic legends, which I am now about to discuss, that I cannot justly refrain from a liberal quotation of his remarks. The allegorical interpretation of the myths, he says, has been by several learned investigators, especially by Kreuzer, connected with the hypothesis of an ancient and highly instructed body of priests, having their origin either in Egypt or the East, and communicating to the rude and barbarous Greeks religious, physical, and historical knowledge, under the veil of symbols. At a time, we are told, when language was yet in its infancy, visible symbols were the most vivid means of acting upon the minds of ignorant hearers. The next step was to pass to symbolical language and expressions, for a plain and literal exposition, even if understood at all, would at least have been listened to with indifference, as not corresponding with any mental demand. In such allegorizing way, then, the early priests set forth their doctrines, respecting God, nature, and humanity, a refined monotheism and theological philosophy. And to this purpose the earliest myths were turned. But another class of myths, more popular and more captivating, grew up under the hands of the poets. Myths purely epical and descriptive of real or supposed past events. The allegorical myths, being taken up by the poets, insensibly became confounded in the same category with the purely narrative myths. The matter symbolized was no longer thought of, while the symbolizing words came to be construed in their own literal meaning. And the basis of the early allegory, thus lost among the general public, was only preserved as a secret among various religious fraternities, composed of members allied together by initiation in certain mystical ceremonies, and administered by hereditary families of presiding priests. In the Orphic and Bacchic sects, in the Eleusinian and Samothracian mysteries, was thus treasured up the secret doctrine of the old theological and philosophical myths, which had once constituted the primitive legendary stock of Greece, in the lands of the original priesthood and in the ages anterior to Homer. Persons who had gone through the preliminary ceremonies of initiation were permitted at length to hear, though under strict obligation of secrecy, this ancient religion and cosmogonic doctrine, revealing the destination of man and the certainty of posthumous rewards and punishments, all disengaged from the corruption of the poets, as well as from the symbols and allegories under which they still remain buried in the eyes of the vulgar. The mysteries of Greece were thus traced up to the earliest ages, and represented as the only faithful depositories of that pure theology and physics which has been originally communicated, though under the unavoidable inconvenience of a symbolical expression, by an enlightened priesthood, coming from abroad, to then the rude barbarians of the country. In this long but interesting extract, we find not only a philosophical account of the origin and design of the ancient myths, but a fair synopsis of all that can be taught in relation to the symbolical construction of Freemasonry, as one of the depositories of a mythical theology. The myths of Masonry, at first perhaps nothing more than the simple traditions of the pure Freemasonry of the antediluvian system, having been corrupted and misunderstood in the separation of the races, were again purified and adapted to the inculcation of truth, at first by the disciples of the Spurious Freemasonry, and then more fully and perfectly in the development of that system which we now practice. And if there be any leaven of error still remaining in the interpretation of our Masonic myths, we must seek to disengage them from the corruptions with which they have been invested by ignorance and by misinterpretation. We must give to them their true significance, and trace them back to those ancient doctrines and faith whence the ideas which they are intended to embody were derived. The myths or legends which present themselves to our attention in the course of a complete study of the symbolic system of Freemasonry may be considered as divided into three classes: 1. The historical myth; 2. The philosophical myth; 3. The mythical history. And these three classes may be defined as follows. 1. The myth may be engaged in the transmission of a narrative of early deeds and events, having a foundation in truth, which truth, however, has been greatly distorted and perverted by the omission or introduction of circumstances and personages, and then it constitutes the historical myth. 2. Or it may have been invented and adopted as the medium of enunciating a particular thought, or of inculcating a certain doctrine, when it becomes a philosophical myth. 3. Or lastly, the truthful elements of actual history may greatly predominate over the fictitious and invented materials of the myth, and the narrative may be, in the main, made up of facts, with a slight coloring of imagination, when it forms a mythical history. These form the three divisions of the legend or myth, for I am not disposed on the present occasion, like some of the German mythological writers, to make a distinction between the two words.
and to one of these three divisions we must appropriate every legend which belongs to the mythical symbolism of Freemasonry. These Masonic myths partake, in their general character, of the nature of the myths which have been constituted the foundation of the ancient religions, and as they have just been described in the language of Mr. Grote, of these latter myths, Mueller says that their source is to be found, for the most part, in oral tradition, and that the real and the ideal, that is to say, the facts of history and the inventions of imagination, concurred, by their union and reciprocal fusion, in producing the myth. Those are the very principles that govern the construction of the Masonic myths or legends. These two owe their existence entirely to oral tradition, and are made up, as I have just observed, of a due admixture of the real and the ideal, the true and the false, the facts of history and the inventions of allegory. Dr. Oliver remarks that the first series of historical facts, after the fall of man, must necessarily have been traditional, and transmitted from father to son by oral communication. The same system, adopted in all the mysteries, has been continued in the Masonic institution, and all the esoteric instructions contained in the Legends of Freemasonry are forbidden to be written, and can be communicated only in the oral intercourse of Freemasons with each other. De Wet, in his criticism on the Masonic history, lays down the test by which a myth is to be distinguished from a strictly historical narrative, as follows, namely, that the myth must owe its origin to the intention of the inventor not to satisfy the natural thirst for historical truth by simple narration of facts, but rather to delight or touch the feelings, or to illustrate some philosophical or religious truth. This definition precisely fits the character of the myths of Masonry. Take, for instance, the legend of the Master's Degree, or the myth of Hiram Abiff. As a simple narration of facts, it is of no great value, certainly not of value commensurate with the labor that has been engaged in its transmission. Its invention, by which is meant not the invention or imagination of all the incidents of which it is composed, for there are abundant materials of the true and real in its details, but its invention or composition in the form of a myth, by the addition of some features, the suppression of others, and the general arrangement of the whole, was not intended to add a single item to the great mass of history, but altogether, as De Witt says, to illustrate a philosophical or religious truth, which truth, it is hardly necessary for me to say, is the doctrine of the immortality of the soul. It must be evident, from all that has been said respecting the analogy in origin and design between the Masonic and the ancient religious myths, that no one acquainted with the true science of this subject can, for a moment, contend that all the legends and traditions of the order are, to the very letter, historical facts. All that can be claimed for them is, that in some there is simply a substratum of history, the edifice constructed on this foundation being purely inventive, to serve us a medium for inculcating some religious truth; in others, nothing more than an idea to which the legend or myth is indebted for its existence, and of which it is a symbol, the exponent; and in others, again, a great deal of truthful narrative, more or less intermixed with fiction, but the historical always predominating. Thus there is a legend, contained in some of our old records, which states that Euclid was a distinguished Mason, and that he introduced Masonry among the Egyptians. Now, it is not all necessary to the orthodoxy of a Mason's creed that he should literally believe that Euclid, the great geometrician, was really a Freemason, and that the ancient Egyptians were indebted to him for the establishment of the institution among them. Indeed, the palpable anachronism of the legend, which makes Euclid the contemporary of Abraham, necessarily prohibits any such belief, and shows that the whole story is sheer invention. The intelligent Mason, however, will not wholly reject the legend as ridiculous or absurd, but, with a due sense of the nature and design of our system of symbolism, will rather accept it as what, in the classification laid down on a preceding page, would be called a philosophical myth, an ingenious method of conveying symbolically a Masonic truth. Euclid is here very appropriately used as a type of geometry, that science of which he was so eminent a teacher, and the myth or legend that symbolizes the fact that there was in Egypt a close connection between that science and the great moral and religious system, which was among the Egyptians, as well as other ancient nations, what Freemasonry is in the present day, a secret institution established for the inculcation of the same principles, and inculcating them in the same symbolic manner. So interpreted, this legend corresponds to all the developments of Egyptian history, which teach us how close a connection existed in that country between the religious and scientific systems. Thus Kenrick tells us that when we read of foreigners in Egypt being obliged to submit to painful and tedious ceremonies of initiation, it was not that they might learn the secret meaning of the rites of Osiris or Isis, but that they might partake in the knowledge of astronomy, physics, geometry, and theology. Another illustration will be found in the myth or legend of the winding stairs, by which the fellow crafts are said to have ascended to the middle chamber to receive their wages. Now, this myth, taken in its literal sense, is, in all its parts, opposed to history and probability. As a myth, it finds its origin in the fact that there was a place in the temple called the middle chamber, and that there were winding stairs by which it was reached. For we read in the first book of Kings that they went up with winding stairs into the middle chamber. But we have no historical evidence that the stairs were of the construction or that the chamber was used for the purpose indicated in the mythical narrative, as it is set forth in the ritual of the second degree. The whole legend is, in fact, an historical myth, in which the mystic number of the steps, the process of passing to the chamber, and the wages there received, are inventions added to or engrafted on the fundamental history contained in the 6th chapter of Kings, to inculcate important symbolic instruction relative to the principles of the order. These lessons might, it is true, have been inculcated in a dry, didactic form, but the allegorical and mythical method adopted tends to make a stronger and deeper impression on the mind, and, at the same time, serves more closely to connect the institution of Masonry with the ancient temple. Again, the myth which traces the origin of the institution of Freemasonry to the beginning of the world, making it a commencement coeval with creation, a myth which is, even at this day, ignorantly interpreted by some as an historical fact, and the reference to which it is still preserved in the date of Anno Lucis, which is affixed to all Masonic documents, is but a philosophical myth, symbolizing the idea which analogically connects the creation of physical light in the universe with the birth of Masonic or spiritual and intellectual light in the candidate. Then one is the type of the other. When therefore Preston says that from the commencement of the world we may trace the foundation of Masonry, and when he goes on to assert that ever since symmetry began and harmony displayed her charms, our order has had a being, we are not to suppose that Preston intended to teach that a Masonic lodge was held in the Garden of Eden. Such a supposition would justly subject us to the ridicule of every intelligent person. The only idea intended to be conveyed is this, that the principles of Freemasonry, which indeed are entirely independent of any special organization which it may have as a society, are coeval with the existence of the world. That when God said, "Let there be light," the material light thus produced was an antitype of that spiritual light that must burst upon the mind of every candidate when his intellectual world, therefore, without form and void, becomes adorned and peopled with the living thoughts and divine principles which constitute the great system of speculative Masonry. And when the spirit of the institution, brooding over the vast deep of his mental chaos, shall, from intellectual darkness, bring forth intellectual light. In the legends of the Master's degree and of the Royal Arch, there is a commingling of the historical myth and the mythical history, so that profound judgment is often required to discriminate these differing elements. As, for example, the legend of the third degree is, in some of its details, undoubtedly mythical, and others just as undoubtedly historical. The difficulty, however, of separating the one from the other and of distinguishing the fact from the fiction, has necessarily produced a difference of opinion on the subject among Masonic writers. Hutchinson, and after him Oliver, think the whole legend an allegory or philosophical myth. I am inclined, with Anderson and the earlier writers, to suppose it a mythical history. In the Royal Arch degree, the legend of the rebuilding of the temple is clearly historical, but there are so many accompanying circumstances which are uncredited except by oral tradition, as to give the entire narrative the appearance of a mythical history. The particular legend of the 3 weary sojourners is undoubtedly a myth, and perhaps merely a philosophical one, or the enunciation of an idea, namely, the reward of a successful perseverance through all dangers in the search for divine truth. To form the symbols and to interpret symbols, says the learned Cruiser, were the main occupation of the ancient priesthood. Upon the studious Mason the same task of interpretation devolves. He who desires properly to appreciate the profound wisdom of the institution of which he is the disciple must not be content with uninquiring credulity, to accept all the traditions that are imparted to him as veritable histories, nor yet with unphilosophic incredulity to reject them in a mass as fabulous inventions. In these extremes there is equal error. The myth, says Herman, is the representation of an idea. It is for that idea that the student must search in the myths of Masonry. Beneath every one of them there is something richer and more spiritual than the mere narrative. The spiritual essence he must learn to extract from the ore in which, like a precious metal, it lies embedded. It is this that constitutes the true value of Freemasonry. Without its symbols, and its myths or legends, and the ideas and conceptions which lie at the bottom of them, the time, the labor, and the expense incurred in perpetuating the institution would be thrown away. Without them, it would be a vain and empty show. Its grips and signs are worth nothing except for social purposes, as mere means of recognition. So too would be its words, were it not that they are, for the most part, symbolic. Its social habits and its charities are but incidental points in its constitution, of themselves good, it is true, but capable of being attained in a simpler way. Its true value as a science consists in its symbolism, in the great lessons of divine truth which it teaches, and in the admirable manner in which it accomplishes that teaching. Every one, therefore, who desires to be a skillful Mason, must not suppose that the task is accomplished by a perfect knowledge of the mere phraseology of the ritual, by a readiness in opening and closing a lodge, or by an offhand capacity to confer degrees. All these are good in their places, but without the internal meeting, they are but mere child's play. He must study the myths, the traditions, and the symbols of the order, and learn their true interpretation, for this alone constitutes the science and the philosophy, the end, aim, and design of speculative Masonry. End of section 25. Section 26 of The Symbolism of Freemasonry by Albert G. Mackey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Brother Michael. Section 26. The Legend of the Winding Stairs. Before proceeding to the examination of those more important mythical legends which appropriately belong to the master's degree, it will not, I think, be unpleasing or uninstructive to consider the only one which is attached to the Fellowcraft's degree, that, namely, which refers to the allegorical ascent of the winding stairs to the middle chamber, and the symbolic payment of the workman's wages. Although the legend of the winding stairs forms an important tradition of ancient craft masonry, the only allusion to it in the scripture is to be found in a single verse in the 6th chapter of the 1st book of Kings, and is in these words: "The door for the middle chamber was in the right side of the house, and they went up with winding stairs into the middle chamber, and out of the middle into the third." Out of this slender material has been constructed an allegory which, if properly considered in its symbolical relations, will be found to be of surpassing beauty. But it is only as a symbol that we can regard this whole tradition, For the historical facts and the architectural details alike forbid us for a moment to suppose that the legend, as it is rehearsed in the second degree of Masonry, is anything more than a magnificent philosophical myth. Let us inquire into the true design of this legend and learn the lesson of the symbolism which it is intended to teach. In the investigation of the true meaning of every Masonic symbol and allegory, we must be governed by the single principle that the whole design of Freemasonry as a speculative science is the investigation of divine truth. To this great object everything is subsidiary. The Mason is, from the moment of his initiation as an entered apprentice, to the time at which he receives the full fruition of Masonic light, an investigator, a laborer in the quarry and the temple, whose reward is to be truth. All the ceremonies and traditions of the order tend to this ultimate design. Is there light to be asked for? It is the intellectual light of wisdom and truth. Is there a word to be sought? That word is the symbol of truth. Is there a loss of something that has been promised? That loss is typical of the failure of man, in the infirmity of his nature, to discover divine truth. Is there a substitute to be appointed for that loss? It is an allegory which teaches us that in this world man can only approximate to the full conception of truth. Hence, there is in speculative Masonry always a progress, symbolized by its peculiar ceremonies of initiation. There is an advancement from a lower to a higher state, from darkness to light, from death to life, from error to truth. The candidate is always ascending. He is never stationary. He never goes back, but each step he takes brings him to some new mental illumination, to the knowledge of some more elevated doctrine. The teaching of the Divine Master is, in respect to this continual progress, the teaching of Masonry. No man having put his hand to the plough and looking back is fit for the kingdom of heaven. And similar to this is the precept of Pythagoras. When traveling, turn not back, for if you do, the Furies will accompany you. Now this principle of Masonic symbolism is apparent in many places in each of the degrees. In that of the entered apprentice we find it developed in the theological ladder, which, resting on earth, leans its top upon heaven, thus inculcating the idea of an ascent from a lower to a higher sphere as the object of Masonic labor. In the master's degree, we find it exhibited in the most religious form, in the restoration from death to life, in the change from the obscurity of the grave to the holy of holies of the divine presence. In all the degrees we find it presented in the ceremony of circumambulation, in which there is a gradual inquisition and a passage from an inferior to a superior officer. And lastly, the same symbolic idea is conveyed in the fellowcraft's degree in the legend of the winding stairs. In an investigation of the symbolism of the winding stairs, we shall be directed to the true explanation by a reference to their origin, their number, the objects which they recall, and their termination, but above all by a consideration of the great design which an ascent upon them was intended to accomplish. The steps of this winding staircase commenced, we are informed, at the porch of the temple, that is to say, at its very entrance. But nothing is more undoubted in the science of Masonic symbolism than that the temple was the representative of the world purified by the Shekinah, or the divine presence. The world of the profane is without the temple. The world of the initiated is within its sacred walls. Hence to enter the temple, to pass within the porch, to be made a Mason, and to be born into the world of Masonic light, are all synonymous and convertible terms. Here, then, the symbolism of the winding stairs begins. The apprentice, having entered within the porch of the temple, has begun his Masonic life. But the first degree in Masonry, like the lesser mysteries of the ancient systems of initiation, is only a preparation and purification for something higher. The entered apprentice is the child in Masonry. The lessons which he receives are simply intended to cleanse the heart and prepare the recipient for that mental illumination which is to be given in the succeeding degrees. As a fellowcraft, he has advanced another step, and as the degree is emblematic of youth, So it is here that the intellectual education of the candidate begins. And therefore, here at the very spot which separates the porch from the sanctuary, where childhood ends and manhood begins, he finds stretching out before him a winding stair which invites him, as it were, to ascend, and which, as the symbol of discipline and instruction, teaches him that here must commence his Masonic labor. Here he must enter upon those glorious, though difficult researches, the end of which is to be the possession of divine truth. The winding stairs begin after the candidate has passed within the porch and between the pillars of strength and establishment, as a significant symbol to teach him that as soon as he has passed beyond the years of irrational childhood and commenced his entrance upon manly life, the laborious task of self-improvement is the first duty that is placed before him. He cannot sit still, if he would be worthy of his vocation. His destiny as an immortal being requires him to ascend, step by step, until he has reached the summit, where the treasure of knowledge await him. The number of these steps in all the systems has been odd. Vitruvius remarks, and the coincidence is at least curious, that the ancient temples were always ascended by an odd number of steps. And he assigns as the reason that, commencing with the right foot at the bottom, the worshipper would find the same foot foremost when he entered the temple, which was considered as a fortunate omen. But the fact is that the symbolism of numbers was borrowed by the Masons from Pythagoras, in whose system of philosophy it plays an important part, and in which odd numbers were considered as more perfect than even ones. Hence, throughout the Masonic system, we find a predominance of odd numbers, and while 3, 5, 7, 9, 15, and 27 are all important symbols, we seldom find a reference to 2, 4, 6, 8, or 10. The odd number of the stairs was therefore intended to symbolize the idea of perfection, to which it was the object of the aspirant to attain. As to the particular number of stairs, this has varied at different periods. Tracing boards of the last century have been found in which only 5 steps are delineated, and others in which they amount to 7. The Prestonian lectures, used in England in the beginning of this century, gave the whole number as 38, dividing them into series of 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, and 11. The error of making an even number, which was a violation of the Pythagorean principle of odd numbers as the symbol of perfection, was corrected in the Hemming lectures, adopted at the union of the 2 Grand Lodges of England, by striking out the 11, which was also objectionable as receiving a secretarian explanation. In this country, the number was still further reduced to 15, divided into 3 series of 3, 5, and 7. I shall adopt this American division in explaining the symbolism, although, after all, the particular number of the steps, or the peculiar method of their division into series, will not in any way affect the general symbolism of the whole legend. The candidate, then, in the 2nd degree of Masonry, represents a man standing forth on the journey of life, with the great task before him of self-improvement. For the faithful performance of this task, a reward is promised, which reward consists in the development of all his intellectual faculties, the moral and spiritual elevation of his character, and the acquisition of truth and knowledge. Now, the attainment of this moral and intellectual condition supposes an elevation of character, an ascent from lower to a higher life, and a passage of toil and difficulty, through rudimentary instruction to the full fruition of wisdom. This is therefore beautifully symbolized by the winding stairs, at whose foot the aspirant stands ready to climb the toilsome steep, while at the top is placed that hieroglyphic bright which none but craftsmen ever saw, as the emblem of divine truth. And hence a distinguished writer has said that these steps, like all the Masonic symbols, are illustrative of the discipline and doctrine, as well as of natural, mathematical, and metaphysical science, and open to us an extensive range of moral and speculative inquiry. The candidate, incited by the love of virtue and the desire of knowledge, and withal eager for the reward of truth which is set before him, begins at once the toilsome ascent. At each division he pauses to gather instruction from the symbolism which these divisions present to his attention. At the first pause which he makes, he is instructed in the peculiar organization of the order of which he has become a disciple. But the information here given, if taken in its naked literal sense, is barren and unworthy of his labor. The rank of the officers who govern, and the names of the degrees which constitute the institution, can give him no knowledge which he has not before possessed. We must look, therefore, to the symbolic meaning of these allusions for any value which may be attached to this part of the ceremony. The reference to the organization of the Masonic institution is intended to remind the aspirant of the union of men in society, and the development of the social state out of the state of nature. He is thus reminded in the very outset of his journey of the blessings which arise from civilization, and of the fruits of virtue and knowledge which are derived from that condition. Masonry itself is the result of civilization, while in grateful return it has been one of the most important means of extending that condition of mankind. All the monuments of antiquity that the ravages of time have left combine to prove that man had no sooner emerged from the savage into the social state than he commenced the organization of religious mysteries, and the separation, by a sort of divine instinct, of the sacred from the profane. Then came the invention of architecture as a means of providing convenient dwellings and necessary shelter from the inclemencies and vicissitudes of the seasons, with all the mechanical arts connected to it, and lastly, geometry as a necessary science to enable the cultivators of land to measure and designate the limits of their possessions. All these are claimed as peculiar characteristics of speculative masonry, which may be considered as the type of civilization, the former bearing the same relation to the profane world as the latter does to the savage state. Hence, we at once see the fitness of the symbolism which commences the aspirant's upward progress in the cultivation of knowledge and the search after truth, by recalling to his mind the condition of civilization and the social union of mankind as necessary preparations for the attainment of these objects. In the allusions to the officers of a lodge and the degrees of masonry as explanatory of the organization of our own society, we clothe in our symbolic language the history of the organization of society. Advancing in his progress, the candidate is invited to contemplate another series of instructions, the human senses, as the appropriate channels through which we receive all our ideas of perception, and which, therefore, constitute the most important sources of our knowledge, and are here referred to as a symbol of intellectual cultivation. Architecture, as the most important of the arts which conduce to the comfort of mankind, is also alluded to here, not simply because it is so closely connected with the operative institution of masonry, but also as the type of all the other useful arts. In his second pause in the ascent of the winding stairs, the aspirant is therefore reminded of the necessity of cultivating practical knowledge. So far, then, the instructions he has received relate to his own condition in society as a member of the great social compact, and to his means of becoming, by a knowledge of the arts of practical life, a necessary and useful member of that society. But his motto will be Excelsior. Still must he go onward and forward. The stair is still before him, its summit is not yet reached, and still further treasures of wisdom are to be sought for, or the reward will not be gained, nor the middle chamber, the abiding place of truth, be reached. In his third pause, he therefore arrives at that point in which the whole circle of human science is to be explained. Symbols, we know, are in themselves arbitrary and of conventional signification, and the complete circle of human science might have been as well symbolized by any other sign or series of doctrines as by the seven liberal arts and sciences. But Masonry is an institution of the olden time, and the selection of the liberal arts and sciences as a symbol of the completion of human learning is one of the most pregnant evidences that we have of its antiquity. In the 7th century, and for a long time afterwards, the circle of instruction to which all the learning of the most eminent schools and most distinguished philosophers was confined, was limited to what were then called the liberal arts and sciences, and consisted of two branches, the trivium and the quadrivium. The trivium included grammar, rhetoric, and logic. The quadrivium comprehended arithmetic, geometry, music, and astronomy. These 7 heads, says Enfield, were supposed to include universal knowledge. He who was master of these was thought to have no need of a preceptor to explain any books or to solve any questions which lay within the compass of human reason. The knowledge of the trivium having furnished him with the key to all language, and that of the quadrivium having opened to him the secret laws of nature. At a period, says the writer, when few were instructed in the trivium, and very few studied the quadrivium, to be a master of both was sufficient to complete the character of a philosopher. The propriety, therefore, of adopting the 7 liberal arts and sciences as a symbol of the completion of human learning is apparent. The candidate, having reached this point, is now supposed to have accomplished the task upon which he had entered. He has reached the last step, and is now ready to receive the full fruition of human learning. So far, then, we are able to comprehend the true symbolism of the winding stairs. They represent the progress of an inquiring mind with the toils and labors of intellectual cultivation and study, and the preparatory acquisition of all human science as a preliminary step to the attainment of divine truth, which it must be remembered is always symbolized in Masonry by the Word. Here let me again allude to the symbolism of numbers, which is for the first time presented to the consideration of the Masonic student in the Legend of the Winding Stairs. The theory of numbers as the symbols of certain qualities was originally borrowed by the Masons from the school of Pythagoras. It will be impossible, however, to develop this doctrine in its entire extent on the present occasion, for the numeral symbolism of Masonry would itself constitute materials for an ample essay. It will be sufficient to advert to the fact that the total number of the steps, amounting in all to 15 in the American system, is a significant symbol. For 15 was a sacred number among the Orientals, because the letters of the holy name Jah were in their numerical value equivalent to 15, and hence a figure in which the 9 digits were so disposed as to make 15 either way, when added together perpendicularly, horizontally, or diagonally, constituted one of their most sacred talismans. The 15 steps in the winding stairs are therefore symbolic of the name of God. But we are not yet done. It will be remembered that a reward was promised for all this toilsome ascent of the winding stairs. Now what are the wages of a speculative Mason? Not money, nor coin, nor wine, nor oil. All these are but symbols. His wages are truth, or that approximation to it which will be most appropriate to the degree into which he has been initiated. It is one of the most beautiful, but at the same time most abstruse doctrines of the science of Masonic symbolism, that the Mason is ever to be in search of truth, but is never to find it. The divine truth, the object of all his labors, is symbolized by the Word, for which we know he can only obtain a substitute. And this is intended to teach the humiliating but necessary lesson that the knowledge of the nature of God and of man's relation to him, which constitutes divine truth, can never be acquired in this life. It is only when the portals of the grave open to us, and give us an entrance into a more perfect life, that this knowledge is to be attained. Happy is the man, says the father of lyric poetry, who descends beneath the hollow earth. Having beheld these mysteries, he knows the end, he knows the origin of life. The middle chamber is therefore symbolic of this life, where the symbol only of the Word can be given, where the truth is to be reached by approximation only, and yet where we are to learn that the truth will consist in a perfect knowledge of the Gaotu. This is the reward of the inquiring Mason. In this consists the wages of a fellowcraft. He is directed to the truth, but must travel farther and ascend still higher to attain it. It is then as a symbol and a symbol only, that we must study this beautiful legend of the winding stairs. If we attempt to adopt it as an historical fact, the absurdity of its details stares us in the face, and wise men will wonder at our credulity. Its inventors had no desire thus to impose upon our folly, but offering it to us as a great philosophical myth. They did not for a moment suppose that we would pass over its sublime moral teachings to accept the allegory as an historical narrative without meaning and wholly irreconcilable with the records of Scripture, as opposed by all the principles of probability. To suppose that 80,000 craftsmen were weekly paid in the narrow precincts of the temple chambers is simply to suppose an absurdity. But to believe that all this pictorial representation of an ascent by a winding staircase to the place where the wages of labor were to be received was an allegory to teach us the ascent of the mind from ignorance, through all the toils of study and the difficulties of obtaining knowledge, receiving here a little and there a little, adding something to the stock of our ideas at each step, until in the middle chamber of life, in the full fruition of manhood, the reward is attained, and the purified and elevated intellect is invested with the reward in the direction how to seek God and God's truth. To believe this is to believe and to know the true design of speculative Masonry, the only design which makes it worthy of a good or a wise man's study. Its historical details are barren, but its symbols and allegories are fertile with instruction. End of section 26. Section 27 of The Symbolism of Freemasonry by Albert G. Mackey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Brother Michael. Section 27. The Legend of the Third Degree. The most important and significant of the legendary symbols of Freemasonry is undoubtedly that which relates to the fate of Hiram Abiff, commonly called, by way of excellence, the Legend of the Third Degree. The first record that I have been able to find of this legend is contained in the second edition of Anderson's Constitutions, published in 1738, and is in these words: It, the temple, was finished in the short space of 7 years and 6 months, to the amazement of all the world, when the capstone was celebrated by the fraternity with great joy. But their joy was soon interrupted by the sudden death of their dear master, Hiram Abiff, whom they decently interred in the lodge near the temple, according to ancient usage. In the next edition of the same work, published in 1756, a few additional circumstances are related, such as the participation of King Solomon in the general grief, and the fact that the King of Israel ordered his obsequies to be conducted with great solemnity and decency. With these exceptions, and the citations of the same passage, made by subsequent authors, the narrative has always remained unwritten and descended from age to age through the means of oral tradition. The legend has been considered of so much importance that it has been preserved in the symbolism of every Masonic rite. No matter what modifications or alterations the general system may have undergone, no matter how much ingenuity or the imagination of the founders of the rites may have perverted or corrupted other symbols, abolishing the old and substituting new ones, the legend of the temple builder has ever been left untouched, to present itself in all the integrity of its ancient mythical form. What, then, is the signification of this symbol, so important and so extensively diffused? What interpretation can we give to it that will account for its universal adoption? How is it that it has thus become so intimately interwoven with Freemasonry as to make, to all appearances, a part of its very essence, and to have been always deemed inseparable from it? To answer these questions satisfactorily, it is necessary to trace, in a brief investigation, the remote origin of the institution of Freemasonry, and its connection with the ancient systems of initiation. It was, then, the great object of all the rites and mysteries which constituted the spurious Freemasonry of antiquity, to teach the consoling doctrine of the immortality of the soul. This dogma, shining as an almost solitary beacon light in the surrounding gloom of pagan darkness, has undoubtedly been received from that ancient people or priesthood, what has been called the system of pure Freemasonry, and among whom it probably existed only in the form of an abstract proposition or a simple and unembellished tradition. But in the more sensual minds of the pagan philosophers and mystics, the idea, when presented to the initiates in their mysteries, was always conveyed in the form of a scenic representation. The influence, too, of the early Sabian worship of the sun and heavenly bodies, in which the solar orb was adored, on its resurrection each morning, from the apparent death of its evening setting, caused this rising sun to be adopted in the more ancient mysteries as a symbol of the regeneration of the soul. Thus, in the Egyptian mysteries, we find a representation of the death and subsequent regeneration of Osiris, in the Phoenician of Adonis, in the Syrian of Dionysus, in all of which the scenic apparatus of initiation was intended to indoctrinate the candidate into the dogma of a future life. It will be sufficient here to refer simply to the fact that through the instrumentality of the Tyrian workmen at the temple of King Solomon, the spurious and pure branches of the Masonic system were united at Jerusalem, and that the same method of scenic representation was adopted by the latter from the former, and the narrative of the temple builder substituted for that of Dionysus, which was the myth peculiar to the mysteries practiced by the Tyrian workmen. The idea, therefore, proposed to be communicated in the myth of the ancient mysteries was the same as that which is now conveyed in the Masonic legend of the third degree. Hence, then, Hiram Abiff is, in the Masonic system, the symbol of human nature, as developed in the life here and the life to come. And so, while the temple was, as I have heretofore shown, the visible symbol of the world, its builder became the mythical symbol of man, the dweller and worker in that world. Now, is not this symbolism evident in every reflective mind? Man, setting forth on the voyage of life, with faculties and powers fitting him for the due exercise of the high duties to whose performance he has been called, holds, if he be a curious and cunning workman, skilled in all moral and intellectual purposes, and it is only of such men that the temple builder can be the symbol, within the grasp of his attainment the knowledge of all that divine truth imparted to him as the heirloom of his race, that race to whom it has been granted to look, with exalted countenance on high, which divine truth is symbolized by the Word. Thus provided with the Word of life, he occupies his time in the construction of a spiritual temple, and travels onward in the faithful discharge of all his duties, laying down his designs upon the trestle board of the future, and invoking the assistance and direction of God. But is his path always over flowery meads and through pleasant groves? Is there no hidden foe to obstruct his progress? Is all before him clear and calm, with joyous sunshine and refreshing zephyrs? Alas, not so. Man is born to trouble as the sparks fly upward. At every gate of life, as the Orientalists have beautifully called the different ages, he is beset by peril. Temptations allure his youth, misfortunes darken the pathway of his manhood, and his old age is encumbered with infirmity and disease. But clothed in the armor of virtue, he may resist the temptation. He may cast misfortunes aside, and rise triumphantly above them. But to the last, the direst, the most inexorable foe of his race, he must eventually yield, and stricken down by death, he sinks prostrate into the grave, and is buried in the rubbish of his sin and human frailty. Here then in Masonry is what was called the aphonism in the ancient mysteries. The bitter but necessary lesson of death has been imparted. The living soul, with the lifeless body which encased it, has disappeared, and can nowhere be found. All is darkness, confusion, despair. Divine truth, the Word, for a time is lost. And the Master Mason may now say, in the language of Hutchinson, I prepare my sepulchre, I make my grave in the pollution of the earth. I am under the shadow of death. But if the mystic symbolism ended here, with this lesson of death, then were the lesson incomplete. That teaching would be in vain and idle, nay more, it would be corrupt and pernicious, which should stop short of the conscious and innate instinct for another existence. And hence the succeeding portions of the legend are intended to convey the sublime symbolism of a resurrection from the grave and a new birth into future life. The discovery of the body, which, in the initiations of ancient mysteries, was called the uresis, and its removal from the polluted grave into which it had been cast, to an honored and sacred place within the precincts of the temple, are all profoundly and beautifully symbolic of that great truth, the discovery of which was the object of all the ancient initiations, as it is almost the whole design of Freemasonry, namely that when man shall have passed the gates of life, and have yielded to the inexorable fiat of death, he shall then, not in the pictured ritual of an earthly lodge, but in the realities of that eternal one of which the former is but an antitype, be raised, at the omnific word of the Grand Master of the universe, from time to eternity, from the tomb of corruption to the chambers of hope, from the darkness of death to the celestial beams of life, and that his disembodied spirit shall be conveyed as near to the Holy of Holies of the divine presence as humanity can ever approach to deity. Such I conceive to be the true interpretation of the symbolism of the legend of the third degree. I have said that this mythical history of the temple builder was universal in all nations and all rites, and that in no place and at no time had it, by alteration, diminution, or addition, acquired any essentially new or different form. The myth has always remained the same. But it is not so with its interpretation. That which I have just given, and which I conceive to be the correct one, has been very generally adopted by the Masons of this country. But elsewhere, and by various writers, other interpretations have been made, very different in their character, although always agreeing in retaining the general idea of a resurrection or regeneration, or a restoration of something from an inferior to a higher sphere of function. Thus some of the earlier continental writers have supposed the myth to have been a symbol of the destruction of the order of the Templars, looking upon its restoration to its original wealth and dignities as being prophetically symbolized. In some of the high philosophical degrees, it is taught that the whole legend refers to the sufferings and death, with the subsequent resurrection of Christ. Hutchinson, who has the honor of being the earliest philosophical writer on Freemasonry in England, supposes it to have been intended to embody the idea of the decadence of the Jewish religion, and the substitution of the Christian in its place and on its ruins. Dr. Oliver, Clarum et Venerabile Nomen, thinks that it is typical of the murder of Abel by Cain, and that it symbolically refers to the universal death of our race through Adam, and its restoration to life in the Redeemer, according to the expressions of the Apostle, "As in Adam we all died, so in Christ we all live." Ragon makes Hiram a symbol of the sun shorn of its vivifying rays and fructifying power by the 3 winter months, and its restoration to generative heat by the season of spring. And finally, De Tangs, adopting in part the interpretation of Ragon, adds to it another, which he calls the moral symbolism of the legend, and supposes that Hiram is no other than the eternal reason, whose enemies are the vices that deprave and destroy humanity. To each of these interpretations, it seems to me there are important objections, though perhaps to some less so than others. As to those who seek for an astronomical interpretation of the legend, in which the annual changes of the sun are symbolized, while the ingenuity with which they press their argument cannot but be admired, it is evident that, by such an interpretation, they yield all that Masonry has gained of religious development in past ages, and fall back upon that corruption and perversion of Sabianism, from which it was the object, even of the spurious Freemasonry of antiquity, to rescue its disciples. Templar interpretation of the myth must at once be discarded if we would avoid the difficulties of anachronism. unless we deny that the legend existed before the abolition of the Order of Knights Templar, and such a denial would be fatal to the antiquity of Freemasonry. And as to the adoption of the Christian reference, Hutchinson, and after him Oliver, profoundly philosophical, as are the Masonic speculations of both, have, I am constrained to believe, fallen into a great error in calling the Master Mason's degree a Christian institution. It is true that it embraces within its scheme the great truths of Christianity upon the subject of the immortality of the soul and the resurrection of the body. But this was to be presumed because Freemasonry is truth, and Christianity is truth, and all truth must be identical. But the origin of each is different. Their histories are dissimilar. The institution of Freemasonry preceded the advent of Christianity. Its symbols and its legends are derived from the Solomonic Temple, and from the people even anterior to that. Its religion comes from the ancient priesthood. Its faith was that primitive one of Noah and his immediate descendants. If Masonry were simply a Christian institution, the Jew and the Muslim, the Brahmin and the Buddhist, could not conscientiously partake of its illumination, but its universality is its boast. In its language, citizens of every nation may converse. At its altar, men of all religions may kneel. To its creed, disciples of every faith may subscribe. Yet it cannot be denied that since the advent of Christianity, a Christian element has been almost imperceptibly infused into the Masonic system, at least among Christian Masons. This has been a necessity, for it is the tendency of every predominant religion to pervade with its influences all that surrounds it, or is about it, whether religious, political, or social. This arises from a need of the human heart. To the man deeply imbued with the spirit of his religion, there is an almost unconscious desire to accommodate and adapt all the business and the amusement of life, the labors and the employments of his everyday existence, to the indwelling faith of his soul. The Christian Mason, therefore, while acknowledging and justly appreciating the great doctrines taught in Masonry, and while grateful that these doctrines were preserved in the bosom of his ancient order at a time when they were unknown to the multitudes of the surrounding nations, is still anxious to give them to a Christian character, to invest them in some measure with the peculiarities of his own creed, and to bring the interpretation of their symbolism more nearly home to his own religious sentiments. The feeling is an instructive one, belonging to the noblest aspirations of our human nature, and hence we find Christian Masonic writers indulging in it almost to an unwarrantable excess, and by the extent of their sectarian interpretations materially affecting the cosmopolitan character of the institution. This tendency to Christianization has in some instances been so universal and has prevailed for so long a period that certain symbols and myths have been in this way so deeply and thoroughly imbued with the Christian element as to leave those who have not penetrated into the cause of this peculiarity in doubt whether they should attribute to the symbol an ancient or a modern and Christian origin. As an illustration of the idea here advanced, and as a remarkable example of the result of a gradually Christianized interpretation of a Masonic symbol, I will refer to the subordinate myth, subordinate, I mean, to the great legend of the builder, which relates to the circumstances connected with the grave upon the brow of a small hill near Mount Moriah. Now the myth or legend of a grave is a legitimate deduction from the symbolism of the ancient spurious masonry. It is the analogue of the pastos, couch, or coffin, which was to be found in the ritual of all the pagan mysteries. In all these initiations, the aspirant was placed in a cell or upon a couch, in darkness, and for a period varying in the different rites, from the 3 days of the Grecian mysteries to the 50 of the Persian. This cell or couch, technically called the pastos, was adopted as a symbol of the being whose death and resurrection or apotheosis was represented in the legend. The learned Faber says that this ceremony was doubtless the same as the descent into Hades, and that when the aspirant entered into the mystic cell, he was directed to lay himself down upon the bed which was shadowed out of the tomb of the great father, or Noah, to whom, it will be recollected, that Faber refers all the ancient rites. While stretched upon the holy couch, he continues to remark, in imitation of his figurative deceased prototype, he was said to be wrapped in the deep sleep of death. His resurrection from the bed was his restoration to life, or his regeneration into a new world. Now, it is easy to see how readily such symbolism would be seized by the temple masons, as appropriated at once to the grave at the brow of the hill. At first, the interpretation, like that from which it had been derived, would be cosmopolitan. It would fit exactly to the general dogmas of the resurrection of the body and the immortality of the soul. But on the advent of Christianity, the spirit of the new religion being infused into the old Masonic system, the whole symbolism of the grave was affected by it. The same interpretation of a resurrection or restoration to life, derived from the ancient pastos, was, it was true, preserved. But the facts that Christ himself had come to promulgate to the multitudes the same consoling dogma, and that Mount Calvary, the place of a skull, was the spot where the Redeemer, by his own death and resurrection, had testified the truth of the doctrine, at once suggested to the old Christian Masons the idea of Christianizing the ancient symbol. Let us now examine briefly how that idea has been at length developed. In the first place, it is necessary to identify the spot where the newly made grave was discovered with Mount Calvary, the place of the sepulchre of Christ. This can be easily done by a very few by striking analogies, which I conceive, carry conviction to any thinking mind. Mount Calvary was a small hill. It was situated in a westward direction from the temple, and near Mount Moriah. It was on the direct road from Jerusalem to Joppa, and is thus the very spot where a weary brother, traveling on that road, would find it convenient to sit down to rest and refresh himself. It was outside the gate of the temple. It has at least one cleft in the rock or cave, which was the place which subsequently became the sepulchre of our Lord. But this coincidence need scarcely be insisted on, since the whole neighborhood abounds in rocky clefts, which meet at once the conditions of the Masonic legend. But to bring this analogical reasoning before the mind in a more expressive mode, it may be observed that if a party of persons were to start forth from the Temple of Jerusalem, and travel in a westward direction toward the port of Joppa, Mount Calvary would be the first hill met with, and, as it may possibly have been used as the place of sepulchre, which its name of Golgotha seems to import, we may suppose it to have been the very spot alluded to in the third degree, as the place where the craftsmen on their way to Joppa discovered the evergreen acacia. Having thus traced the analogy, let us look a little into the symbolism. Mount Calvary has always retained an important place in the legendary history of Freemasonry, and there are many traditions connected with it that are highly interesting in their import. One of these traditions is that it was the burial place of Adam, in order, says the old legend, that where he lay, who effected the ruin of mankind, there might also the Savior of the world suffer, die, and be buried. Sir R. Torkington, who published a pilgrimage to Jerusalem in 1517, says that under the Mount of Calvary is another chapel of our Blessed Lady and St. John the Evangelist, that was called Golgotha, and there, right under the mortice of the cross, was found the head of our forefather Adam. Golgotha, it will be remembered, means, in Hebrew, the place of a skull, and there may be some connection between this tradition and the name of Golgotha, which was, the evangelists inform us, that in the time of Christ Mount Calvary was known. Calvary, or Calvaria, has the same signification in Latin. Another tradition states that it was in the bowels of Mount Calvary that Enoch erected his 9-arched vault, and deposited on the foundation stone of Masonry that Ineffable Name, whose investigation as a symbol of divine truth is the great object of speculative Masonry. A third tradition details the subsequent discovery of Enoch's deposit by King Solomon, whilst making excavations in Mount Calvary during the building of the temple. On this hallowed spot was Christ the Redeemer slain and buried. It was there that, rising on the third day from his sepulchre, he gave, by that act, the demonstrative evidence of the resurrection of the body and the immortality of the soul. And it was on this spot that the same great lesson was taught in Masonry, the same sublime truth, the development of which evidently forms the design of the third or Master Mason's degree. There is in these analogies a sublime beauty as well as a wonderful coincidence between the two systems of Masonry and Christianity, that must at an early period have attracted the attention of the Christian Masons. Mount Calvary is consecrated to the Christian as the place where his crucified Lord gave the last great proof of the second life, and fully established the doctrine of the resurrection which he had come to teach. It was the sepulchre of him who captive led captivity, who robbed the grave of victory, and took the sting from death. It is consecrated to the Mason also as the scene of the Euresis, the place of the discovery, where the same consoling doctrines of the resurrection of the body and the immortality of the soul are shadowed forth in profoundly symbolic forms. These great truths constitute the very essence of Christianity, in which it differs from and excels all religious systems that preceded it. They constitute also the end, aim, and object of all Freemasonry, but more especially that of the third degree, whose peculiar legend, symbolically considered, teaches nothing more nor less than that there is an immortal and better part within us, which is an emanation from that divine spirit which pervades all nature, can never die. The identification of the spot on which this divine truth was promulgated in both systems, the Christian and the Masonic, affords an admirable illustration of the readiness with which the religious spirit of the former may be infused in the symbolism of the latter. And hence Hutchinson, thoroughly imbued with these Christian views of Masonry, has called the Master Mason's order a Christian degree, and thus Christianizes the whole symbolism of its mythical history. The great Father of all, commiserating the miseries of the world, sent his only Son, who was innocence itself, to teach the doctrine of salvation, by whom man was raised from the death of sin unto the life of righteousness, from the tomb of corruption unto the chamber of hope, from the darkness of despair to the celestial beams of faith, and not only working for us this redemption, but making with us the covenant of regeneration, whence we are become the children of the divinity, and inheritors of the realms of heaven. We Masons, describing the deplorable estate of religion under the Jewish law, speak in figures. Her tomb was in the rubbish and filth cast forth of the temple, and acacia wove its branches over her monuments. Acacia being the Greek word for innocence, or being free from sin, implying that the sins and corruptions of the old law and devotees of the Jewish altar had hid religion from those who sought her. And she was only to be found where innocence survived, and under the banner of the divine Lamb, and, as to ourselves, professing that we were to be distinguished by our Acacia, or as true Acacians, in our religious faiths and tenets. The acquisition of the doctrine of redemption is expressed in the typical character of Hieromen, I have found it, and by the applications of that name with Masons. It is implied that we have discovered the knowledge of God and his salvation, and have been redeemed from the death of sin and the sepulchre of pollution and unrighteousness. Thus the Master Mason represents a man, under the Christian doctrine, saved from the grave of iniquity and raised to the faith of salvation. It is in this way that Masonry has, by a sort of inevitable process, when we look to the religious sentiment of the interpreters, been Christianized by some of the most illustrious and learned writers on Masonic science, by such able men as Hutchinson and Oliver in England, and by Harris, by Scott, by Salem Town, and by several others in this country. I do not object to the system when the interpretation is not strained, but is plausible, consistent, and productive of the same results as in the instance of Mount Calvary. All that I contend for is that such interpretations are modern, and that they do not belong to, although they may be deduced from, the ancient system. But the true ancient interpretation of the legend, the universal Masonic one, for all countries and all ages, undoubtedly was that the fate of the temple builder is but figurative of the pilgrimage of man on earth, through trials and temptations, through sin and sorrow, until his eventual fall beneath the blow of death, and his final and glorious resurrection to another and an eternal life. End of section 27. Section 28 of The Symbolism of Freemasonry by Albert G. Mackey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Brother Michael. Section 28. The Sprig of Acacia. Intimately connected with the legend of the third degree is the mythical history of the Sprig of Acacia, which we are now to consider. There is no symbol more interesting to the Masonic student than the Sprig of Acacia, not only on account of its own peculiar import, but also because it introduces us to an extensive and delightful field of research, that, namely, which embraces the symbolism of sacred plants. In all the ancient systems of religion and mysteries of initiation, there was always some one plant consecrated, in the minds of the worshippers and participants, by peculiar symbolism, and therefore held in extraordinary veneration as a sacred emblem. Thus the ivy was used in the mysteries of Dionysius, and myrtle in those of Ceres, the erica in the Osirian, and the lettuce in the Adonisian. But to this subject I shall have occasion to refer more fully in a subsequent part of the present investigation. Before entering upon an examination of the symbolism of the acacia, it will be perhaps as well to identify the true plant which occupies so important a place in the ritual of Freemasonry. And here, in passing, I may be permitted to say that it is a very great error to designate the symbolic plant of Masonry by the name of cassia, an error which undoubtedly arose originally from the very common habit among illiterate people of sinking the sound of the letter A in the pronunciation of any word of which it constitutes the initial syllable. Just, for instance, as we constantly hear in the conversation of the uneducated the words apothecary and prentice for apothecary and apprentice, shall we also find cassia used for acacia. Unfortunately, however, this corruption of acacia into cassia has not always been confined to the illiterate, but the long employment of the corrupted form has at length introduced it, in some instances, among a few of our writers. Even the venerable Oliver, although well acquainted with the symbolism of the acacia, and having written most learnedly upon it, has at times allowed himself to use the objectionable corruption, unwittingly influenced, in all probability, by the too frequent adoption of the latter word in the English lodges. In America, but few Masons fall into the error of speaking of the cassia. The proper teaching of the acacia is here well understood. The cassia of the ancients was, in fact, an ignoble plant having no mystic meaning and no sacred character, and was never elevated to a higher function than that of being united, as Virgil informs us, with other odorous herbs in the formation of a garland. Violets pale, the poppies flush, and dill which scents the gale, cassia and hyacinth and daffodil, with yellow marigold the chaplet fill. Alton says that the cassia lignea of the ancients was the larger branches of the cinnamon tree, cut off with their bark and sent together to the druggists. Their cassia fistula, or syrinx, was the same cinnamon in the bark only. But Rueus says that it also sometimes denoted the lavender, and sometimes the rosemary. In Scripture, the cassia is only 3 times mentioned, twice as the translation of the Hebrew word kiddak, and once as the rendering of ketsioth, but always as referring to an aromatic plant which formed a constituent portion of some perfume. There is, indeed, strong reason for believing that the cassia is only another name for a coarser preparation of cinnamon, and it is also to be remarked that it did not grow in Palestine, but was imported from the East. The acacia, on the contrary, was esteemed as a sacred tree. It is the Acacia vera of Tournefort, and the Mimosa nilotica of Linnaeus. It grew abundantly in the vicinity of Jerusalem, where it is still to be found, and is familiar to all of us, in its modern uses at least, as the tree from which the gum arabic of commerce is obtained. The acacia, which in Scripture is always called shittah, and in the furrow plural shittim, was esteemed a sacred wood among the Hebrews. Of it Moses was ordered to make the tabernacle, the ark of the covenant, the table for the showbread, and the rest of the sacred furniture. Isaiah, in recounting the promises of God's mercy to the Israelites on their return from the captivity, tells them that among other things he will plant in the wilderness, for their relief and refreshment, the cedar, the acacia, or, as it is rendered in our common version, the shittah, the fir, and other trees. The first thing, then, that we notice in this symbol of the acacia is that it had been always consecrated from among the other trees of the forest by the sacred purposes to which it was devoted. By the Jew, the tree from whose wood the sanctuary of the tabernacle and the holy ark had been constructed would ever be viewed as more sacred than ordinary trees. The early Masons, therefore, very naturally appropriated this hallowed plant to the equally sacred purpose of a symbol which was to teach an important divine truth in all ages to come. Having thus briefly disposed of the natural history of this plant, we may now proceed to examine it in its symbolic relations. First, the acacia, in the mythic system of Freemasonry, is preeminently the symbol of the immortality of the soul, that important doctrine which it is the great design of the institution to teach. As the evanescent nature of the flower which cometh forth and is cut down reminds us of the transitory nature of human life, so the perpetual renovation of the evergreen plant, which uninterruptedly presents the appearance of youth and vigor, is aptly compared to that spiritual life, in which the soul, freed from the corruptible companionship of the body, shall enjoy an eternal spring and an immortal youth. Hence, in the impressive funeral service of our order, it is said, this evergreen is an emblem of our faith in the immortality of the soul. By this we are reminded that we have an immortal part within us, which shall survive the grave, and which shall never, never, never die. And again, in the closing sentences of the monitorial lecture of the third degree, the same sentiment is repeated, and we are told that by the evergreen and ever-living sprig, the Mason is strengthened, with confidence and composure to look forward to a blessed immortality. Such an interpretation of the symbol is an easy and a natural one. It suggests itself at once to the least reflective mind, and consequently, in some one form or another, it is to be found existing in all ages and nations. It was an ancient custom, which is not even now altogether disused, for mourners to carry in their hands at funerals a sprig of some evergreen, generally the cedar or the cypress, and to deposit it in the grave of the deceased. According to Dalcho, the Hebrews always planted a sprig of acacia at the head of the grave of a departed friend. Potter tells us that the ancient Greeks had a custom of bedecking tombs with herbs and flowers. All sorts of purple and white flowers were acceptable to the dead, but principally the amaranth and the myrtle. The very name of the former of these plants, which signifies never fading, would seem to indicate the true symbolic meaning of the usage, although archaeologists have generally supposed it to be simply an exhibition of love on the part of the survivors. Ragon says that the ancients substituted the acacia for all other plants because they believed it to be incorruptible and not liable to injury from the attacks of any kind of insect or other animal, thus symbolizing the incorruptible nature of the soul. Hence we see the propriety of placing the sprig of acacia as an emblem of immortality among the symbols of that degree, all of whose ceremonies are intended to teach us the great truth, that the life of man,
regulated by morality, faith, and justice, will be rewarded at its closing hour by the prospect of eternal bliss. So therefore, says Dr. Oliver, when the Master Mason exclaims, "My name is Acacia," it is the equivalent to saying, "I have been in the grave, I have triumphed over it by rising from the dead, and being regenerated in the process, I have a claim to life everlasting." The sprig of acacia, then, in its most ordinary signification, presents itself to the Master Mason as a symbol of the immortality of the soul, being intended to remind him, by its evergreen and unchanging nature, of that better and spiritual part within us, which, as an emanation from the grand Architect of the universe, can never die. And, as this is the most ordinary, the most generally accepted signification, so also it is the most important. For thus, as the peculiar symbol of immortality, it becomes the most appropriate to an order all of whose teachings are intended to inculcate the great lesson that life rises out of the grave. But incidental to this, the acacia has two other interpretations, which are well worthy of investigation. Secondly, then, the acacia is a symbol of innocence. The symbolism here is of a peculiar and unusual nature, depending not on any real analogy in the form or use of the symbol to the idea symbolized, but simply on a double or compound meaning of the word. For acacia, in the Greek language, signifies both the plant in question and the moral quality of innocence or purity of life. In this sense, the symbol refers primarily to him over whose solitary grave the acacia was planted, and whose virtuous conduct, whose integrity of life, and fidelity to his trust have ever been presented as patterns to the craft, and consequently to all Master Masons who, by this interpretation of the symbol, are invited to emulate his example. Hutchinson, indulgently in his favorite theory of Christianizing Masonry, when he comes to the signification of the symbol, thus enlarges on the interpretation. We Masons, describing the deplorable estate of religion under the Jewish law, speak in figures. Her tomb was in the rubbish and filth cast forth of the temple, and acacia wove its branches over her monument. Acacia, being the Greek word for innocence, or being free from sin, implying that the sins and corruptions of the old law and devotees of the Jewish altar had hid religion from those who sought her, and she was only to be found where innocence survived, and under the banner of the divine Lamb. And as to ourselves, professing that we were to be distinguished by our acacy, or as true Acacians in our religious faith and tenets. Among the nations of antiquity, it was common thus by peculiar plants to symbolize the virtues and other qualities of the mind. In many instances, the symbolism has been lost to the moderns, but in others it has been retained, and is well understood, even at the present day. Thus the olive was adopted as the symbol of peace, because, says Lee, its oil is very useful, in some way or other, in all arts manual, which principally flourish in times of peace. The quince among the Greeks was the symbol of love and happiness, and hence by the laws of Solon, in Athenian marriages, the bride and bridegroom were required to eat a quince together. The palm was the symbol of victory, and hence in the catacombs of Rome, the burial place of so many of the early Christians, the palm leaf is constantly found as an emblem of the Christians' triumph over sin and death. The rosemary was a symbol of remembrance, and hence was used both at marriages and at funerals, the memory of the past being equally appropriate in both rites. The parsley was consecrated to grief, and hence all the Greeks decked their tombs with it, and it was used to crown the conquerors in the Nemean games, which were of a funereal character. But it is needless to multiply the instances of this symbolism. In adopting the acacia as a symbol of innocence, Masonry has but extended the principle of an ancient and universal usage, which thus consecrated particular plants, by a mystical meaning, to the representation of particular virtues. But lastly, the acacia is to be considered as the symbol of initiation. This is by far the most interesting of its interpretations, and was, we have every reason to believe, the primary and original, the others being but incidental. It leads us at once to the investigation of that significant fact to which I have already alluded, that in all the ancient initiations in religious mysteries there was some plant, peculiar to each, which was consecrated by its own esoteric meaning, and which occupied an important position in the celebration of the rites, so that the plant, whatever it might be, from its constant and prominent use in the ceremonies of initiation, came at length to be adopted as the symbol of that initiation. A reference to some of these sacred plants, for such was their character they assumed, and an investigation of their symbolism will not, perhaps, be uninteresting or useless in connection with the subject of the present article. In the mysteries of Adonis, which originated in Phoenicia, and were afterwards transferred to Greece, the death and resurrection of Adonis was represented. A part of the legend accompanying these virtues was, that when Adonis was slain by a wild boar, Venus laid out the body on a bed of lettuce. In memorial of this supposed fact, on the first day of the celebration, when funeral rites were performed, lettuces were carried in the procession, newly planted in shells of earth. Hence the lettuce became the sacred plant of the Adonia, or Adonisian mysteries. The lotus was the sacred plant of the Brahminical rites of India, and was considered as the symbol of their elemental trinity, earth, water, and air, because, as an aquatic plant, it derived its nutriment from all these elements combined, its roots being planted in the earth, its stem rising through the water, and its leaves exposed to the air. The Egyptians, who borrowed a large portion of their religious rites from the East, adopted the lotus, which was also indigenous to their country, as a mystical plant, and made it the symbol of their initiation, or the birth into celestial light. Hence, as Champollion observes, they often, on their monuments, represented the god Frey, or the sun, as born with the expanded calyx of the lotus. The lotus bears a flower similar to that of the poppy, while its large, tongue-shaped leaves float upon the surface of the water. As the Egyptians had remarked, that the plant expands when the sun rises, and closes when it sets, they adopted it as a symbol of the sun, and, as that luminary was the principal object of their popular worship, the lotus became, in all their sacred rites, a consecrated and mystical plant. The Egyptians also selected the erica, or heath, as a sacred plant. The origin of the consecration of this plant presents us with a singular coincidence that will be peculiarly interesting to the Masonic student. We are informed here that there was a legend in the mysteries of Osiris, which related that Isis, when in search of the body of her murdered husband, discovered it interred at the brow of a hill, near which an erica, or heath plant, grew, and hence, after the recovery of the body and the resurrection of the god, when she established the mysteries to commemorate her loss and her recovery, she adopted the erica as a sacred plant, in memory of its having pointed out the spot where the mangled remains of Osiris were concealed. The mistletoe was the sacred plant of Druidism. Its consecrated character was derived from a legend of the Scandinavian mythology, and which is thus related in the Edda, or sacred books. The god Balder, the son of Odin, having dreamed that he was in some great danger of life, his mother Frigga extracted an oath from all the creatures of the animal, the vegetable, and the mineral kingdoms, that they would do no harm to her son. The mistletoe, contemptible from its size and weakness, was alone neglected, and of it no oath of immunity was demanded. Loke, the evil genius, or god of darkness, becoming acquainted with this fact, placed an arrow made of mistletoe in the hands of Holder, the blind brother of Balder, on a certain day, when the gods were throwing missiles at him in sport, and wondering at their inability to do him injury with any arms which they could attack him. But, being shot with the mistletoe arrow, it inflicted a fatal wound, and Balder died. Ever afterward, the mistletoe was revered as a sacred plant, consecrated to the powers of darkness,
and annually it became an important rite among the Druids to proceed into the forest in search of the mistletoe, which, being found, was cut down by the Archdruid, and its parts, after a solemn sacrifice, were distributed among the people. Clavel very ingeniously remarks that it is evident in the reference to the legend that as Balder symbolizes the sun god, and Lok the darkness, this search for the mistletoe was intended to deprive the god of darkness of the power of destroying the god of light. And the distribution of the fragments of the mistletoe among their pious worshippers was to assure them that henceforth a similar attempt of Lok would prove abortive, and he was thus deprived of the means of effecting his design. The myrtle performed the same office of symbolism in the mysteries of Greece as the lotus did in Egypt, or the mistletoe among the Druids. The candidate in these initiations was crowned with myrtle, because according to the popular theology, the myrtle was sacred to Proserpine, the goddess of the future life. Every classical scholar will remember the golden branch with which Aeneas was supplied by the Sibyl, before proceeding on his journey to the infernal regions, a voyage which is now universally admitted to be a mythical representation of the ceremonies of initiation. In all of these ancient mysteries, while the sacred plant was a symbol of initiation, the initiation itself was symbolic of the resurrection to a future life, and of the immortality of the soul. In this view, Freemasonry is to us now in the place of the ancient initiations, and the acacia is substituted for the lotus, the erica, the ivy, the mistletoe, and the myrtle. The lesson of wisdom is the same. The medium of imparting it is all that has been changed. Returning then to the acacia, we find that it is capable of three explanations. It is a symbol of immortality, of innocence, and of initiation. But these three significations are closely connected, and that connection must be observed if we desire to obtain a just interpretation of the symbol. Thus, in this one symbol, we are taught that in the initiation of life, of which the initiation in the third degree is simply emblematic, innocence must for a time lie in the grave, at length, however, to be called by the word of the Grand Master of the universe to a blissful immortality. Combine with this the recollection of the place where the sprig of acacia was planted, and which I have heretofore shown to be Mount Calvary, the place of the sepulchre of him who brought life and immortality to light, and who in Christian Masonry is designated as he is in Scripture as the Lion of the tribe of Judah. And remember too that in the mystery of his death, the wood of the cross takes the place of the acacia, and in this little and apparently insignificant symbol, but which is really and truly the most important and significant one in Masonic science, we have a beautiful suggestion of all the mysteries of life and death, of time and eternity, of our present and of the future. Thus read, and thus all our symbols should be read, Masonry proves something more to its disciples than a mere social society or a charitable association. It becomes a lamp to our feet, whose spiritual light shines on the darkness of the deathbed and dissipates the gloomy shadows of the grave. End of section 28.
Section 29 of The Symbolism of Freemasonry by Albert G. Mackey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Brother Michael. Section 29. The Symbolism of Labor. It is one of the most beautiful features of the Masonic institution that it teaches not only the necessity, but the nobility of labor. Among the earliest of the implements in whose emblematic use it instructs its neophytes is the trestle board, the acknowledged symbol of the divine law, in accordance with whose decree labor was originally instituted as the common lot of all, and therefore the important lesson that is closely connected with this symbol is, that to labor well and truly, to labor honestly and persistently, is the object and the chief end of all humanity. To work out well the task that is set before us is our highest duty, and should constitute our greatest happiness. All men, then, must have their trestle boards, for the principles that guide us in the discharge of our duty, the schemes that we devise, the plans that we propose, are but the trestle board, whose designs we follow, for good or for evil, in our labor of life. Earth works with every coming spring, and within its prolific bosom designs the bursting seed, the tender plant, and the finished tree, upon its trestle board. Old ocean works forever, restless and murmuring, but still bravely working, and storms and tempests, the purifiers of stagnant nature, are inscribed upon its trestle board. And God himself, the grand architect, the master builder of the world, has labored from eternity, and working by his omnipotent will, he inscribes his plans upon illimitable space, for the universe is his trestle board. There was a saying of the monks of old, which is well worth meditation. They taught that labor is worship. They did not, it is true, always practice the wise precept. They did not always make labor a part of their religion. Like Onesiphorus, who lived 80 years and 10 in the desert, without human voice or human sympathy to cheer him, because he had not learned that man was made for man, those old ascetics went into the wilderness and built cells and occupied themselves in solitary meditation and profitless thought. They prayed much, but they did no work, and thus they passed their lives, giving no pity, aid, or consolation to their fellow man, adding no mite to their treasury of human knowledge, and leaving the world, when their selfish pilgrimage was finished, without a single contribution, in labor of mind or body, to its welfare. And men, seeing the uselessness of these ascetic lives, shrink now from their example, and fall back upon that wiser teaching, that he best does God's will who best does God's work. The world now knows that heaven is not served by man's idleness, that the dulce far niente, though it might suit an Italian lazzaroni, is not fit for a brave Christian man, and that they who would do rightly and act well their part must take this distich for their motto. With this hand work, and with the other pray, and God will bless them both from day to day. Now this doctrine, that labor is worship, is the very doctrine that has been advanced and maintained from time immemorial as a leading dogma of the order of Freemasonry. There is no other human institution under the sun which has set forth this great principle in such bold relief. We hear constantly of Freemasonry as an institution that inculcates morality, that fosters the social feeling, that teaches brotherly love. And all this is well because it is true. But we must never forget that from its foundation stone to its pinnacle, all over its vast temple, is inscribed, in symbols of living light, the great truth that labor is worship. It has been supposed that, because we speak of Freemasonry as a speculative system, it has nothing to do with the practical, but this is a most grievous error. Freemasonry is, it is true, a speculative science, but it is a speculative science based upon an operative art. All its symbols and allegories refer to this connection. Its very language is borrowed from the art, and it's singularly suggestive that the initiation of a candidate into its mysteries is called, in its peculiar phraseology, work. I repeat that this expression is singularly suggestive. When the lodge is engaging in reading petitions, hearing reports, debating financial matters, it is said to be occupied in business. But when it is engaged in the form and ceremony of initiation into any of the degrees, it is said to be at work. Initiation is Masonic labor. This phraseology at once suggests the connection of our speculative system with an operative art that preceded it, and upon which it has been founded. This operative art must have given it form and features and organization. If the speculative system had been founded solely on philosophical or ethical principles, if it had been derived from some ancient or modern sect of philosophers, from the Stoics, the Epicureans, or the Platonists of the heathen world, or from any of the many divisions of the scholastics of the Middle Ages, this origin would most certainly have affected its interior organization as well as its external form. We should have seen our modern Masonic reunions assuming the style of academies or schools. Its technical language, for like every institution isolated from the ordinary and general pursuits of mankind, it would have had its own technical dialect, would have been borrowed from, and would be easily traced to, the peculiar phraseology of the philosophic sects which had given it birth. There would have been the sophists and the philosophers, the grammatists and the grammarians, the scholars, the masters, and the doctors. It would have had its trivial and its quadrivial schools. Its occupation would have been research, experiment, or investigation. In a word, its whole features would have been colored by a grammatical, a rhetorical, or a mathematical cast. Accordingly, as it should have been derived from a sect in which any of these three characteristics was the predominating influence. But in the organization of Freemasonry, as it now presents itself to us, we see an entirely different appearance. Its degrees are expressive, not of advancement in philosophic attainments, but of progress in a purely mechanical pursuit. Its highest grade is that of master of the work. Its places of meetings are not schools, but lodges, places where the workmen formerly lodged, in the neighborhood of the building on whose construction they were engaged. It does not form theories, but builds temples. It knows nothing of the rules of the dialecticians, of the syllogism, the dilemma, the enthymeme, or the sorites. But it recurs to the homely implements of its operative parent for its methods of instruction, and with the plumb line it inculcates rectitude of conduct, and draws lessons of morality from the workman's square. It sees in the supreme God that it worships not a numen divinum, a divine power, nor a moderator rerum omnium, a controller of all things, as the old philosophers designated him, but a grand architect of the universe. The Masonic idea of God refers to him as the mighty builder of this terrestrial globe, and all the countless worlds that surround it. He is not the ens intinum, or to theon, or any other of the thousand titles with which the ancient and modern speculation has invested him, but simply the architect, as the degrees have it, the chief workman, under whom we are all workmen also, and hence our labor is his worship. The idea then of Masonic labor is closely connected with the history of the organization of the institution. When we say the lodge is at work, we recognize that it is in the legitimate practice of that occupation for which it was originally intended. The Masons that are in it are not occupied in thinking or speculating or reasoning, but simply and emphatically in working. The duty of a Mason as such in his lodge is to work. Thereby he accomplishes the destiny of his order. Thereby he best fulfills his obligation to the grand architect. For with the Mason, laborare est orare, labor is worship. The importance of Masonic labor being thus demonstrated, the question next arises as to the nature of that labor. What is the work that a Mason is called upon to perform? Temple building was the original occupation of our ancient brethren. Leaving out of view that system of ethics and of religious philosophy, that search after truth, those doctrines of the unity of God and the immortality of the soul, which alike distinguish the ancient mysteries and the Masonic institution, and which both must have derived from a common origin, most probably from some priesthood of the olden time. Let our attention be exclusively directed, for the present, to that period, so familiar to every Mason, when, under the supposed grand mastership of King Solomon, Freemasonry first assumed a local habitation and a name in the holy city of Jerusalem. There the labor of the Israelites and the skill of the Tyrians were occupied in the construction of that noble temple whose splendor and magnificence of decoration made it one of the wonders of the world. Here, then, we see the two united nations directing their attention, with surprising harmony, to the task of temple building. The Tyrian workmen, coming immediately from the bosom of the mystical society of Dionysiac Artificers, whose sole employment was the erection of sacred edifices throughout all Asia Minor, indoctrinated the Jews with a part of their architectural skill, and bestowed upon them also a knowledge of those sacred mysteries which they had practiced at Tyre, and from which the present interior form of Masonry is said to be derived. Now, if there be any so incredulous as to refuse their assent to the universally received Masonic tradition on this subject, if there be any who would deny all connection of King Solomon with the origin of Freemasonry, except it be in a mythical or symbolical sense, such incredulity will not at all affect the chain of argument which I am disposed to use. For it will not be denied that the corporations of builders in the Middle Ages, those men who were known as traveling Freemasons, were substantial and corporeal, and that the cathedrals, abbeys, and places, whose ruins are still objects of admiration to all observers, bear conclusive testimony that their existence was nothing like a myth, and that their labors were not apocryphal. But these traveling Freemasons, whether led into the error, if error it be, by a mistaken reading of history, or by a superstitious reverence for tradition, always esteemed King Solomon as the founder of their order, so that the first absolutely historical details that we have of the Masonic institution connected it with the idea of a temple. And it is only for this idea that I contend, for it proves that the first Freemasons of whom we have authentic record, whether they were at Jerusalem or in Europe, and whether they flourished 1,000 years before or 1,000 years after the birth of Christ, always supposed that the temple building was the peculiar specialty of their craft, and that their labor was to be the erection of temples in ancient times, and cathedrals and churches in the Christian age. So that we come back at last to the proposition with which I had commenced, namely that temple building was the original occupation of our ancient brethren. And to this is added the fact that after a long lapse of centuries, a body of men is found in the Middle Ages who were universally recognized as Freemasons, and who directed their attention and their skill to the same pursuit, and were engaged in the construction of cathedrals, abbeys, and other sacred edifices, these being the Christian substitute for the heathen or the Jewish temple. And therefore, when we view the history of the order as thus developed in its origin and its design, we are justified in saying that in all times past its members have been recognized as men of labor, and that their labor has been temple building. But our ancient brethren wrought in both operative and speculative masonry, while we work only in speculative. They worked with the hand, we work with the brain. They dealt with the material, we in the spiritual. They used in their labor wood and stones. We use thoughts and feelings and affections. We both devote ourselves to labor, but the object of the labor and the mode of the labor are different. The French rituals have given us the keynote to the explanation of what is Masonic labor when they say that Freemasons erect temples for virtue and dungeons for vice. The modern Freemasons, like the Masons of old, are engaged in the construction of a temple, but with this difference, that the temple of the latter was material, that of the former spiritual. When the operative art was the predominant characteristic of the order, Masons were engaged in the construction of material and earthly temples. But when the operative art ceased, and the speculative science took its place, then the Freemasons symbolized the labors of their predecessors by engaging in the construction of a spiritual temple in their hearts, which was to be made so pure that it might become the dwelling place of Him who is all purity. It was to be a house not made with hands, where the hewn stone was to be a purified heart. This symbolism, which represents man as a temple, a house, a sacred building in which God is to dwell, is not new, nor peculiar to the Masonic science. It was known to the Jewish, and is still recognized by the Christian system. The Talmudists had a saying that the threefold repetition of the words Temple of Jehovah in the 7th chapter and 4th verse of the book of Jeremiah was intended to allude to the existence of 3 temples, and hence in one of their treatises it is said, 2 temples have been destroyed, but the third will endure forever, in which it is manifest that they refer to the temple of the immortal soul of man. By a similar allusion, which however the Jews chose willfully to misunderstand, Christ declared, "Destroy this temple, and in 3 days I will raise it up." And the beloved disciple, who records the conversation, does not allow us to doubt of the Saviour's meaning. Then said the Jews, 46 years was this temple in building, and wilt thou rear it up in 3 days?
but he spake of the temple of his body. In more than one place, the Apostle Paul has fondly dwelt upon this metaphor. Thus he calls the Corinthians that they are God's building, and he calls himself the wise master builder, who was to lay the foundation in his truthful doctrine, upon which they were to erect the edifice. And he says to them immediately afterwards, Know ye not that ye are the temple of God, and that the Spirit of God dwelleth in you? In consequence of these teachings of the apostles, the idea that the body was a temple has pervaded, from the earliest times to the present day, the system of Christian or theological symbolism. Indeed, it has sometimes been carried to an almost too fanciful excess. Thus, Samuel Lee, in that curious and rare old book, The Temple of Solomon, portrayed by Scripture Light, thus dilates on this symbolism of the temple. The foundation of this temple may be laid in humility and contrition of spirit, wherein the inhabitor of eternity delighteth to dwell. We may refer the porch to the mouth of a saint, wherein every holy Jacob erects the pillars of God's praise, calling upon and blessing his name for received mercies, when songs of deliverance are uttered from the doors of his lips. The holy place is the renewed mind, and the windows therein may denote divine illumination from above, cautioning a saint, lest they be darkened with the smoke of anger, the mist of grief, the dust of vainglory, or the filthy mire of worldly cares. The golden candlestick, the infused habits of divine knowledge resting within the soul. The shewbread, the word of grace exhibited in the promises for the preservation of a Christian's life and glory. The golden altar of odors, the breathings, sufferings, and groanings after God, ready to break forth into Abba, Father. The Peleis, the righteousness of Christ. The Holy of Holies may relate to the conscience, purified from dead works and brought into a heavenly frame. And thus he proceeds, symbolizing every part and utensil of the temple as alluding to some emotion or affection of man, but in language too tedious for quotation. In a similar vein has the celebrated John Bunyan, the author of The Pilgrim's Progress, proceeded in his Temple of Solomon Spiritualized, to refer every part of that building to a symbolic meaning, selecting, however, the church or congregation of good men, rather than the individual man as the object of symbolism. In the Middle Ages, the Hermetic philosophers seem to have the same interpretation of the temple, and Swedenborg, in his mystical writings, adopts the idea. Hitchcock, who has written an admirable little work on Swedenborg, considered as a Hermetic philosopher, thus alludes to this subject, and his language, as that of a learned and shrewd investigator, is well worthy of quotation. With perhaps the majority of readers, the Tabernacle of Moses and the Temple of Solomon were mere buildings, very magnificent indeed, but still mere buildings for the worship of God. But some are struck with many portions of the account of their erection, admitting to a moral interpretation. And while the buildings are allowed to stand, or to have stood once, visible objects, these interpreters are delighted to meet with indications that Moses and Solomon, in building the temples, were wise in the knowledge of God and of man, from which point it is not difficult to pass on to the moral meaning altogether, and to affirm that the building which was erected without the noise of a hammer or axe or any tool of iron was altogether a moral building, a building of God, not made with hands. In short, many see in the story of Solomon's temple a symbolical representation of man as the temple of God, with its holy of holies deep-seated in the center of the human heart. The French Masons have not been inattentive to this symbolism. Their already quoted expression that the Freemasons build temples for virtue and dungeons for vice has very cleverly a reference to it, and their most distinguished writers never lose sight of it. Thus, Ragon, one of the most learned of the French historians of Freemasonry, in his lecture to the apprentice, says that the founders of our order called themselves Masons and proclaimed that they were building a temple to truth and virtue, and subsequently he addresses the candidate who has received the master's degree in the following language: Profit by all that has been revealed to you.
Improve your heart and your mind. Direct your passions to the general good. Combat your prejudices. Watch over your thoughts and your actions. Love, enlighten, and assist your brethren, and you will have perfected that temple of which you are at once the architect, the material, and the workman. Rebold, another French historian of great erudition, says, "If Freemasonry has ceased to erect temples, and by the aid of its architectural designs to elevate all hearts to the deity, and all eyes and hopes to heaven, it has not therefore desisted from its work of moral and intellectual building." And he thinks that the success of the institution has justified this change of purpose and the disruption of the speculative from the operative character of the order. Eliphas Levi, who has written abstrusely and mystically on Freemasonry and its collateral sciences, sees very clearly an allegorical and a real design in the institution, the former being the rebuilding of the Temple of Solomon, and the latter the improvement of the human race by a reconstruction of its social and religious elements. Masons of Germany have elaborated this idea with all the exhaustiveness that it is peculiar to the German mind, and the Masonic literature of that country abounds in essays, lectures, and treatises, in which the prominent topic is the building of the Solomonic Temple as referring to the construction of a moral temple. Thus writes Brother Rode of Berlin: "So soon as anyone has received the consecration of our order, we say to him that we are building a mystical temple." And he adds that this temple which we Masons are building is nothing else than that which will conduce to the greatest possible happiness of mankind. And another German brother, von Wedekind, asserts that we only labor in our temple when we make man our predominating object, when we unite goodness of heart with polished manners, truth with beauty, virtue with grace. Again, we have Reinhold telling us, in true Teutonic expansiveness of expression, that by the mystical Solomonic Temple, we are to understand the high ideal or archetype of humanity in the best possible condition of social improvement, wherein every evil inclination is overcome, every passion is resolved into the spirit of love, and wherein each for all and all for each kindly strive to work. And thus the German Masons call this striving for an almost millennial result labor in the temple. The English Masons, although they have not treated the symbolism of the order with the same abstruse investigation that has distinguished those of Germany and France, still have not been insensible to this idea that the building of the Solomonic Temple is intended to indicate a cultivation of the human character. Thus Hutchinson, one of the earliest of the symbolic writers of England, shows a very competent conception, for the age in which he lived, of the mystical meaning of the temple, and later writers have improved upon his crude views. It must, however, be acknowledged that neither Hutchinson nor Oliver, nor any other of the distinguished Masonic writers of England, has dwelt on this peculiar symbolism of a moral temple with that earnest appreciation of the idea that is found in the works of the French and German Masons. But although the allusions are rather casual and incidental, yet the symbolic theory is evidently recognized. Our own country has produced many students of Masonic symbolism who have thoroughly grasped this noble thought and treated it with eloquence and erudition. 50 years ago, Salem Town wrote thus: "Speculative Masonry, according to present acceptation, has an ultimate reference to that spiritual building erected by virtue in the heart, and summarily implies the arrangement and perfection of those holy and sublime principles by which the soul is fitted for a meet temple of God in a world of immortality." Charles Scott has devoted one of the lectures of his Analogy of Ancient Craft Masonry to Natural and Revealed Religion to a thorough consideration of this subject. The language is too long for quotation, but the symbol has been well interpreted by him. Still more recently, Brother John A. Leclore has treated the topic in an essay which I regret has not had a larger circulation. A single and brief passage may show the spirit of the production and how completely it sustains the idea of this symbolism. "We may disguise it as we will," says Brother Leclore, We may evade scrutiny of it, but our character as it is, with its faults and blemishes, its weaknesses and infirmities, its vices and its stains, together with its redeeming traits, its better parts, is our speculative temple. And he goes on to extend the symbolic idea. Like the exemplar temple on Mount Moriah, it should be preserved as a hallowed shrine, and guarded with the same vigilant care. It should be our pearl of price set round with walls and enclosures, even as was the Jewish temple, and the impure, the vicious, the guilty, and the profane be banished from even its outer courts. A faithful sentinel should be placed at every gate, a watchman on every wall, and the first approach of a Cowan and eavesdropper be promptly met and resisted. Teachings like this are now so common that every American Mason who has studied the symbolism of his order believes, with Carlyle, that there is but one temple in the world, and that is the body of man. This inquiry into the meaning and object of labor as a Masonic symbol brings us to these conclusions. 1. That our ancient brethren worked as long as the operative art predominated in the institution and material temples, the most prominent of these being the temple of King Solomon. 2. That when the speculative science took the place of the operative art, the modern Masons, working no longer at material temples, but holding still to the sacred thought, the reverential ideal of a holy temple, a Lord's house to be built, began to labor at living temples, and to make man the true house of the Lord, the tabernacle for the indwelling of the Holy Spirit. And 3. Therefore, to every Freemason who rightly comprehends his art, this construction of a living temple is his labor. Labor, says Gadicki, the German Masonic lexicographer, is an important word in Masonry. Indeed, we might say the most important. For this and this alone does a man become a Freemason. Every other object is secondary or incidental. Labor is the accustomed design of every lodge meeting. But does such a meeting always furnish evidence of industry? The labor of an operative Mason will be visible, and he will receive his reward for it, even though the building he has constructed may, in the next hour, be overthrown by a tempest. He knows that he has done his labor, and so must the Freemason labor. His labor must be visible to himself and to his brethren, or, at least, it must conduce to his own internal satisfaction. As we build neither a visible Solomonic temple nor an Egyptian pyramid, our industry must become visible in works that are imperishable, so that when we vanish from the eyes of mortals, it may be said of us that our labor was well done. And remembering what the Apostle has said, that we are the temple of God, and that the Spirit of God dwelleth in us, we know that our labor is so to build that temple that it shall become worthy of its divine dweller. And thus, too, at last, we can understand the saying of the old monks that labor is worship. And as Masons we labor in our lodge, labor to make ourselves a perfect building, without blemish, working hopefully for the consummation, when the house of our earthly tabernacle shall be finished, when the lost word of divine truth shall at last be discovered, and when we shall be found by our own efforts at perfection to have done God's service. For so truly is the meaning of those noble words, labor is worship. End of section 29. Section 30 of The Symbolism of Freemasonry by Albert G. Mackey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Brother Michael. Section 30. The Stone of Foundation. The stone of foundation constitutes one of the most important and abstruse of all the symbols of Freemasonry. It is referred to in numerous legends and traditions, not only of the Freemasons, but also of the Jewish rabbins, the Talmudic writers, and even the Musulman doctors. Many of these, it must be confessed, are apparently puerile and absurd, but some of them, and especially the Masonic ones, are deeply interesting in their allegorical signification. The stone of foundation is, properly speaking, a symbol of the higher degrees. It makes its first appearance in the royal arch, and forms, indeed, the most important symbol of that degree. But it is so intimately connected in its legendary history with the construction of the Solomonic Temple that it must be considered as part of the ancient craft masonry, although he who confines the range of his investigations to the first 3 degrees will have no means, within that narrow limit, of properly appreciating the symbolism of the stone of foundation. As preliminary to the inquiry which is about to be instituted, it is necessary to distinguish the stone of foundation, both in its symbolism and in its legendary history, from other stones which play an important part in the Masonic ritual, but which are entirely distinct from it. Such are the cornerstone, which was always placed in the northeast corner of the building about to be erected, and to which such beautiful reference is made in the ceremonies of the first degree, or the keystone, which constitutes an interesting part of the Mark Master's degree, or lastly, the capstone, upon which all the ritual of the most excellent Master's degree is founded. These are all, in their proper places, highly interesting and instructive symbols, but have no connection whatsoever with the stone of foundation or its symbolism. Nor, although the stone of foundation is said, for peculiar reasons, to have been of a cubical form, it must be confounded with that stone called by the continental masons the cubical stone, the pierre cubique of the French, and the cubic stein of the German masons, but which in the English system is known as the perfect ashlar. The stone of foundation has a legendary history and a symbolic signification which are peculiar to itself, and which differ from the history and meaning which belong to these other stones. Let us first define this Masonic stone of foundation, then collate the legends which refer to it, and afterwards investigate its significance as a symbol. To the Mason who takes a pleasure in the study of the mysteries of his institution, the investigation cannot fail to be interesting, if it is conducted with any ability. But in the very beginning, as a necessary preliminary to any investigation of this kind, it must be distinctly understood that all that is said of this stone of foundation in Masonry is to be strictly taken in a mythical or allegorical sense. Dr. Oliver, the most learned of our Masonic writers, while undoubtedly himself knowing that it was simply a symbol, has written loosely of it, as though it were a substantial reality, and hence, if the passages in his Historical Landmarks and in his other works which refer to this celebrated stone are accepted by his readers in a literal sense, they would present absurdities and pluralities which would not occur if the stone of foundation was received, as it really is, as a philosophical myth, conveying a most profound and beautiful symbolism. Read in this spirit, as all the legends of Masonry should be read, the mystical story of the stone of foundation becomes one of the most important and interesting of all the Masonic symbols. The stone of foundation is supposed, by the theory which establishes it, to have been a stone placed at one time within the foundations of the Temple of Solomon, and afterward, during the building of the second temple, transported to the Holy of Holies. It was in form a perfect cube, and had inscribed upon its upper face, within a delta or a triangle, the sacred tetragrammaton, or Ineffable Name of God. Oliver, speaking with the solemnity of a historian, says that Solomon thought that he had rendered the house of God worthy, so far as human adornment could effect, for the dwelling of God, when he had placed the celebrated stone of foundation, on which the sacred name was mystically engraven, with solemn ceremonies, in that sacred depository on Mount Moriah, along with the foundations of Dan and Asher, the center of the most holy place, where the ark was overshadowed by the Shekinah of God. The Hebrew Talmudists, who thought as much of this stone, and had as many legends concerning it as the Masonic Talmudists, called it Eben Shatija, or stone of foundation, because, as they said, it had been laid by Jehovah as the foundation of the world, and hence the apocryphal book of Enoch speaks of the stone which supports the corners of the earth. This idea of a foundation stone of the world was most probably derived from that magnificent passage of the book of Job, in which the Almighty demands of the afflicted patriarch, "Where wast thou when I laid the foundation of the earth? Declare, since thou hast such knowledge.
Who fixed its dimensions, since thou knowest? Or who stretched out the line upon it? Upon what were its foundations fixed? And who laid its cornerstone when the morning stars sang together, and all the sons of God shouted for joy? Noyes, whose beautiful translation I have adopted as not materially differing from the common version, but which is far more poetical and more in the strain of the original, thus explains the allusions to the foundation stone. It was the custom to celebrate the laying of the cornerstone of an important building with music, songs, shouting, etc. Hence the morning stars are represented as celebrating the laying of the cornerstone of the earth. Upon this meager statement have been accumulated more traditions than appertain to any other Masonic symbol. The rabbins, as has already been intimated, divide the glory of these apocryphal histories with the Masons. Indeed, there is good reason for suspicion that nearly all the Masonic legends owe their first existence to the imaginative genius of the writers of the Jewish Talmud. But there is a difference between the Hebrew and the Masonic traditions, that the Talmudic scholar recited them as truthful histories and swallowed in one gulp of faith all their impossibilities and anachronisms, while the Masonic student has received them as allegories, whose value is not in the facts, but in the sentiments which they convey. With this understanding of their meaning, let us proceed to a collation of these legends. In that blasphemous work, the Toldoth Jeshu, or Life of Jesus, written, it is supposed, in the 13th or 14th century, we find the following account of this wonderful stone. At that time, the time of Jesus, there was in the house of the sanctuary, that is the temple, a stone of foundation, which is the very stone that our father Jacob anointed with oil, as it is described in the 28th chapter of the book of Genesis. On that stone the letters of the Tetragrammaton were inscribed, and whosoever of the Israelites should learn that name would be able to master the world. To prevent, therefore, anyone from learning these letters, 2 iron dogs were placed upon 2 columns in front of the sanctuary. If any person, having acquired the knowledge of these letters, desired to depart from the sanctuary, the barking of the dogs, by magical power, inspired so much fear that he suddenly forgot what he had acquired. This passage is cited by the learned Buxtorf in his Lexicon Talmudicum, but in the copy of the Toldoth Jeshu, which I have the good fortune to possess, for it is among the rarest of books, I find another passage which gives some additional particulars in the following words. At that time there was in the temple the ineffable name of God, inscribed upon the stone of foundation. For when King David was digging the foundation for the temple, he found in the depths of the excavation a certain stone, on which the name of God was inscribed. The stone he removed and deposited it in the Holy of Holies. The same puerile story of the barking dogs is repeated, still more at length. It is not pertinent to the present inquiry, but it may be stated as a mere matter of curious information, that this scandalous book, which is throughout a blasphemous defamation of our Savior, proceeds to say that he cunningly obtained a knowledge of the Tetragrammaton from the stone of foundation, and by its mystical influence was enabled to perform his miracles. The Masonic legends of the stone of foundation, based on these and other rabbinical reveries, are of the most extraordinary character, if they are to be viewed as histories, but readily reconcilable with sound sense if looked at only in the light of allegories. They present an uninterrupted succession of events, in which the stone of foundation takes a prominent part, from Adam to Solomon, and from Solomon to Zerubbabel. Thus, the first of these legends, in order of time, relates that the stone of foundation was possessed by Adam while in the Garden of Eden, that he used it as an altar, and so reverenced it that on his expulsion from paradise he carried it with him into the world in which he and his descendants were afterward to earn their bread by the sweat of their brow. Another legend informs us that from Adam the stone of foundation descended to Seth, from Seth that passed by regular succession to Noah, who took it with him into the ark, and after the subsistence of the deluge, made on it his first thank offering. Noah left it on Mount Ararat, where it was subsequently found by Abraham, who removed it, and consequently used it as an altar of sacrifice. His grandson Jacob took it with him when he fled to his uncle Laban in Mesopotamia, and used it as a pillow when, in the vicinity of Luz, he had his celebrated vision. Here there is a sudden interruption in the legendary history of this stain, and we have no means of conjecturing how it passed from the possession of Jacob into that of Solomon. Moses, it is true, is said to have taken it with him out of Egypt at the time of the Exodus, and thus it may have finally reached Jerusalem. Dr. Adam Clarke repeats what he very properly calls a foolish tradition that the stone on which Jacob rested his head was afterward brought to Jerusalem, thence carried after a long lapse of time to Spain, from Spain to Ireland, and from Ireland to Scotland, where it was used as a seat on which the kings of Scotland sat to be crowned. Edward I, we know, brought a stone to which this legend is attached, from Scotland to Westminster Abbey, where, under the name of Jacob's Pillow, it still remains, and is always placed under the chair upon which the British sovereign sits to be crowned, because there is an old distich which declares that whenever the stone is found, the Scottish kings shall reign. But this Scottish tradition would take the stone of foundation away from all its Masonic connections, and therefore it is rejected as a Masonic legend. The legends just related are in many respects contradictory and unsatisfactory, and other series, equally as old, are now very generally adopted by Masonic scholars, as much better suited to the symbolism by which all these legends are explained. The series of legends commences with the patriarch Enoch, who is supposed to have been the first consecrator of the stone of foundation. The legend of Enoch is so interesting and important in Masonic science as to excuse something more than a brief reference to the incidents which it details. The legend in full is as follows. Enoch, under the inspiration of the Most High, and in obedience to the instructions which he had received in a vision, built a temple underground on Mount Moriah, and dedicated it to God. His son, Methuselah, constructed the building, although he was not acquainted with his father's motives for the erection. The temple consisted of 9 vaults, situated perpendicularly beneath each other, and communicating by apertures left in each vault. Enoch then caused a triangular plate of gold to be made, each side of which was a cubit long. He enriched it with the most precious stones, and encrusted the plate upon a stone of agate of the same form. On the plate he engraved the true name of God, or the Tetragrammaton, and placing it on a cubical stone, known thereafter as the stone of foundation, he deposited the whole within the lowest arch. When this subterranean building was completed, he made a door of stone, and attached to it a ring of iron, by which it might be occasionally raised. He placed it over the opening of the uppermost arch, and so covered it that the aperture could not be discovered. Enoch himself was not permitted to enter it but once a year, and after the days of Enoch, Methuselah, and Lamech, and the destruction of the world by the deluge, all knowledge of the vault, or subterranean temple, and the stone of foundation, with the sacred and ineffable name inscribed upon it, was lost for ages to the world. At the building of the first temple of Jerusalem, the stone of foundation again makes its appearance. Reference has already been made to the Jewish tradition that David, when digging the foundations of the temple, found in the excavation which he was making a certain stone, on which the ineffable name of God was inscribed, and which stone he is said to have removed and deposited in the Holy of Holies. That King David laid the foundations of the temple upon which the superstructure was subsequently erected by Solomon is a favorite theory of the legend mongers of the Talmud. The Masonic tradition is substantially the same as the Jewish, but it substitutes Solomon for David, thereby giving a greater air of probability to the narrative, and it supposes that the stone, thus discovered by Solomon, was the identical one that had been deposited in his secret vault by Enoch. This stone of foundation, the tradition states, was subsequently removed by King Solomon, and, for wise purposes, deposited in a secret and safer place. In this, the Masonic tradition again agrees with the Jewish, for we find in the 3rd chapter of the Treatise on the Temple, written by the celebrated Maimonides, the following narrative. There was a stone in the Holy of Holies, on its west side, on which was placed the Ark of the Covenant, and before it the pot of manna and Aaron's rod. But when Solomon had built the temple, and foresaw that it was at some future time to be destroyed, he constructed a deep and winding vault underground, for the purpose of concealing the ark, wherein Josiah afterwards, as we learn in the 2nd book of Chronicles, deposited it, with the pot of manna, the rod of Aaron, and the oil of anointing. The Talmudical book, Yoma, gives the same tradition, and says that the Ark of the Covenant was placed in the center of the Holy of Holies, upon a stone rising 3 fingers' breadth above the floor, to be, as it were, a pedestal for it. This stone, says Prideaux, the rabbins called the stone of foundation, and give us a great deal of trash about it. There is much controversy as to the question of the existence of any ark in the Second Temple. Some of the Jewish writers assert that a new one was made, others that the old one was found where it had been concealed by Solomon, and others again contend that there was no ark at all in the temple of Zerubbabel, but that its place was supplied by the stone of foundation on which it had originally rested. Royal Archmasons well know how all these traditions are sought to be reconciled by the Masonic legend, in which the substitute ark and the stone of foundation play so important a part. In the 13th degree of the ancient and accepted rite, the stone of foundation is conspicuous as the resting place of the sacred delta. In the Royal Arch and the Select Master's degrees of the Americanized York rite, the stone of foundation constitutes the most important part of the ritual. In both of these, it is the receptacle of the ark, on which the Ineffable Name is inscribed. Lee, in his Temple of Solomon, has devoted a chapter to this stone of foundation, and thus recapitulates the Talmudic and rabbinical traditions on the subject. Vain and futilious are the feverish dreams of the ancient rabbins concerning the foundation stone of the temple. Some assert that God placed this stone in the center of the world for a future basis and settled consistency for the earth to rest upon. Others held this stone to be the first matter, out of which all the beautiful visible beings of the world have been hewn forth and produced to light. Others relate that this was the very same stone laid by Jacob for a pillow under his head, in that night when he dreamed of an angelic vision at Bethel, and afterwards anointed and consecrated it to God, which when Solomon had found, no doubt by forged revelation or some tedious search like other rabbinical selama, he durst not but lay it sure as the principal foundation stone of the temple. Nay, they say further, he caused to be engraved upon it the Tetragrammaton, or the Ineffable Name of Jehovah. It will be seen that the Masonic traditions on the subject of the stone of foundation do not differ very materially from the rabbinical ones, although they give a few additional circumstances. In the Masonic legend, the foundation stone first makes its appearance, as I have already said, in the days of Enoch, who placed it in the bowels of Mount Moriah. There it was subsequently discovered by King Solomon, who deposited it in a crypt of the first temple, where it remained concealed until the foundations of the second temple were laid, when it was discovered and removed to the Holy of Holies. The most important point of the legend of the stone of foundation is its intimate and constant connection with the Tetragrammaton, or Ineffable Name. It is this name inscribed upon it, within the sacred and symbolic delta, that gives to the stone all its Masonic value and significance. It is upon this fact that it was so inscribed that its whole symbolism depends. Looking at these traditions in anything like the light of historical narratives, we are compelled to consider them, to use the plain language of Lee, but as so many idle and absurd conceits. We must go behind the legend, viewing it only as an allegory, and study its symbolism. The symbolism of the foundation stone of Masonry is therefore the next subject of investigation. In approaching this, the most abstruse and one of the most important symbols of the order, we are at once impressed with its apparent connection with the ancient doctrine of stone worship. Some brief consideration of the species of religious culture is therefore necessary for a proper understanding of the real symbolism of the stone of foundation. The worship of stones is a kind of fetishism, in which the very infancy of religion prevailed, perhaps more extensively than any other form of religious culture. Lord Kames explains the fact by supposing that stones erected as monuments of the dead became the place where posterity paid their veneration to the memory of the deceased, and that at length the people, losing sight of the emblematical signification, which was not readily understood, these monumental stones became objects of worship. Others have sought to find the origin of stone worship in the stone that was set up and anointed by Jacob at Bethel, and the tradition of which had extended into the heathen nations and become corrupted. It is certain that the Phoenicians worshipped sacred stones under the name of Betelia, which word is evidently derived from the Hebrew Bethel, and this undoubtedly gives some appearance of plausibility to the theory. But a third theory supposes that the worship of stones was derived from the unskillfulness of the primitive sculptors, who, unable to frame by their meager principles of plastic art a true image of the God whom they adored, were content to substitute in its place a rude or scarcely polished stone. Hence the Greek, according to the Pausians, originally used unhewn stones to represent their deities, 30 of which that historian says he saw in the city of Pharis. These stones were of cubical form, and as the greater number of them were dedicated to the god Hermes or Mercury, they received the generic name of Herma. Subsequently, with the improvement of the plastic art, the head was added. One of these consecrated stones was placed before the door of almost every house in Athens. They were also placed in front of the temples, in the gymnasia or schools, in libraries, and at the corners of streets and in the roads. When dedicated to the god Terminus, they were used as landmarks and placed as such upon the concurrent lines of neighboring possessions. The Thebans worshipped Bacchus under the form of a rude, square stone. Arnobius says that Cybele was represented by a small stone of a black color. Eusebius cites Porphyry as saying that the ancients represented the deity by a black stone because his nature is obscure and inscrutable. The reader will here be reminded of the black stone Hasjar el Aswad, placed in the southwest corner of the Kaaba at Mecca, which was worshipped by the ancient Arabians and is still treated with religious veneration by the modern Mohammedans. The Mussulman priests, however, say that it was originally white and of such surprising splendor that it could be seen at the distance of 4 days' journey, but that it has been blackened by the tears of pilgrims. The Druids, it is well known, had no other images of their gods but cubical or sometimes columnar stones, of which Toland gives several instances. The Chaldeans had a sacred stone, which they held in great veneration under the name Midzurius, and to which they sacrificed for the purpose of evoking the good demon. Stone worship existed among the early American races. Squire quotes Skinner as asserting that the Peruvians used to set up rough stones in their fields and plantations, which were worshipped as protectors of their crops. And Gam says that in Mexico the presiding god of the spring was often represented without a human body, and in place thereof a pilaster or square column, whose pedestal was covered with various sculptures. Indeed, so universal was this stone worship that Higgins, in his Celtic Druids, says that throughout the world the first object of idolatry seems to have been a plain, unwrought stone, placed in the ground as an emblem of the generative or procreative powers of nature. and the learned Bryant, in his Analysis of Ancient Mythology, asserts that there is in every oracular temple some legend about a stone. Without further citations of examples from the religious usages of other countries, it will, I think, be conceded that the cubical stone formed an important part of the religious worship of primitive nations. But Cudworth, Bryant, Faber, and all other distinguished writers who have treated the subject have long since established the theory that the pagan religions were eminently symbolic. Thus, to use the language of Dudley, the pillar or stone was adopted as a symbol of strength and firmness, a symbol also of the divine power, and, by a ready inference, a symbol or idol of the deity himself. And this symbolism is confirmed by Cornutus, who says that the god Hermes was represented without hands or feet, being a cubical stone, because the cubical figure betokened his solidity and stability. Thus, then, the following facts have been established, but not precisely in this order. First, that there was a very general prevalence among the earliest nations of antiquity of the worship of stones as the representatives of deity. Secondly, that in almost every ancient temple there was a legend of a sacred or mythical stone. Thirdly, that this legend is found in the Masonic system. And lastly, that the mystical stone there has received the name of the stone of foundation. Now, as in all the other systems, the stone is admitted to be symbolic, and the tradition connected with it mystical. We are compelled to assume the same predicates of the Masonic stone. It too is symbolic, and its legend a myth or an allegory. Of the fable, myth, or allegory, Bailey has said that, subordinate to history and philosophy, it only deceives that it may the better instruct us. Faithful in preserving the realities which are confided to it, it covers with its seductive envelope the lessons of the one and the truths of the other. It is from this standpoint that we are to view the allegory of the stone of foundation, as developed in one of the most interesting and important symbols of Masonry. The fact that the mystical stone in all the ancient religions was a symbol of the deity leads us necessarily to the conclusion that the stone of foundation was also a symbol of deity. And this symbolic idea is strengthened by the tetragrammaton, or sacred name of God, that was inscribed upon it. This ineffable name sanctifies the stone upon which it is engraved as a symbol of the grand architect. It takes from its heathen signification as an idol and consecrates it to the worship of the true God. The predominant idea of the deity in the Masonic system connects him with his creative and formative power. God is, to the Freemason, Al-Gabil, as the Arabians called him, that is, the builder, or, as expressed in his Masonic title, the Grand Architect of the Universe, by common consent abbreviated in the formula GAOTU. Now, it is evident that no symbol could so appropriately suit him in this character as the stone of foundation, upon which he is allegorically supposed to have erected this world. Such a symbol closely connects the creative work of God as a pattern and exemplar with the workman's erection of his temporal building on a similar foundation stone. But this Masonic idea is still further to be extended. The great object of all Masonic labor is divine truth. The search for the lost word is the search for truth. But divine truth is a term synonymous with God. The Ineffable Name is a symbol of truth, because God and God alone is truth. It is properly a scriptural idea. The Book of Psalms abounds with this sentiment. Thus it is said that the truth of the Lord reacheth unto the clouds, and that his truth endureth unto all generations. If, then, God is truth, and the stone of foundation is the Masonic symbol of God, it follows that it must also be the symbol of divine truth. When we have arrived at this point in our speculations, we are ready to show how all the myths and legends of the stone of foundation may be rationally explained as parts of that beautiful science of morality veiled in allegory and illustrated by symbols, which is the acknowledged definition of Freemasonry. In the Masonic system, there are two temples. The first temple in which the degrees of ancient craft masonry are concerned, and the second temple, with which the higher degrees, and especially the royal arch, are related. The first temple is symbolic of the present life. The second temple is symbolic of the life to come. The first temple, the present life, must be destroyed. On its foundations, the second temple, the life eternal, must be built. But the mystical stone was placed by King Solomon in the foundations of the first temple. That is to say, the first temple of our present life must be built on the sure foundation of divine truth, for other foundation can no man lay. But although the present life is necessarily built upon the foundation of truth, yet we never thoroughly attain it in the sublunary sphere. The foundation stone is concealed in the first temple, and the master mason knows it not. He has not the true word, he receives only a substitute. But in the second temple of the future life, we have passed from the grave, which had been the end of our labors in the first. We have removed the rubbish, and have found that stone of foundation, which has been hitherto concealed from our eyes. We now throw aside the substitute for truth, which had contented us in the former temple, and the brilliant effulgence of the tetragrammaton and the stone of foundation are discovered. And thenceforth we are the possessors of the true word, of divine truth. And in this way the stone of foundation, or divine truth, concealed in the first temple, but discovered and brought to light in the second, will explain that passage of the Apostle. For now we see through a glass darkly, but then face to face. Now I know in part, but then shall I know even as also I am known. And so, the result of this inquiry is that the Masonic stone of foundation is a symbol of divine truth, upon which all speculative Masonry is built, and the legends and traditions which refer to it are intended to describe in an allegorical way the progress of truth in the soul, the search for which is a Mason's labor, and the discovery of which is his reward. End of section 30.
Section 31 of The Symbolism of Freemasonry by Albert G. Mackey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Brother Michael. Section 31. The Lost Word. The last of the symbols, depending for its existence on its connection with a myth, to which I shall invite attention, is the lost word and the search for it. Very appropriately may this symbol terminate our investigations, since it includes within its comprehensive scope all the others, being itself the very essence of the science of Masonic symbolism. The other symbols require for their just appreciation a knowledge of the origin of the order, because they owe their birth to its relationship with the kindred and anterior institutions. But the symbolism of the lost word has reference exclusively to the design and the objects of the institution. First, let us define the symbol, and then investigate its interpretation. The mythical history of Freemasonry informs us that there once existed a word of surpassing value and claiming a profound veneration. That this word was known to but a few, that it was at length lost, and that a temporary substitute for it was adopted. But as the very philosophy of Masonry teaches us that there can be no death without a resurrection, no decay without a subsequent restoration, on the same principle it follows that the loss of the word must suppose its eventual recovery. Now this it is, precisely, constitutes the myth of the lost word and the search for it. No matter what was the word, no matter how it was lost, nor why a substitute was provided, nor when nor where it was recovered, these are all points of subsidiary importance, necessary, it is true, for knowing the legendary history, but not necessary for understanding the symbolism. The only term of the myth that is to be regarded in the study of its interpretation is the abstract idea of a word lost and afterwards recovered. This, then, points us to the goal to which we must direct our steps in the pursuit of the investigation. But the symbolism, referring in this case, as I have already said, solely to the great design of Freemasonry,
The nature of that design at once suggests itself as a preliminary subject of inquiry in the investigation. What then is the design of Freemasonry? A very large majority of its disciples, looking only to its practical results, as seen in the everyday business of life, to the noble charities which it dispenses, to the tears of widows which it has dried, to the cries of orphans which it has hushed, to the wants of the destitute which it has supplied, arrive with too much rapidity at the conclusion that charity, and that too in its least exalted sense of eleemosynary aid, is the great design of the institution. Others, with a still more contracted view, remembering the present reunions at their lodge banquets, the unreserved communications which are thus encouraged, and the solemn obligations of mutual trust and confidence that are continually inculcated, believe that it was intended solely to promote the social sentiments and cement the bonds of friendship. But although the modern lectures inform us that brotherly love and relief are two of the principal tenets of a Mason's profession, yet from the same authority we learn that truth is a third and not less important one, and truth, too, is not in its old Anglo-Saxon meaning of fidelity to engagements, but in that more strictly philosophical one, in which it is opposed to intellectual and religious error or falsehood. But I have shown that the primitive Freemasonry of the ancients was instituted for the purpose of preserving that truth which had been originally communicated to the patriarchs, in all its integrity, and that the Spurious Masonry, or the Mysteries, originated in the earnest need of the sages and philosophers and priests to find again the same truth which had been lost by the surrounding multitudes. I have shown also that this same truth continued to be the object of the Temple Masonry, which was formed by a union of the primitive or pure and the spurious systems. Lastly, I have endeavored to demonstrate that this truth related to the nature of God and the human soul. The search, then, after this truth, I suppose to constitute the end and design of speculative Masonry. From the very commencement of his career, the aspirant is by significant symbols and expressive instructions directed to the acquisition of this divine truth, and the whole lesson, if not completed in its full extent, is at least well developed in the myths and legends of the master's degree. God and the soul, the unity of the one and the immortality of the other, are the great truths, the search for which is to constitute the constant occupation of every Mason, and which, when found, are to become the chief cornerstone, or the stone of foundation, of the spiritual temple, the house not made with hands, which he is engaged in erecting. Now, this idea of a search after truth forms so prominent a part of the whole science of Freemasonry, that I conceive no better or more comprehensive answer could be given to the question, what is Freemasonry, than to say it is the science which is engaged in the search after divine truth. But Freemasonry is eminently a system of symbolism, and all its instructions are conveyed in symbols. It is, therefore, to be supposed that so prominent and so prevailing an idea as this, one that constitutes, as I have said, the whole design of the institution, and which may appropriately be adopted as the very definition of its science, could not with any consistency be left without its particular symbol. The word, therefore, I conceive to be the symbol of divine truth, and all its modifications, the loss, the substitution, and the recovery, are but component parts of the mythical symbol which represents a search after truth. How then is this symbolism preserved? How is the whole history of this world to be interpreted so as to bear in all its accidents of time and place and circumstance a patent reference to the substantive idea that has been symbolized? Answers to these questions embrace what is, perhaps, the most intricate as well as most ingenious and interesting portion of the science of Masonic symbolism. The symbolism may be interpreted either as an application to a general or to a special sense. The general application will embrace the whole history of Freemasonry, from its inception to its consummation. The search after the word is an epitome of the intellectual and religious progress of the order. From the period when, by the dispersion at Babel, the multitudes were enshrouded in the profundity of a moral darkness, where truth was apparently forever extinguished. The true name of God was lost,
His true nature was not understood. The divine lessons imparted by our father Noah were no longer remembered. The ancient traditions were now corrupted. The ancient symbols were perverted. Truth was buried beneath the rubbish of Sabianism, and the idolatrous adoration of the sun and stars had taken the place of the olden worship of the true God. A moral darkness was now spread over the face of the earth as a dense, impenetrable cloud, which obstructed the rays of the spiritual sun and covered the people as with a gloomy pall of intellectual night. But this night was not to last forever. A brighter dawn was to arise, and amidst all the gloom and darkness, there was still to be found a few sages in whom the religious sentiment, working in them with powerful throes, sent forth manfully to seek after the truth. There were, even in those days of intellectual and religious darkness, craftsmen who were willing to search for the lost word. And though they were unable to find it, their approximation to truth was so near that the result of their search may well be symbolized by the substitute word. It was among the idolatrous multitudes that the word had been lost. It was among them that the builder had been smitten, and that the works of the spiritual temple had been suspended. And so, losing at each successive stage of their decline more and more of the true knowledge of God and the pure religion which had originally imparted by Noah, they finally arrived at gross materialism and idolatry, losing all sight of the divine existence. Thus it was that the truth, the word, was said to have been lost, or, to apply the language of Hutchinson, modified in its reference to time. In this situation, it might well be said that the guide to heaven was lost, and the master of the works of righteousness was smitten. The nations had given themselves up to the grossest idolatry, and the service of the true God was effaced from the memory of those who had yielded themselves to the dominion of sin. And now it was among the philosophers and priests in the ancient mysteries, or the spurious Freemasonry, that anxiety to discover the truth led to the search for the lost word. These were the craftsmen who saw the fatal blow which had been given, who knew that the word was now lost, but were willing to go forth manfully and patiently to seek its restoration. And there were the craftsmen who, failing to rescue it from the grave of oblivion into which it had fallen, by any efforts of their own incomplete knowledge, fell back upon the dim traditions which had been handed down from primeval times, and through their aid found a substitute for truth in their own philosophical religions. And hence Schmitz, speaking of these mysteries of the pagan world, calls them the remains of the ancient Pelasgian religion, and says that the associations of persons for the purpose of celebrating them must therefore have been informed at the time when the overwhelming influence of the Hellenic religion began to gain the upper hand in Greece, and when persons who still entertained a reverence for the worship of former times united together, with the intention of preserving and upholding among themselves as much as possible of the religion of their forefathers. Applying then our interpretation in a general sense, the word itself being the symbol of divine truth, the narrative of its loss and the search for its recovery becomes a mythical symbol of the decay and loss of the true religion among the ancient nations, at and after the dispersion on the plains of Shinar, and of the attempts of the wise men, the philosophers, and priests to find and retain it in their secret mysteries and initiations, which have hence been designated as the spurious Freemasonry of antiquity. But I have said that there is a special or individual as well as a general interpretation. This compound or double symbolism, if I may so call it, is by no means unusual in Freemasonry. I have already exhibited an illustration of it in the Symbolism of Solomon's Temple, where, in a general sense, the temple is viewed as a symbol of that spiritual temple formed by the aggregation of the whole order, and in which each Mason is considered a stone, and, in an individual or special sense, the same temple is considered as a type of that spiritual temple which each Mason is directed to erect in his heart. Now, in this special or individual interpretation, the word, with its accompanying myth of a loss, a substitute, and a recovery, becomes a symbol of the personal progress of a candidate from his first initiation to the completion of his course, when he receives a full development of the mysteries. The aspirant enters on this search after truth as an entered apprentice, in darkness, seeking for light, the light of wisdom,
the light of truth, and the light symbolized by the word. For this important task upon which he starts forth gropingly, falteringly, doubtingly, in want and in weakness, he is prepared by a purification of the heart, and is invested with a first substitute for the true word, which, like the pillar that went before the Israelites in the wilderness, is to guide him onwards in his weary journey. He is directed to take as a staff and script for his journey all those virtues which expand the heart and dignify the soul. Secrecy, obedience, humility, trust in God, purity of conscience, economy of time, are all inculcated by impressive types and symbols, which connect the first degree with the period of youth. And then, next in the degree of fellowcraft, he fairly enters upon his journey. Youth has now passed, and manhood has come on. New duties and increased obligations press upon the individual. The thinking and working stage of life is here symbolized. Science is to be cultivated. Wisdom is to be acquired. The lost word, divine truth, is still to be sought for, but even yet is not to be found. And now the Master Mason comes, with all the symbolism around him of old age, trials, sufferings, death. And here too the aspirant, pressing onward, always onward, still cries aloud for light, more light. The search is almost over, but the lesson, humiliating to human nature, is to be taught that in this life, gloomy and dark, earthly and carnal, pure truth has no abiding place. And contented with a substitute, into that second temple of eternal life, for that true word, that divine truth, which will teach us all that we shall ever learn of God and his emanation, the human soul. So the Master Mason, receiving this substitute for the lost word, waits with patience for the time when it shall be found, and perfect wisdom shall be attained. But work as we will, this symbolic word, this knowledge of divine truth, is never thoroughly attained in this life, or in its symbol, the Master Mason's Lodge. The corruptions of mortality, which encumber and cloud the human intellect, hide it as with a thick veil from mortal eyes. It is only, as I have just said, beyond the tomb, and when released from the earthly burden of life, that man is capable of fully receiving and appreciating the revelation. Hence, then, we speak of the recovery of the word, in that higher degree which is a supplement to ancient craft masonry. We intimate that the sublime portion of the Masonic system is a symbolic representation of the state after death. For it is only after the decay and fall of this temple of life, which as Masons we have been building, that from its ruins, deep beneath its foundations, and in the profound abyss of the grave, we find that divine truth, in the search for which life was spent, if not in vain, at least without success, and the mystic key to which death only could supply. And now we know by this symbolism what is meant by Masonic labor, which too is itself but another form of the same symbol. The search for the word, to find divine truth, this, and this only, is a Mason's work, and the word is his reward. Labor, said the old monks, is worship. And thus in our lodges do we worship, working for the word, working for the truth, ever looking forward, casting no glance behind, but cheerily hoping for the consummation and the reward of our labor in the knowledge which is promised to him who plays no laggard's part. Goethe, himself a Mason and poet, knew and felt all the symbolism of a Mason's life and work, when he wrote that beautiful poem, which Carlyle has thus thrown into his own rough but impulsive language. The Mason's ways are a type of existence, and to his persistence is as the days are of men in this world. The future hides in it gladness and sorrow. We press still thorough, naught that abides in it, daunting us onward. And solemn before us, veiled the dark portal, goal of all mortal, stars silent rest o'er us, graves under us silent. While earnest thou gazest, come boding of terror, comes phantasm and error, perplexing the bravest with doubt and misgiving. But heard are the voices, heard are the sages. the worlds and the ages. Choose well, your choice is brief and yet endless. Here eyes do regard you, in eternity's stillness. Here is all fullness, ye brave to reward you. Work and despair not. And now, in concluding this work, so inadequate to the importance of the subjects that have been discussed, one deduction at least may be drawn from all that has been said. In tracing the progress of Freemasonry, and in detailing its system of symbolism, it has been found to be so intimately connected with the history of philosophy, of religion, and of art, in all ages of the world, that the conviction at once forces itself upon the mind that no Mason can expect thoroughly to comprehend its nature, or to appreciate its character as a science, unless he shall devote himself with some labor and assiduity to the study of its system. That skill which consists in repeating, with fluency and precision, the ordinary lectures, in complying with all the ceremonial requisitions of the ritual, or the giving, with sufficient accuracy, the appointed modes of recognition, pertains only to the very rudiments of the Masonic science. But there is a far nobler series of doctrines with which Freemasonry is connected, and which it has been my object in this work to present in some imperfect way. It is these which constitute the science and the philosophy of Freemasonry, and it is these alone which will return the student who devotes himself to the task a sevenfold reward for his labor. Freemasonry, viewed no longer as too long it has been as a merely social institution, has now assumed its original and undoubted position as a speculative science. While the mere ritual is still carefully preserved, as the casket should be which contains so bright a jewel, while its charities are still dispensed as the necessary though incidental result of all its moral teachings, while its social tendencies are still cultivated as the tenacious cement which is to unite so fair a fabric in symmetry and strength, the Masonic mind is everywhere beginning to look and ask for something, which, like the manna in the desert, shall feed us, in our pilgrimage, with intellectual food. The universal cry, throughout the Masonic world, is for light. Our lodges are henceforth to be schools, our labor is to be study, our wages are to be learning. The types and symbols, the myths and allegories of the institution are beginning to be investigated with reference to their ultimate meaning. Our history is now traced by zealous inquiries as to its connections with Antiquity, and Freemasons now thoroughly understand that often quoted definition that Masonry is a science of morality, veiled in allegory, and illustrated by symbols. Thus, to learn Masonry is to know our work and to do it well. What true Mason would shrink from that task? End of section 31. End of the Symbolism of Freemasonry by Albert G. Mackey.